Lottie Candy said, SAM.
Candy! I've been summoned by Candy. Hello, Candy, I am here. I was all like, hold on, let me like,
Lottie Candy said, I just gave one of the royal pets a bath. Sang cats meow despite the fact it's a dog.
Oh! Cute! Cute! Cats meow. Sing cats meow to a dog. I guess maybe it'd be the other way around. What if but okay. So I hate many things about Barbie as the Princess and the Pop Star. Which was like the remake of Princess and the Pauper, I guess. I hate many things about it, but one of the things that I hate is that the two characters had dogs, right? Why did neither of the dogs meow? That would have made sense. They should have had a meowing dog. Whatever. Okay, I was all like, you know what, I'm gonna stay on the starting screen while I, you know, tweet and get some stuff ready, but then Candy appeared, and I was like, wait, no, I gotta talk to Candy, hold on, oh my god. So, yeah, but I'm here now, I'm here. Okay, and we are starting. We are playing. Oh my god, I'm so happy to see you, Candy, and oh my gosh, I'm also so happy to see you, Jonathan, because
Jonathan Vetter said, hope you like this game.
Oh my gosh, I just realized I don't have the chat up. Let me do that.
Lottie Candy said, the thumbnail is great.
Thank you. Yes, I worked very hard on it. I was like, I gotta put myself next to her. We have to be on the roof together. And then I realized, wait, no, this is a perfect opportunity to put in a splint stick. I should be holding a splint stick next to her. So I think I'll teach this girl about splinting. Oh, I should have made it so that she was holding a splint stick too. Missed opportunity. I'm glad that you enjoyed the thumbnail. So it's me and her sitting together. Yeah. So Jonathan suggested this game for me.
Said, Splint Fever.
Splinting fever. I love that. Yeah. So I think so today I am gonna be in a cabin with this pretty girl, and I'm gonna teach her what splinting is. And yeah, I guess I don't know. We're gonna splint together or something. Jonathan suggested this to me.
Nicholas Bakusa said, a very powerful thumbnail if you ask me.
I'm so glad you think so.
Said, don't be surprised if you end up with a bad end. Just learn and reload if you do.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to make many saves then. Thank you for telling me that, because I will often not save as much as I need to. Like, remember when I played Our Life, which, by the way, I'm continuing tomorrow because I've got the DLCs. When I played Our Life, I lost all of my progress because I forgot to save, so I had to redo it. So, yes, I will make sure to make many saves. That's weird that it's so easy to get a bad ending. But yeah, so Jonathan recommended me this game, and he even sent me money on Steam so I could buy it. So everyone, thank you to Jonathan. Round of applause for Jonathan. This girl looks very cute already. I'm a big fan of the cutesy art style, and I like that this is animated. This looks really cute. I mean, this, like, menu screen, at least. Faye believes that this girl looks a lot like Lucy from a game that I played on here a while back, Lucy the Eternity She Wished For, and I agree, she does look like her, but...
Said, hands clapping, hands clapping, hands clapping.
Yes, applause for Jonathan. I believe that this girl looks a lot like Lucy, but, like, Faye is insistent that she looks exactly like Lucy, and I'm like, no, there's clear differences. They're not the exact same. But I do get the vibe, though. I get the Lucy vibe. You guys ever get a Lucy vibe? Because I get a Lucy vibe right now. Anyway, another thank you to everyone for being here. I'm so glad to see so many people here. And now we are going to start. I already have a feeling that I'm going to like this because this girl is very, very cute. So any game where I get to be with a cute girl, that's a good game. Let's go. New game. Oh, configure settings. These are probably fine. Oh, is it voiced? Is it voice acted? Does this girl have a voice? Customize your character. Oh my gosh, I can give my character a voice? No way. Are all of my characters' lines voiced? There's no way that the main character is fully voiced. No way. That's no way. Okay, my name obviously is Samanthnya. Voice 1 or voice 2 is like one male and one female? Or do you have to play as a male character? I was assuming that the main character is male.
Jonathan Vetter
how's it going?
said, all the characters are voiced. Lottie Candy said, Sam not speaking stream time.
All the characters are voiced? No way. I don't think
Jonathan
I've ever...
Vetter said, press the mic button to test voices.
Yeah, I was just doing that. I don't think I've ever played a visual novel where the main character was fully voiced. I mean, I've played a lot of visual novels where, like, all of the NPCs are fully voiced, but not, like, one... Because, like, the main character is supposed to be, like, a self-insert. Wow! That's amazing, Jonathan, but Candy's right. Candy's right. What does this mean for me as a streamer? I was looking forward to doing the voices. I'm kind of just gonna sit here and let the characters talk. Woo! Oh, that's crazy. And then not only does the main character get a voice, but you get to choose the main character's voice. Now that's a lot of effort. That's a lot of effort put into it. Our Life has some voice acting, but it's like not fully voiced. It's more like some short character lines, like you can make it so that Cove will say your name, but like not all of everything is voiced. And I was impressed with Our Life, but this is really impressive. The fact that it's fully voiced with multiple voice options for the main character. Okay, well this one is definitely a male voice.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Anime boy.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Huyen said, I am going Costco. After I come back, I will join the stream.
Pog! Have fun at Costco.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? So I can be a girl. I can be a girl. I can be a fully voiced girl. Like real life. A fully voiced girl. Okay, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool that I can be a fully voiced girl.
Lottie
Hey,
Candy
how's it going?
said,
Hey, how's it going?
Costco is poggers, so interesting to go in there.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Heck yeah! I'm a fully voiced female main character. Let's go! Heck yeah! Wait, I'm sorry, what's this? Uncensored mode? Excuse me? Jonathan, what's uncensored mode? I'm sorry, let me check Steam really quick.
Nicholas Bakusa said, Costco moment. Jonathan Vetter said, don't use that while on YT.
I'm gonna get banned off YouTube. Where is it? Hold on. That reminds me, Our Life has a... Whoa, that's not what I meant to do. Our Life has an 18+ DLC, and I obviously really want to play it, but I don't know if I'll be allowed to play that on YouTube. I'll have to look into it. Oh my gosh, no, that's not what I meant to do. How can I... Hold on. Let me open
Jonathan
up Steam.
Vetter said, do not use it on stream, it's for naughties I heard.
Naughties. So I guess this is like...
Lottie Candy said, NSFW stream 00.
It's only the 18 plus uncensored DLC is only $2. It's just $1.99. I mean, yeah, I definitely wouldn't be allowed to stream it. Yeah, I don't know. I probably would not be able to stream that. You know what? Maybe if I really like this game, I'll check it out. You probably have to check it out off stream, though. I'm definitely checking out the Our Life 18 plus DLC. I may need to play it off stream, though. It's like a Patreon exclusive thing, so I'm gonna join their Patreon and get it once I finished all the other DLCs and stuff. But I don't know if I'll be able to stream it, both because it's 18 plus and because it's a Patreon thing, so I don't know if they'll want it to be like public. I don't know. But I'm totally checking out the Our Life one, and I will play this just normally, and if I really like it, maybe I'll get the 18 plus DLC. It looks like it's like Nekopara, where you can just play it without the DLC, but then you can also buy it for extra if you want. I mean, a lot of games though, like You and Me and Her are just better without sex scenes, so I don't know if it's worth it. Only $2 though, so. Okay, anyway, this game contains sensitive content and is intended for mature audiences. For more information about our content warnings, visit here. Please confirm that you are over the age of 13 and wish to continue. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, but like, I didn't, I didn't buy the NSFW thing. It can't be that bad. Chapter 1 prologue. Okay.
I don't remember much about the world before this sickness.
Wait. Is that COVID? I was just about to say, is this game about COVID-19? What? This game is about COVID-19? Are you serious? I didn't expect that. Right off the bat, this is not what I expected.
Paylan Nicole said, FJDNSKA.
I feel the exact same way Delaney does right now. This is about COVID-19? What? What? Did I just get myself into a COVID-19 dating sim? What? This is about COVID? No one's... This is about COVID? I didn't see that coming at all. This is a... This is about COVID? No, wrong one. This one. No, not that one. This one. I didn't think... maybe...
Nicholas Bakusa said, perfect.
I guess that explains the title. This is a game about quarantine? This is about the coronavirus pandemic and getting quarantined with a hot girl? Are you kidding me? This is giving me the same vibes as those books that are like dating the coronavirus or whatever. What? This is about, I mean, it only came out like really recently, like this year, right? So I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that that's what this is about, but I didn't see this coming. I did not see this coming at all. What? I didn't think it was gonna be about coronavirus. What? That took me so off guard. That took me so off guard.
Jonathan Vetter said, shocker, right. Elan Nicole said, what do you mean, dating the coronavirus? I'm going to die. Okay,
yeah, so I just realized I said that completely out of context, and some of you might not know what I'm talking about. Geez, Jonathan, you didn't tell me it was about this. There's like these books that are like, okay, yeah, so there's this book. It's gotta be a joke. I'm sure it's a joke book, but like it's a thing. I just Googled it and I found one of these kinds of books for 99 cents. I watched a video of a guy talking about like these books, because there's a lot of variations of like the coronavirus being like a human and then like a romance with it. I don't know. Humans are weird. They write weird stuff. I wouldn't know. I'm a cat girl. But let me see if I can find you guys an example of this. Can I use a little window capture here? There we go. Put it over the game capture. This is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of book that I'm referring to here. I looked up that kind of thing, and this is the first thing that came up. Kissing the Coronavirus Chronicles, Book 1. She was supposed to cure the coronavirus. Instead, she fell in love with it. Dr. Alexa Ashingtonford. This is a joke. Is part of a crack team of scientists tasked with finding the cure to the devastating coronavirus. Little did she know she would end up falling in love with it in this steamy, viral erotica. Kissing Coronavirus is a steamy tale about forbidden love and dark desires come to life. Yeah,
Jonathan Vetter
it's a thing.
Said, the game isn't like that book.
I know, but that's just the first thing I thought of whenever I found out that this was a dating sim about the coronavirus. I was like, oh, that reminds me of this. I know it's not the same thing, but that's what it reminded me of. What are the reviews on this? Oh, and then of course there's like different versions. Okay, there's this book called Courting the Coronavirus, a positively viral love story. There's one called Coronavirus is Coming to Town, a COVID-19 steamy horror story. So yeah, it's a thing. This is not good in any way. Yes, I still gave it 5 stars. Do not go into this expecting a good read, either story or writing. You absolutely have to go into this expecting it to be worse than you imagine it will be and ready to laugh. The fact that it was so bad made me laugh like crazy is why I rated it so high. Here are a couple gems to give you an idea. Alexa edged back, pushing back until her back pushed back against the wall. He also lets out a bellowing bellow. By the way, what is a judder and why is her clitoris doing it excitedly? Her clitoris judders excitedly? At one point, she compares his lips to a chunk of microwaved fish. She also
Lottie
had...
Candy said, Corona-kun stop it, you baka.
Corona-kun stop it, you baka!
Yamate.
Yamete kudasai! she also had perfectly round, perfect breasts, and he later fills her with love lotion. I repeat, do not go into this with a serious mindset. I believe I really, really hope the author intentionally wrote this so badly to bring a good laugh in these very serious times. It made me laugh because of how truly bad it is, so goal accomplished. Yeah, it's a joke. It's 100% a joke. But anyway, I just thought of that book whenever we were talking about coronavirus and stuff. So that's what I meant whenever I said it reminded me of dating the coronavirus or whatever. Kissing the Coronavirus is actually what it's called. If you want to read it, go ahead. It looks like, according to the description, this is the author's attempt at trying to pay the bills following her job loss. So, you know what? If you want to support her, go ahead and read Kissing the Coronavirus. It looks like a paperback is $6.45. You can also get it for Kindle. So anyway, that's just a fun little story. But anyway, I'm sure that Jonathan is right that this game isn't like that, but it's still what first came into mind. I'm interested in seeing where this goes. So I'm guessing what happens is that our character is quarantined with this cute girl, which is interesting because that's not at all what I was expecting from this game. I might have to move myself in my chair out of the way of the box, the dialogue box.
I was just a kid when it started. Too young to fully grasp all the changes happening across the globe.
Oh, okay, so this takes place in a world where the quarantine goes on for a really, really, really long time. So this takes place in the future, like I'm gonna guess 20 years from now. So the quarantine has still been going on, and the main character was like a little kid in 2019, and so the lockdown has still been going on since then. Okay, got it. Got it.
Looking back, it was as though some cosmic clearance bin of trashy dystopian paperbacks was spilling plot points out onto reality. You had your unknown virus, your slow-to-act world leaders, your extremists, deniers on one end, doomsday preppers on the other, and overall just a heck of a lot of scandal and angst.
She's right. She's totally right, though. She's 100% right. I guess what she means by doomsday preppers is, like, the people who are, like, buying crazy amounts of toilet paper and stuff. She's so right, though. It does not feel real. That's a pretty good explanation of it. I will admit this is very, very unique. I'm enjoying how unique this is. Although we're like three lines in, I'm enjoying how unique this is because a lot of games and stories and stuff that have come out since 2019 have kind of just ignored the coronavirus. Like it seems like stories and stuff have just been written the exact same as if the coronavirus never happened. So I really like seeing this, where they're taking the coronavirus and making it a part of the story. I think that's very unique and probably something that should be done more. Making it incorporate the coronavirus into it rather than pretending like it just never happened, like it doesn't exist. I'm going to move my chair. I need to find some place to put myself that is not in the way of the text. I do not want to be in the way of the text, so I need to put myself somewhere. Where should I put myself? Let me... I don't know about that. Where... hold on. Let me just drag myself around real quick. You guys mind if I drag myself? No, I'm too far off screen. Where do I go? I could go down here. I look so tiny. I'm itty bitty. Maybe I could have my full body. I could just be standing. I'll get rid of my chair. I'm making it invisible. I just don't have room for it today. But I I want you guys to be able to read my shirt. How can I stand in a position where I'm not in the way of the text, but then also you can read my shirt? But then I also don't want to be in you guys' way, the chat, unless I lead over. Hashtag VTuber problems. Hashtag just VTuber things. I'm curious, what would it look like if I just stood up with my entire body? Why am I... Why are my knees bent like that? Look at my knees. I never looked at my full body like this before, but my knees... I never realized this. I can stand up on my tiptoes. I can stand up on my tiptoes. How have I never looked at this before? How have I never looked at my full body before? I can stand up on my tiptoes, and then I can go back flat on my feet, and I can bend my knees. I can bend my knees. Aw, dude. I can jump. Whee! Oh man, I gotta buy Ring Fit Adventure and play it, because this would be so much fun. To just be able to bend my knees and stuff. You guys can see my whole body and see me work out. Ooh. 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 I love that. Someone go on my throne wish list and buy me Ring Fit Adventure so that I can do this for an entire stream for you guys. This is great! Did you guys know I could do this? I didn't know I could do this. Hey, Faye the Fox, check this out. I can jump. Woo! Woo!
Paylan Nicole said, the knees bending is like when you have a Barbie doll without joints and have to maneuver her.
Yeah! I look like a Barbie doll without joints. You know the Barbie dolls whose knees kind of just... Yeah. There's like multiple kinds of Barbie doll legs. There's the ones that have the joints. There's the ones that are just like really cheaply made and you can't bend their knees at all.
Said, hi Sam.
Hi Noryu, I just found out I have knees. Noryu, did you know I have knees? I didn't know I had knees. This entire time I didn't realize I could bend my knees.
It reminded me of hands. I have hands.
Hands! I have hands! My hands! I have hands! I love that. Noryu, I can stand on my tippy toes. My tippy whippy toes. And I can stand flat on my feet. And I can go boingy, 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 boingy. Bending my knees. I am bending my knees. I am bending my knees like a cat that has fleas. I don't know, I just needed a rhyme. What if I... Ooh. Ooh. Samanthnya plays with herself on stream.
That sounds so weird.
Guys, I had no clue I had knees. Candy, do you have knees? Candy, I want to see you bend your knees. Bending my knees. Can I just bend one knee? Wow, bending my knees is pretty fun. Yeah, so I look like one of those Barbie dolls where you have to, like, snap their knees. You know those Barbies where their knees kind of, like, snap? Do I have one of those Barbies? Somewhere? I don't remember. I know yeah, like those Barbies where like they don't have like bendable joints, but they do have the knees that you can snap. You like snap their knees back. I look like the Barbies where you can snap their knees back. But I know I have one of those Barbies lying around. The Barbies where you got the knees and you snap them. Hold on, let me check. Barbie doll knees. I need to find pictures. Barbie doll knees.
Jonathan Vetter said, "So, how's the game?"
Well, I've gotten a bit distracted as usual. Let me You see this Barbie doll? You see how her knees are bent? Yeah, like this is one of those Barbie knees where you gotta snap them.
You said, "Also sorry for getting your last stream cornered by like 20 different corporations LMFA, ooh."
Oh my god, I know, I saw, okay, I saw, I gotta check, I saw your tweet, and then I was like, wait, I didn't realize it was taken down. So hold on, let me look at, yeah, you can't watch the stream anymore, I don't think. I'm checking, I'm gonna see what it says. It says, blocked because of a copyright claim. That's what it says on YouTube Studio. Copyright claim, see details. Blocked. No one can view this video due to one or more of the content ID claims below. Okay, how many content claims are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24!
What did you do?
So...
said, "Holy shit."
I know! It's blocked and it's ineligible for monetization. So yeah, if any of you wanted to watch my Typing Tuesday stream, I'm sorry, you can't. It's just not possible anymore. So Faye the Fox, yesterday when I did my Typing Tuesday stream, I got distracted as I usually do, and I started playing a game where you have to guess anime songs, and the entire stream is now blocked. You can't watch it anymore because I got copyright claimed for all the anime songs.
Well, I don't know what you expected.
I mean, yeah, I said something on stream along the line of, oh, I hope this doesn't get taken down for copyright. I hope I don't get copyright claimed. And then Noryu said, well, worst case scenario, part of the stream is muted. And I'm like, you know what, you're right. But no, Noryu, you were not right. You were not right. The, you cannot watch the archive. It's, you just cannot find it anymore. I mean, it's all good because I don't have any strikes on my channel. It's just unarchived now.
Noryu said, "Can't you like automute stuff though?"
Yeah, if I really wanted to, I could go and like edit it or just like clip out that part of the stream so that you can like see me playing Nitro-Type, but you can't see the like anime music guessing part or whatever. Yeah, I could do something, but I'm not too upset about it. It's fine if the archive isn't up. I'm just glad that the stream didn't get taken down like while it was live. I don't really mind that you can't watch it back, but because I've had it happen before where I've gotten a copyright claim while during a stream and it just took down the stream while it was live.
Definitely not a streaming game unless you mute game volume and cover the video.
Yeah, I can't play that on stream anymore. But I can still play it off stream with you or whomever. Yeah, that I'm not doing that on stream anymore. I wonder, did my... Oh, I have a copyright claim on my... Wait, why do I have a copyright claim on Girl Boss Baby's dance party? Oh, for Carmel dancing. I have a copyright claim on my last karaoke stream. What did I get copyright claimed for? Oh, I got copyright claimed for Thriller. That's what I got copyright claimed for. Okay. Wait, why did I get copyright claimed? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I am not, too upset about that. I'm not gonna, go back and, like, try to fix that. Because it's fine. It's, Oh, I didn't even realize the window capture was on, actually. Lol. Well, I don't think you guys saw anything you weren't supposed to. Okay, so, yeah, I guess that's what I should have expected. So yeah, you guys can't watch the VOD of that stream, I guess, unless I go back and, like, cut out the audio and stuff. But it's whatever. They didn't strike my channel. They didn't, do anything, super, damaging. It's just that you can't watch the archive anymore. So, yeah, I'm not gonna stream that game in the future. But, yeah, that's what happened. That's... Sheesh.
Nor you said, I was just thinking, was I really denied a win over Nico Yazawa's Seiyu, and then found out the stream got blocked, lol.
Yeah. Oh well. It is what it is. I don't really... I've gotten, like, demonetized and stuff on, like, certain, streams and stuff before, but, like, the thing is, like, I'm not monetized in the first place. I don't put ads in my videos or anything. I mean, I have Ko-Fi and stuff, but, I don't have, like, I'm not in, like, the YouTube partner program or anything, so it really doesn't affect me if I get demonetized. So, yeah, it's not a big deal. I honestly just think it's really funny. But, yeah, so the the archive is not able to be viewed anymore, but a lot of you got to see it live, so, it's not a big deal. Ooh, jumpy, 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 jump. Yeah, I really do look like Barbie doll knees. You know what? I think I'm gonna go with this. I think I'm gonna stay like this. I will put myself... I'll put myself over... Well, maybe I could go over here. No, I'll go over here. See, my plan of standing up worked. There we go. See, that's smart. I'm not in the way of the text anymore. And now you guys can admire my knees. I like my knees. I couldn't do this in me today. I love that I can stand on my tippy toes.
Said, want to know something weird? The store I work at currently sells tentacled fruit.
Tentacled fruit? What's tentacled fruit? Tentacled fruit. You guys make me use Google a lot. Every time you say something, I have to Google it. What? Whoa, that looks weird. It's called Buddha's... Is it pronounced Buddha or Buddha? Buddha. Yeah, Buddha. Buddha's hand. That looks weird.
Nor you said, it was Nico's SEIYUU. Sorority OKUI does blend said too. Jonathan
it's because I found out I have knees, Faye.
I'll send you a couple pics on Twitter.
Stop looking at your knees and do your stream, dude.
Okay. Faye's getting mad at me for neglecting my stream. Whoa! Look how I can bend forward. Guys, I'm falling!
Stupid.
Oh, I'm falling down!
Dude, do your stream.
Oh, but I'm falling, I can't. I'm tilting. Fortnite tilted towers.
Oh my god.
Faye, don't you think it's cool that I can stand on my tiptoes? This is what I do when I can't reach the pizza rolls.
Sure.
Look at me bend my knees. You can see my panties. Oh wait, I can probably... Hold on, let me zoom in a little more. Seeing how much I can zoom in. Hold on.
I'm gonna go do
What you gonna go do?
homework.
Oh, have fun.
Thanks.
No problem. Let me make myself smaller. Ooh. My knees, they bend. I have bending knees. My knees, they bend. They really do. Bendy knees. Samanthnya has bendable knees, not clickbait. Okay. Anyway, let's keep playing the game while you guys admire my knees. Uni-san. Uni-chan. Ooh, Nichan. Just call me Nichan. Okay.
What it boiled down to was this: stay away from each other.
Yeah.
Yep, that's simple. Stay away. Because the sickness mutated so rapidly, spread so easily, and killed so many that preventing transmission was the only way to stop it from wiping out the human race.
Yep.
A cure could be developed, they told us. Would be developed, they promised.
So in this alternate reality, did they never make a vaccine?
Somehow. Someday. Life changed. Everything from school and work to medical appointments and family dinners became virtual. And as it turns out, hosting an online society requires a lot of computer programming.
So this is an alternate reality, but it's like, what if the coronavirus pandemic turned out this way?
Like, a lot. Lucky for me, I'd always had a knack for stuff like that.
Nor you.
It was
said,
easy to get trained and
Coronavirus,
even easier to
fan
find
fiction.
work. When's the last time you heard a young person say that, huh? I did programming for medical services, government websites, automated manufacturing. There was no shortage of freelance contracts.
That's essentially what this seems to be, a coronavirus AU fanfiction.
Of course, places like movie theaters, shopping malls, and restaurants died out. Even farms and factories became rare, so much of the workforce lost. But to be honest, I personally thought all of it was a net gain for the planet.
What? How so?
Fewer people meant less pollution. War and terrorism dropped to an all-time low. Most people learned to be at least somewhat self-sufficient.
What? What? So, I can maybe understand the less pollution thing, because I have, like, seen people be like, oh, look how much cleaner everything is. Look at the planet after the pandemic. That is something I've heard. The war and terrorism thing doesn't sound right. What, because there's fewer people? Yeah?
There's a huge ass cricket in the bathroom. Can you please kill it?
Guys, I need to go bend my knees to the right over here so that I can go kill a cricket. Hold on. Do. I'm back. So what the main character is saying right now is that a lot of people died from the coronavirus, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing in the long term. I've heard arguments like that before, that a smaller population is better. But no, I'm gonna have to strongly disagree with main character on this. I strongly disagree with her here. No. Large portions of people dying is actually a bad thing. I disagree here.
As for me, well, since my parents both died not long after my high school graduation, I was probably more self-sufficient than most.
Nor you said, is this gonna randomly turn into a romance VN and go absolutely nowhere like adolescent Santa Claus?
Adolescent Santa Claus? I'm sorry, what's adolescent Santa Claus? I'm looking it up. The girl's cute. That's a cute girl. That's a cute girl. Is it a bad game, though?
Daisy Plays said, I
Daisy
am
Plays!
here for a bit.
Yo! What's up? Thanks for coming here. Yeah, we're playing Among Us tomorrow, right? I learned recently that I have knees. Purple is sitting in the way of the camera, so I'm having a bit of trouble with my tracking, but I have knees! I didn't know that. I had no idea I had knees. So now I'm just sewing them off. Adolescent Santa Claus. This is a 20-minute visual novel. It looks so short.
Daisy Plays said, yep we are, just need maybe few more people.
Cool,
Nor
hey!
you said, Game Grumps played it, it's pretty much all carried by the fact the character is, in fact, adolescent Santa Claus. The story goes nowhere and the character interaction is dry.
Seriously? The girl is a younger Santa Claus? Santa Claus is a girl? I should watch Game Grumps play it. That's interesting. Okay. Well, anyway, nor you or anyone else who is here who would like to join the
Daisy
Among Us
Plays
collab,
said,
contact Daisy.
Santa is gender gas.
Santa is gender gas? Oh! That took me a minute, like gender fluid, I see. I'm eating M&Ms. That sounds like a weird concept for a visual novel. Well, I don't know how this is gonna go, because Jonathan says that this story is really good. Jonathan really enjoyed it. So I'm assuming it's good. But anyway, let's see where this goes. Main character girl is saying that the pandemic made people more self-sufficient. That doesn't sound right to me, but whatever.
I was alone for a long time.
Like
Block
Block A.
used to it.
This main character is an angsty edgelord.
At least
Nor
I was
you
healthy.
said,
I had my
when does
routine,
Corona
with
Chan
lots of work
come
to
in?
keep me busy and the internet at my fingertips to keep me from getting bored.
Corona-chan. Yeah, I'm surprised that this isn't gonna take the same route as Kissing the Coronavirus, where you're dating an anthropomorphized coronavirus. But okay, so the girl, I don't know. I'm guessing the route this is gonna take is I somehow end up quarantined in a cabin with this girl. I don't know how we're gonna get to that point, but we are.
What more could I have wanted?
Am I supposed to answer that question? A cute girlfriend in a cabin? I'm waiting for the text-to-speech, okay?
Virus harem with a twist ending where the main dude just gets sick and dies in reality. Jonathan Vetter said, play and see.
Yeah, like you date a virus and you just, you like frick and then you immediately die. Oh, chapter 2 already? That was a short chapter, Jesus Christ. Achievement unlocked, the world as we know it. Okay. Seed? Who's... Am I gonna put my seed into the girl? Wait, okay, does main character girl not voice this? I don't hear any voice acting. Is it because this isn't dialogue? So she voiced, like, the beginning, but everything else, except for whenever she's speaking out loud, I'm gonna say. I guess that's what's going on here. Hold on, let me finish chewing my M&Ms. I've still got a lot of Halloween candy left, so that's what I'm eating. I lived in an off-grid cabin that had been in my family for years. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna be living alone in this cabin, and then main character girl's gonna show up, and we're gonna be all smoochy.
Nor you said, maybe this isn't the angst trademark, and actually you.
Maybe. I don't know, so far I don't really relate to narrator girl.
Daisy Plays said, I did go to trick or treat cause people don't do this here, so have no candy.
Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. If you guys were here with me in person, I'd let you guys have some of my candy. I let Delaney have some of my candy, but she's like so, what's the word? What do you call someone who, doesn't accept, like, gifts from other people? Someone who's, really, what's the word? Who doesn't really need a lot. I don't know. She's just the kind of person where I was like...
said, paranoid.
No, not paranoid. More like low maintenance. Like, she, like... I'll always be like, hey, do you want this? Do you want that? And she'll be like...
Okay, where's the random chatter with the dictionary when you need them?
Exactly! Why do none of you have a dictionary with you? Well, she's just the kind of person where she's, like, kind of, yeah, definitely not paranoid. I mean more like, she, like, I'll be like, hey, do you want me to get this for you? Do you want this? Do you want that? And she'll be like, oh, no, thank you, that's fine. Like, I'm the kind of person where, like, I'll be like, yo, Faye, go make me some pizza rolls. go do this for me, go do that for me. But Delaney is just, like, very, selfless?
Jonathan Vetter said, when I was at work today, I noticed an end cap still full of candy corn.
Oh. Candy corn. Yummy. But Delaney's kind of the kind of person where, she's not a very greedy person. That's what I'm thinking. Not a greedy person. So I'll be like, do you want, you can take as much candy as you want. And she took, like, maybe, like, 2 pieces. I don't remember what she took, but it was not very much. I was like, yeah, you can have whatever you want. And she did not take much at all. That reminds me, I got some popsicles when I went trick-or-treating. Did I? Are those in the freezer? But yeah, she only took, like, a couple pieces.
Daisy Clays said, I would just grab a lot.
Yeah, I was completely willing to give Delaney just a ton of candy, but, she's just not the kind of person to, like, take much for herself. She's just a very, very, very selfless person, not very greedy. So she didn't take much. But that's partially because she has braces. So a lot of the candy she actually couldn't eat because of her braces. But even then, like, she didn't take much, and I was like, you can have whatever you want. Yeah, I love Delaney, but she's definitely the kind of person who doesn't need a lot. She doesn't need much. Like, she won't be like, I want this, I want that, I want this. Very, I guess, I don't know if generous is the word that I'm looking for, but that's one of the words that comes to mind.
Said, when in doubt, swallow the candy whole.
Yeah, what she did with one piece of candy was she just, like, didn't chew it. She just put it in her mouth and let it rest there and dissolve. So, yeah, I guess when you have braces, you gotta find ways around those things. Whew. Anyway, when I was young, we used to visit, an off-grid cabin that had been in my family for years. When I was young, we used to visit every summer just to get away from it all. I'd probably call that ironic, but every time I say that word, someone tells me I'm using it wrong. No, that sounds ironic. That definitely sounds like ironic. I think that's appropriate use of the word ironic. Anyway, when the sickness started spreading, I like how this is very clearly about COVID-19, and yet they don't call it that. They just call it the sickness. Why are you calling it the sickness? Why don't you just outright say it? That cabin became a place to survive. It had everything a small family could need. Though, like I said, by this time I was the sole member of my bubble. I was used to taking care of myself. Wait, okay, so main character girl said that her parents died? Did they die of COVID? On a good day, with the sun shining onto the solar panels, I could get 30 kWh? What does that stand for? Kilowatts? I don't know. Does anyone know what that stands for?
Said, down with the sickness. Daisy Plays said, shush, don't say COVID, it is demonetizing word on YouTube.
Wait, is it
Daisy
actually?
Plays said, and Twitch too, I think.
Wait, no
Jonathan
way.
Better said, 30 kWh is 30 kilowatts an hour.
Oh, kilowatts an hour. Okay, I was right about the kilowatts part. Okay, cool. I didn't know that, Daisy. I had no idea. Is that because... Well, that's interesting. Is that maybe why... Actually, that would explain a lot. That would explain why a lot of people don't seem to, like, straight up say it. Like in this game, they call it the sickness. And I've noticed some YouTubers don't straight up say it. That makes sense.
Nor you said, no partner, no fear. Daisy
Yeah,
Plays
I mean...
said, YouTubers never say it since like 1.5 years ago.
Wow. Okay, that actually explains a lot. Thank you for that information. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that because I don't care about getting demonetized because I don't have a YouTube partnership or whatever. I have a Ko-Fi, but I don't have, like, ads on my videos or anything, so I don't really need to worry about that. But, okay, that's very interesting.
Said, yeah, if you not partner, it is fine.
That's very, very interesting. I think that definitely explains a few things, because I've noticed that HoloLive girls won't say it. HoloLive girls never say it. Like, I remember watching Kiara, and she called it the C thingy. She called it the C thingy, and I thought that was weird. I was like, does HoloLive say that they aren't allowed to say it? But, okay, that makes sense. And that would explain some other YouTubers, too, because I've heard them say, like, like, and then that happened, but they won't say it. Okay, well that's very interesting, Daisy. Thank you for informing me of that. I didn't know. I guess why YouTube does that is because,
Daisy Plays said, "No, I think you have ads, cause they put them on all videos from few months ago. You just don't get money."
I didn't know about that either! I didn't know that! Man, I know nothing about YouTube. Yeah, well, I'm not partnered is what I'm saying. I'm not partnered, so I don't make money from the ads. Sheesh. Wow, okay, that's very, very interesting. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I should tell my dad about that. So I guess the reason why they do that is because they don't want to, like, monetize videos that are spreading disinformation about COVID-19? I have no idea. I don't get it. But that's really interesting. I did not know that. Okay. Huh. That definitely explains things. That would explain things because whenever I heard Hololive girls avoiding the word, I assumed that it had something to do with Hololive. Like Hololive not wanting them to...
said, "Maybe they don't want to trigger people who lost someone to COVID."
Maybe? I don't know. Because I know that some... Because maybe? That's... Okay. Well, that's... I learned something new today. Thank you for that. That's very, very interesting. Wow. Okay. That definitely explains a few things. Okay. Well, like I said, I don't need to worry about that, but maybe that could be why they didn't didn't say COVID-19 in this game, because they knew that, like, YouTubers would want to make videos about the game or something? Maybe?
Daisy Plays said, "Also, why you stream only on YouTube, why not Twitch?"
Yeah, so this is a conversation that I've had before. There are multiple reasons for it. In the past, I have considered switching to Twitch, but I've decided that I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to stay on YouTube. So when I first started, the main reason was just because I had never used Twitch. I was just used to YouTube. I was just completely unfamiliar with Twitch. I never used it. I only would watch VTubers and stuff on YouTube, so I was like, you know what, I'm more comfortable with YouTube. I use it more. I barely use Twitch, so I'm just gonna go with YouTube, because it just seemed simpler. And that's like the main reason that I'm still using it, because it's what I'm used to. But does your body like that?
Yeah.
Okay. But there are other reasons now too. One of which being the bot raids on Twitch. There are a lot of people who get raided by bots, and I don't want to have to deal with that.
Daisy Plays said, "I did YouTube for a year, then I was 14, but switched to Twitch cause it is more interaction."
Yeah, there are some benefits to Twitch. Like something that is on Twitch that I wish I could do on YouTube is raiding. I unfortunately cannot raid or be raided on YouTube, but I like raiding on Twitch. I wish it was a thing on YouTube. So there are some benefits to Twitch, but yeah, there are a few.
Daisy Plays said, "Bot raids have stopped a bit ago."
Oh, okay. They have? Well, that's good to know. But I still think that there are some.
Noryu said, "I really should attempt streaming again."
Yeah, dude. Yeah, but there are a couple other reasons why I don't use Twitch. What what are some oh, right. One of them being that I do like making I do like making videos. I don't do it nearly as much as streaming, but I think it'd be nice to have videos and streams on one place. That's one reason.
Plays said, and I am trying to corrupt one friend to be a streamer, VTuber.
I hope you succeed. I already corrupted my sister and my dad. What are you doing, Purple? Purple's attacking my keyboard. I cannot figure out why. It's like he sees a bug on it or something. Yeah, what are some of the other reasons? Because I know I had quite a few.
How did you corrupt me?
I made you a VTuber.
Sure, you did.
What are some of the other reasons? There were other things. There were other things. I can't remember them. I had other reasons. Hold on, I'm thinking. I feel like I need the... Purple, why are you attacking the keyboard? What did the keyboard do to you?
Daisy Plays said, also, would you mind installing add-on which outs your model hands on keyboard and moves it if keys are pressed? Nor you said, there's a new thing that allows you to turn your Minecraft skin into a fully rigged model, and that's my new tactic for getting my friend to become one LMAO.
I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could turn your Minecraft skin into a model. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty cool. An add-on which puts your model hands on the keyboard and moves it if the keys are pressed. I think I've seen stuff like that before. How do you do that? How do you do that? Where do you go to download that? Craft to VRM.
Said, yeah, it's called Craft to VRM.
That's pretty cool.
Plays said, wait, tell me where, cause that is kinda cool.
Yeah, that does sound pretty cool. Yeah, so Daisy, how do you do the thing where your model moves with the keyboard keys? That actually, because that sounds pretty cool, especially for Nitro Type. I would really like to do that for Nitro Type. That sounds pretty neat. I believe I've seen people do that. Yeah, where would I go to do that, to download that? Cause that sounds like it'd be pretty poggers. What's that called? Yeah, how do I do that? Is it like... Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but I would definitely like to check that out. I've seen like, yeah, I've seen stuff like that before. So I'm curious how you get that to work. Okay, I could get more than 30 kilowatts per hour, more than enough to power the appliances in the house and keep the battery bank full. and since the cabin sat near the mountains, I'd often get a decent power level at night with the wind turbine catching the air coming off the ridge. Okay, sounds like a pretty nice place. And it looks like you've got little flowers and stuff. It looks very pretty. But that night, an anime girl came. That night, it was raining hard. Yeah, I think you can probably just send the link here.
Plays said, "Can I send link here?"
Yeah, that should probably work.
Said, "For Discord."
Actually, yeah, Discord would probably be better. Especially since the text-to-speech will just like.
Plays said, "I am not sure it is the one I meant."
Well, I guess just send whatever you think it is.
Jonathan Vetter said, "Twitter should also work if nothing else."
What should also work? Oh yeah, Twitter. Yeah, either one.
Said, "I tried sending links in chat before and it didn't work."
Yeah, it might not work, so, Discord is probably the best option. So yeah, you can send it on Discord if you'd like. And Jonathan's right, if not that, then, Twitter. But Discord would probably work better than the YouTube chat, because, I think sometimes the YouTube chat doesn't, let you send links.
Noryu said, "Do you have a server, Sam?"
Oh, a Discord server? That is something I've thought about before. It's something I've thought about before, making a Splinter Discord server. But I have not done it. Not yet, at least. It is something I've considered and will probably get around to eventually. But, no, I haven't. I don't have any experience running a Discord server either. So no, I do not have that yet. Keyword yet. I will probably do it eventually. But, Candy and a few other people asked about it too, so that's why I've been considering it for a while. Oh, this is the indoor of my cabin? Why is it so messy? I mean, I guess this is probably...
My hands are pointing to both her room
Jonathan
and
Vetter
our living
said,
room. We
"I have a personal
messy
Discord
house,
server
and
you
her
could get some
room
practice
is
on."
really messy.
Oh, thanks for the offer, Jonathan.
Said, "You can use mine for now. It has no
Dead Trooper here, by the
activity."
way.
I mean, I'll probably just make my own Discord server, though. Eventually. Yeah, okay, in real life, this is probably what my cabin would look like. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. I am a pretty messy person, but come on, this is a fictional game. I should be allowed to have a pretend clean cabin. You know what probably is gonna happen? What's gonna happen is I'm gonna get this anime girlfriend and she's gonna clean for me.
Said, quote unquote, pillaging a follower's Discord.
I'm sorry, what? I didn't... Quote unquote pillaging a follower's Discord. Yeah, I bet probably what's gonna happen is this anime girl is gonna come in and she's gonna clean up my cabin. I'm betting that right now. I am predicting that's gonna happen. I bet she's gonna clean up for me. So when that scene comes up, I'm gonna say I was right. Like most evenings, I spent this one on my computer playing my favorite idle clicker game and browsing the web for news. The news was mostly doom and gloom, of course, but I liked finding the odd tech or space-related articles sprinkled in.
Noryu said, "Corona-chan coming in. Damn bitch, you live like this." I'm positive that's what's gonna happen. That's a perfect way of putting it. I'm positive that that it's gonna be like that. That's exactly what's gonna happen. That is exactly what's gonna happen. Damn bitch, you live like this. It's gonna be just like that meme. I should make a meme out of that.
Oh my god. I need to make that. Oh my god. Hold on, everyone. This is my impression of Corona-chan. You know what? I'm literally just gonna call her Corona-chan no matter what her name is. Damn, bitch, you live like this? I love that. I love it. That's exactly it. That's exactly what's gonna happen. 100%. Oh man. I wish I had an anime girlfriend to clean up for me. I may like wearing maid dresses, but I don't like cleaning. That's a fun fact about me.
Sorry, couldn't find the one I wanted to.
Aw, dang. You know, I can probably just, look it up myself, see if I can maybe find how people do that. I'll do some research into it. Let me know if you do find what you were talking about. Because that would be pretty neat for Nitro type. Because then you could see my fingers go zoom. I was thinking about how badly I wanted aliens to be real when an email alert danced in the corner of my screen. Hold on, I'm gonna clear my throat. Okay. My room is so... My cabin is so messy. So realistically messy. It totally would look like this. I opened it. I got an email. Yet another forward from one of my more gullible work colleagues about a possible cure for the death-dealing virus. This particular claim apparently stemmed from a breakthrough in the study of bovine bodily function. I wonder what that book is.
What a load of bullshit.
This, what's the word for it? Pessimistic? This main character seems very pessimistic. Although I guess that's just how...
Plays. Said. Just like my room.
Yeah, same. This main character seems very pessimistic, but I feel like that's a kind of a trend in these types of stories.
Said. I deadass thought it was gonna be like a friend from high school introducing you to a pyramid scheme.
Okay, that would be funnier. You gotta write a visual novel, Noryu. Yeah, so this main character seems very pessimistic, but I think that's like a trend in these stories where you'll have, like a cheerful, cutesy-wootsy, uwu anime girl who's like a, you know, like a Genki girl. And then like the main character will be like, a nihilist. And like, really like gloomy and sad. And then like this like cutesy anime girl teaches main character how to enjoy life or whatever. I don't know. That seems to be a very common trope. That's a very, very common trope, so I'm not surprised to see it happen in this.
Literally. Good one.
I was pretty much the only company I had anymore, so yeah, I talked to myself. Doesn't everyone talk to themselves, though? Also, I'm a VTuber. Of course I talk to myself. It's my job. I deleted the email, letting out a heavy sigh.
When are we getting a Christmas Carol but the three ghosts are anime babes?
That sounds genius. I mean, my favorite interpretation of A Christmas Carol is obviously Barbie and A Christmas Carol.
Do you have a voice in your head?
Oh, dude, you got a minute?
What?
Okay, there was a, someone had a short, like a 45-minute thing about A Christmas Carol.
Well,
and
you're one of people who don't.
1 year later. Okay, so the ghosts return, and they're like, whoa, we did way too good of a job on you. Okay, you're being way too generous, you're being way too nice to everybody. You gotta dial it back. That's Scrooge, okay? And so the ghost showed him, you know, in the past what he did, and then like in the present they showed that there were some people who were cheating him out of his money from the bank, you know, and he was being too generous. And then what's his face, the little boy who almost died?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turned out that he becomes, in the future, he becomes just as greedy as Scrooge used to be, because he was spoiled rotten by Scrooge. And so the boy who almost died becomes a villain in the future. So when he wakes up from the ghost visiting him this time, he's like, hey, you boy, can you bring me a medium-sized turkey? And you can keep, a little bit of money for yourself, and I need the rest of my change, And so he doesn't become quite so, he learns moderation.
That's kind of silly, but okay.
Yeah, it was silly. See, it was a comedy, obviously. They meant it to be silly, but just some truth to that. I mean, you could go from one extreme to the other, and it can be almost as bad,
Hey, Dad, I have knees. Look at my knees.
You do!
And I can stand on my tiptoes.
It's almost like a Barbie thing.
Oh my god, that's what Delaney said!
Yes,
it looks like a Barbie!
You can bend your knees just a little bit, enough to help get the pants on, But
that's exactly what Delaney said. And I can tilt.
By the way, they have Barbie dressing contests.
You've told me about that. Daisy asks, do you have a voice in your head, or are you one of the people who don't? Honestly, it's a little of both. Sometimes I will, think my thoughts in sentences. Sometimes I don't. Usually I do. I do have a little voice. But
Candy
yeah, some people do, some people don't. Candy!
Wait, how are you doing that? No, said the Michael Jackson lean.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of, too.
My ideas and inspirations come to me in visions and
so you don't have a voice?
Not really. Mine show up as a visual novel kind of thing.
Lottie Candy said, you've been hit by, you've been struck by.
I can't.
No.
A smooth cat girl.
Leaning that way. And then if you look at me, you kind of disappear off the page. Oh yeah, you totally disappear.
Yeah, so Candy, can you not do this? Because I just recently found out I could do this. Are you not able to? Whenever I found out, I was like, oh my god, I wonder if Candy can do this. Does Candy know about this? But,
Candy said, is there a hairless cat girl? Nor you.
A hairless cat girl, there should be.
Why does Lottie's TTS sound unbelievably anxious?
It does sound anxious.
Said, also I sent you link to a website for good model tracking website.
Oh.
Lottie Candy said, I am anxious.
I am anxious. Okay, thank you for that, Daisy. But yeah, so Candy, can you not do this? Because I only just now learned I could do it. It sounded terrified, it did.
Said, wait, what, how are you doing? That sounded genuinely terrified. Lottie Candy said, also no, how do you zoom out? Do I need to re-download a new update for VSF? Daisy Plays said, and I am 2D, nice to meet you.
So the way that you zoom out is by, I actually had to look this up. I had to look it up, so I don't blame you for not knowing, but, you hold down Alt. So...
I think it's Alt scroll, right?
Yeah, but you gotta hold down Alt to zoom out. So that's how you do it. You hold down Alt.
Lottie Candy said, I'm testing this OMFG.
I want to see your knees bend. But yeah, you gotta hold Alt to zoom out. Took me some getting used to figure out how to zoom out. But yeah, that's what you gotta do. I deleted the email letting out a heavy sigh. There was a point in time where I found that sort of thing amusing, the ridiculous conspiracy theories and clickbait titles, but now I just found them sad. I already find conspiracy theories sad. I glanced at the clock. Time for tea. I put the computer into sleep mode and headed into the kitchen. Unrealistic. I would drink Mountain Dew. On my way there, I accidentally kicked a broomstick laying across the floor.
Ow! 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 Why is that even there? I never sweep.
I can tell. In that moment, I judged myself hard. Oh well, the world had basically
Noy
ended, so what was the point of
said,
cleaning up?
British protag.
British protag? kind of does sound like it. Where is this meant to take place? Because she's speaking English, so I don't think it's supposed to be like Japan, but maybe it is Britain. Maybe that is where it takes place. Oh my god, don't tell me the love interest is gonna have a British accent. If the love interest has a British accent, I won't know how to feel.
What, it worked.
It worked! Yay! I want to see your knees, Candy. I want to see your knees. Show me those knees, girl. Show me your knees. Send me knee pics. I want to see your knees. I want to see your knees. We could like bump our knees into each other, like our knees are kissing. Give me those knees. Hey girl, you got any knees? Send me your knee pics. Send me. I want to see your knees. It wasn't like I was expecting company. I kicked the broom aside and carried on. You know what? Good point. Good point. If you're in quarantine,
Noy
why clean?
Said, Black Plague Chan speaking in the most northern English accent.
What if...
Lottie Candy said, what if we kissed knees in the movie theater?
Yeah, we should have our knees kiss, Candy. Bend your knees and like send me a like video of your knees bending, and then I'll like edit it so that our knees are kissing. That'd be really cute and kawaii. Oh my gosh, I I kind of think it's kind of amusing that you didn't know how to zoom out in VC Face. Because you've been using VC Face longer than I have. In the kitchen, I steeped a nice big cup of herbal tea, then I tossed my used tea bag into the compost bin, noting as I did that the bin was nearly full. The kitchen looks
Lottie
less
Candy
messy.
Said, I can't believe it either, lol.
I'd have to take it out soon, empty it into the tumbler with the rest of my food scraps and plant waste, then probably in the spring I'd add fresh compost to the garden, give my plants a healthy nutrient boost. I left my plants. I wanted them to be strong in case they ever needed to defend the cabin from zombies or traveling salespeople. You like plants versus zombies? Smirking to myself, I stood in the kitchen and sipped my tea. The only sound was the muffled rush of the rain outside, so peaceful. Is that anime? Is that Corona-chan? I think it's Corona-chan. What was that? A fox prowling outside? A raccoon? Is it Faye the Fox or Snuffy? Which anime animal is it? There wasn't a person in my garden, was there? I went to the window, peering out into the darkness and listening hard.
I don't have to go out there and check, do I?
Tigger, don't touch my cat. Luna, stop hissing at my cat.
I mean, someone could be in trouble. But then again, someone could be trouble.
Your mom is trouble.
Maybe just stand on the porch and yell for whoever it is to get off the lawn.
Dad is very loudly listening to Party in the USA.
Lottie Candy
I weighed my
said,
options.
I can move myself around too. Oh my god.
Nice! Congratulations, Candy! Candy has also discovered the wonderful joy of having knees. I can stand on my tiptoes. Candy can stand on her tiptoes too, probably. We have together discovered the joy of knees. That is so poggers, Candy. I'm so happy for you. I weighed my options. I guess I need to save because Jonathan warned me about the choices. But obviously what I'm gonna do is investigate the noise, obviously, because I want to further the plot. The scream really had sounded human. I couldn't just ignore that. As much as I wanted to stay inside, warm and dry.
I was raised by humanitarian hippies, and all I got was this pesky conscience.
I think the main character is kind of annoying and edgy.
Kidding. Love you, Mom and Dad. Please don't haunt me.
I set down my tea, went to find my crank-powered flashlight, and shoved my feet into a pair of boots. It's a crank-powered flashlight? I have a flashlight kind of like that. It's not crank-powered. It's like... You shake it. You shake it, and then so that it lights up. So it's not like... Yeah, it's... you have to shake it to make it light up. So you kind of like jerk it off. I have a flashlight that you have to jerk off. You've got to just like shake it up and down to power it on. And shoved my feet into a pair of boots. Hopefully and probably I wouldn't find anything out there, but checking was the right thing to do. I pulled open the door and stepped out onto the porch. The flashlight flickered pathetically. Luckily, all you need to power up hand crank flashlight is hands, which I had. My hands! I have hands! That is the second time so far in this stream that I was reminded of that meme. I have a crank one, Pog.
Lottie Candy said, I have a crank one. Rush Booyan said, I'm back from Costco wholesale.
Hey, what is up, Arshbion? I learned that I have knees. I scanned the dark garden. Raindrops lit up as the light passed over them and the trees and shrubs around the cabin swayed. All I could hear was wind and rain. A chill ran down my back.
Yo, anybody out here? No? Cool. Have a good night then.
I turned to head back inside. A small voice stopped me in my tracks.
Hello? I'm here. Would you mind, helping me out of this, please?
The rain seemed to beat down harder as my pulse sped up. I turned my flashlight toward the voice, my hand visibly trembling. Do you have a mask on?
Candy said, making a blue screen video for URN.
Nice. Pog.
It sure is cold
Our
out.
Rush Booyan
I'm
said,
definitely not shaking
you're
out of
showing
fear
your
because
entire
that would be
body
super
and
lame.
legs. Wow, this is rare with sighting. And also, what are you playing?
Yeah, it's pretty rare that you get to see a VTuber's full body, so this is a very unique experience. I did it because I didn't want to be in the way of the text box. Although I am covering my name a little bit, but you already know my name. You can tell it's Samanthnya. What I'm playing is, it's called Cabin Fever, and it is about me living by myself in a cabin during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I'm quarantined, but I meet an anime girl. Jonathan recommended this game to me, and he actually gave me the money to buy it.
Name is now Samanthnya.
Yeah, Samanthnya, yeah. Okay. It sure is cold out. I'm definitely not shaking out of fear because that would be super lame. You're telling me that you heard that anime girl's voice asking for help, that cutesy wootsy little voice, and you're shaking from fear? I don't like this main character. She's such a wimp. I forced myself to step down off the porch and follow the path until finally I was close enough to make out the shape of a person.
Ooh, nice, interesting. Is there a link, and is this free also?
No, RSBeyond, it is not free. Jonathan actually bought it for me. It was, it's like $10. I think I got it when it was on sale, so it was like $8.99. Let me check Steam. Yeah, it's like $10 or so. Cabin Fever. Yeah, it's $9.99 on Steam at the moment.
Rush Booyan said, oh, is there a Black Friday discount for something in the future like Cyber Monday, etc.? I said, genuinely anticipating Corona-chan on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to meet her. I've been live for an hour and 30 minutes and I still have not met Corona-chan. Yeah, so RSPN, I got this when it was on sale because of the there was like a big sale on Steam like right before Halloween. They had like a Halloween sale. But that's over now. I used some of the money that Jonathan gave me for The Sims 4. Because that was on sale. It was only $10. And so I'm going to stream that very, very soon. So yeah, there was a big sale because of Halloween. But right now, since it's not on sale, Cabin Fever is $9.99. I forced myself to step down off the porch and follow the path.
Sent you the video file on Discord, lol. Rush Booyan said, like what I meant, would there be a Black Friday discount or in the future?
Steam has a lot of sales all the time, so... Oh, a lot of you, Soul. Thank you for being here. Steam has a lot of sales, like, all the time. So, yeah, I am positive that it'll be on sale again in the future. Thank you for the video, Candy. I will check that out soon. But yeah, okay. Let's see if let's meet Corona-chan. I don't know why main character is scared. It's a cute little anime girl voice. There's nothing to be afraid of, stoopy. Baka. I forced myself to step down off the porch and follow the path until finally I was close enough to make out the shape of a person. As the weak flashlight beam illuminated more, I gasped.
Also, the truth I joined your channel is cause Sold recommended, and I would agree. Heart.
Yeah.
Noryu said, MC is drenched at this point.
Yeah, she's gotta be so soaking wet. Yeah, Ars Beyond, you're one of the people who discovered my channel through Sold to Typing.
Lottie Candy said, literally showering. Arash Buyan said, thank you, Soul.
Yeah, I'd once again like to say, shout out to Sold, because Sold, him, like, making a video with me in it and, like, telling people about my channel and stuff actually contributed to a lot of my growth. So he's a really cool dude. Okay, I was close enough to make up the shape of a person. Okay, I gasped. Booty! Booty! Let me put my face in the booty. Oh yeah, booty!
Arash Buyan said, I love this channel. Is mean your VTuber avatar is a cute smiling cat with heart eyes.
Thank you. You're gonna regret
Arash
saying that
Buyan
because I'm humping
said,
an anime girl right now.
Mean is awesome. Soul said, 7W7.
707?
Said, you're thrusting her now.
I am. I'm thrusting this anime girl. I'm like, when you find a girl out in the rain and she shows you her booty, obviously you're just gonna start humping her. I'm humping this anime girl now. This is why women want me in Fish for Me. I'm humping her. I mean, why is she positioned like that? You need
Lottie
women fear me,
Candy
fish want me.
Said, you need women fear me, fish want me now. Arash Buyan said, actually it's the truth, your face is so cute, or at least your VTuber avatar. Noryu said, if you ever make a channel trailer, this needs to be a clip in it. Lottie Candy said, she surely fears you at this point.
She definitely does. You're right, Noryu. Arish Beyond, you think it's cute that I'm humping this anime girl?
Jonathan Vetter said, you won't like why she is in that position.
Oh. I was wondering, why is she in this position? What is going on here? Oh no, what happened? This is such a funny position. The fan service is so obvious. The very first scene we see of her, she's just got her butt sticking up in the air. I'm just humping her. I'll make my own 18+ DLC.
Said, booty booty.
Booty
Arash
booty.
Buyan said, not talking about your body, just talking about your face, heart grin.
Thanks, because I made the eyes myself, so.
Said, don't need the NSFW version now.
Exactly.
Noryu said, you motherfucker, why are you sifting through my trash?
I found Corona-chan going through my garbage, so that I started humping her. Humping Corona-chan. Whatever I'd been expecting to find, it certainly wasn't this delicate wisp of a girl. Yeah, you're a delicate wisp. I'll delicately wisp myself into your butt. Ugh. Humping her. You're outside this girl's cabin. You ask her for help, and she comes out. And
it's kind of weird you're pumping her. It's kind of weird she's crying and you're pumping her. I am laughing for real right now. Ha ha. Lottie Candy said, you are just girl boss baby now.
Exactly. I'm girl boss babying right now. This is totally what girl boss baby would do. This Corona-chan is like, hey, whoever's in this cabin, can you come out and help me? And I, a cat girl wearing a "Women Want Me, Fish Fear Me" shirt, come out and just start humping her.
Said, it's kinda weird you're pumping her. It's kinda weird she's crying and you're pumping her. I am laughing for real right now. Ha ha. Lottie Candy said, it's why I never bend over around him.
That's probably for the best. Also, he'd probably smack your butt, and if he did that, he might kill you because his hands are so big. Here, I can touch her butt with my hands. See, I can move my... God, this is why someone's gotta buy me that leap motion controller. Dude, wouldn't Girl Boss Baby be so fun with leap motion? He'd be terrifying with leap motion. I'm touching her butt. Yeah, I'm gonna slap that butt. Okay, hold on.
Lottie
I'm
Candy
poking her butt.
said, are his hands big or is he just small? Rush Booyah said, like you're pumping, I am laughing so hard, grin 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 grin.
I like how Arash Buyan is calling it pumping. That sounds even grosser. That sounds so much grosser. Just... Okay, I'm moving on with the story now. She was so pale she almost looked like a ghost. Even her hair, long and clinging to her face in the rain, shone bright, almost white in the glow of the flashlight. She crouched on her hands and knees in the mud as though she'd fallen.
Rush Booyan said, now I am laughing even hard, it's so funny. Lottie Candy said, Girl Boss Baby would be pumping at the mouth right now.
That's a good idea!
Said, thinking about the iDub screen, that's quite large. Dumb Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, Sam versus Bubsy Bobcat.
Oh my god, Dahir Behi is back.
Behi said, one VTuber. Dumb Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, one orange bobcat wearing a red.
I'm face fricking her.
Said, oh god, this again. Dumb Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, 3 awful games.
I'm gonna sit on her face.
Said, that made me laugh even hard. It's like you're flying and pushing and smacking her face. I can't stop laughing.
I'm stepping on her butt.
1999 to hear Behi said, one awful cartoon pilot. Lottie Candy said, splint on her. Dumb Drum
Splint on her.
1999 to hear Behi said,
I'm bullying this poor
VTuber
girl.
kind rests on the shoulders of one cat girl and her foxy sister.
I love your fanfic.
Rush Booyan said, laughing even hard were OMG, ha 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 ha.
Oh, sorry, Corona-chan. Gotta do what I gotta do, you know?
Dumb Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, and the final battle will be settled VTuber to Bobcat. Dumb Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, Bubsy, what could possibly go wrong? Rush Booyan said, ha ha, grin 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 grin. Rush Booyan said,
I can poke her in the
don't
butt with
do
the splint stick.
Inappropriate things, grin grin grin, open mouth smile.
I'm poking
Lottie
her butt with
Candy
the splint
said,
stick.
is that even the correct direction for the splint stick?
Okay, there's a diagram
Dumb
for
Drum
it.
1999 to hear Behi said, Sam's wiener. Nor you said, are these the kind of streams I miss?
Yep.
Rush Booyan said, is this inappropriate?
Yes.
Lottie Candy said, yes.
Hey, a fun fact, I just want to let you guys know this in case you don't know. This splint stick, the, actual name for it isn't a splint stick. The name of it, the name of, the brand, and the name of the device is called Release. It's called Release.
Lame.
Lottie
No, I think
Candy
that's hilarious.
said, no, the name is Splint Stick.
But isn't
Rush
Release
Booyan
a funny
said,
name?
Are you gonna get a stream takedown from YouTube or something for inappropriate?
I don't know if this is allowed on YouTube, but I've never gotten in trouble for that before. I've gotten in trouble for copyright, but not this. So this is how it's used, actually.
1999 to hear Behi said, Bobsy and accolades war on VTuber kind.
Yeah, so this is actually how it's used. Press the vaginal wall back to align the colon for proper evacuation. Here, let me use my splint stick as like a little pointer.
For the record, we have researched this, and this is stupid. Don't do it.
Lottie
What?
Candy said, I thought
We
that was
look
a
at it,
handle,
and
not the
doctors say,
insertion
"Don't do
point.
this." It's
No, it's
Dum
actually
Drum
very, very
1999
healthy and
to
good
hear
for you.
Behi said,
Delaney's suffering.
VTuber kind is doomed to become extinct. Elan Nicole said, I hate this so much. Arash Buyan said, I'm gonna play on Pokey. Daisy Plays said, okay, I came from bathroom and WTF.
I'm just having a little lesson here. So the way that you use a splint stick is you actually have to put it in angled part first. So you put it in that
Elan
way.
Nicole
You put the angled part
said,
in.
I'm going to snap one day and it will be your fault, Jay. Dum Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, Bobsy Bobcat. Dum Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, the worst game character ever made.
I love
Dum
being a
Drum
VTuber.
1999 to hear Behi said, he sucks. Dum Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, his games suck. Dum Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, his cartoon pilot was a flaming dumpster fire.
So you put it in this way. You put the angled part
Dum
in.
Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, and he rips off much better games.
And then you press the angled part against the back of the vaginal wall, and you got your bowel here, your bowel and anus, and it's full of poopy that you can't get out of your butthole. So yeah, see, fecal matter. So you press it back towards you. You press the vaginal wall back to align the colon for proper evacuation, and then it goes bam against the poopy, and then it squeezes the poopy out of the anus. So that's what you got to do. You got to put it in that way, the opposite direction of how I'm holding it. It's got to be the other way around, and then you press it up against there. You use the bent part
Dum Drum
to press
1999
the
to hear
bowels.
Behi said, asterisk $1. Lottie Candy said, if this is possible, then why do we not poop during?
Okay, that's a pretty good question. That is a good question. I don't know how to answer that.
Lottie Candy said, maybe we all do. Maybe we all have this whole time. Elan Nicole said, buries my head in the ground like Moscow. Dum Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, PINGAS. 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 Lottie Candy said, Pingus. Jonathan Vetter said, let's move on, please. Arash Buyan said, but Samanthnya CH, can I be called as Clutch Typer for my future channel? Dum Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, you know what they say. Lottie Candy said, do we need to mute him, lol? Dum Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, all toasters toast toast. Dum Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, ma boy. Arash Buyan said, But Samanthnya CH, can I be called as Clutch Typer for my future channel?
Yeah, I can call you Clutch Typer. Also, I think that,
Lottie
Jonathan
Candy
is right, that we
said,
need to move on.
This is literally the most chaotic stream RN. Jonathan Vetter said, give him a mute for now.
I think Jonathan is right, that we do need to move on to the other way that the release device can be used. It actually can be used with the other, end first.
Said, but Lottie Candy mute who?
It can be used like this. You can put in the straight part like this. Press upward toward the navel to improve opening of the rectal sphincter for better evacuation. So you can just like put it, you can put it under you like this.
Said, who is getting a mute?
You can put it under you and press up, so that your anus
Lottie
can,
Candy said, I don't like biology.
and this is education. Yeah, so this is something that you can do. You can just put it under you and push up to open up the anus.
Said, GHGSTBUZTERZ.
Zed.
Lottie Candy said, Sam Sex said.
Yeah, you can press up to make it more opened up. You can just go, and then the anus can use its poopy powers. So yeah, that's one way that you can use it. Fun fact there. The magic of the splint stick is that it has many purposes. You can use it for things other than splinting. You can use it as a little pointer to point out a splinting diagram. So that's why I love the splint stick so much. It's got many, many uses. So anyway, that is how you use a splint stick. You can use it in either of those ways, but if you want to get a little creative, I guess you could use it in other ways too. The possibilities really are endless. Here, the splint stick can go in her mouth.
Lottie Candy said, this also makes me wonder how the body does not evacuate during sex.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that happens for some people. Well, the thing about the splinting device is that you push it, to push the poop out, you push it back rather than, like, up.
No.
It's not about, like, pushing it up inside you like you would put a pee-pee. It's about pushing it back. So, maybe that's why. Let me go back to thrusting. Okay, I will read this description while I thrust and force my splint stick into her mouth. She crouched on her hands and knees in the mud as though she'd fallen. You know,
Lottie
considering...
Candy said, yeah, but sometimes the pee-pee does push back, at least in my experience, LMAO.
That's true.
Jonathan Vetter said, back to the game, please.
Well, see, maybe the thing is, like, maybe you weren't full of poop at the time. Maybe it just depends on how full of poop you are. Maybe if you, like, really, really have to poop, and then, like, I bet you could use a PP as a splint stick. Hypothetically, you probably could use a PP as a splint stick, is my hypothesis. But I'm not a doctor, so I don't know. Ask your doctor about that. 100 questions raced through my head. Where did she come from? How long had she been out in the storm? Why wasn't she dressed for the rain? Was she lost? Was she sick? Yeah, why doesn't she have pants? Also it said that she was crouched in mud. Considering the demonstration I just did for you all, I have a feeling that's not mud. I tried to sound tough, like my dad would have.
You there! What are you doing on my property?
Why are you acting like she's a criminal or something? She's just some girl that you're thrusting your... splint stick into. The young woman squinted against the flashlight.
Please, I got lost and I promise I wasn't trying to steal anything.
Her voice quivered, which I thought was kind of dumb. What? Why is this main character
Lottie
so
Candy
mean?
Said, ask your doctor if Benny's is right for your poopy evacuation needs.
Yeah, why would you use a splint stick when you could just use a Bennis? After all, she was the interloper. It was me who should be freaking out, which I was. What? Main character, dude. Main character sucks.
Well, then explain yourself. Why are you just laying on the ground there? Seems pretty sus.
Sus?
Lottie
Amogus? Amogus?
Benny's bingoos bingoos.
Amogus? Sus, Amogus. Like, Corona-chan is the imposter? Corona-chan vented? Corona-chan is the imposter. Corona-chan is the imposter from Amogus.
AMOGUS, AMOGUS.
AMOGUS. Why the heck did I add that last
Lottie
part?
Candy said, Amogus, sus, imposter corona, among us.
Why the heck did I add that last part? I feel like this game is acknowledging that they did that to make it an Among Us reference. What was I trying to do, lighten the mood? The girl turned her head away. Was she trying to make me feel bad? Was she, God forbid, stifling a cough? I took a step back, unwilling to take any chances.
I can't get up.
Good. I am mistreating Corona-chan. Her matter-of-fact tone surprised me. I guess I was expecting some elaborate sob story and/or pleas for food or money or medicine. It could still be a trick, I thought. She could be getting ready to rob me. Why are you thinking this? At this point, my flashlight was starting to lose its brightness. Dang it, I can't see what I'm humping! I stood there cranking the handle to power the light back up. It was a long, awkward intermission, backed by the droning sound of the flashlight being worked. But the light was coming back on. I would crank a few more times to shine it brighter on her. I'm not showing you that. I've made myself big so that you cannot see that. Because I don't want to see it.
Ooh.
Lottie Candy
I'm not showing
said,
it to the stream.
A
That's what
bear
I did.
trap? Is that what that
Said,
is?
Yep.
I told you UWOULDNT like it.
That
Lottie
is
Candy said, oh my god.
I am covering it. You are not looking at that. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
That could be much worse. I mean, you know, it's not too
That's... I know, but I'm still... I mean, yeah, it's not the most gory thing I've ever seen, but it's still... I'm still blocking that. I am covering that with my body. You are not allowed to see that. Jesus. Oh my goodness. And I was humping her while she...
Lottie Candy said, I did not expect this.
This changes the fact that I was humping her. This makes it even worse. It was already pretty bad, but this makes it worse. Ew. Yeah, Jonathan, you were right. I do not like that. I do not like that at all. Ouchie, wouchie. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow, ow. Ouchie, wouchie. That looks like it hurts. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, that's a bear trap in her leg. Does not look very
Jonathan Vetter
comfortable.
said, get her out of the trap.
Yeah, I will. Okay, okay. The whole horrifying picture became clear. Somehow the girl had gotten her leg caught in one of my animal traps. She must not have seen the old rusted thing in the dark, and it had grabbed her calf and torn it open.
Lottie Candy said, tune it at 7 where we discuss the strange case of an anime cat girl vigorously thrusting against a poor incapacitated anime girl rather than helping her.
I'm gonna get arrested. Okay, so this probably wasn't a trick.
Oh my god. Are you okay?
Sorry for humping you. I started to move towards her, but then my own legs froze in fear of getting close
Jonathan
to another
Vetter
human.
said, lol.
Well, what are you gonna do, not help her? If she was sick, then I could get sick. But then I had no way of knowing whether or not she carried the virus, and right now she was hurt and trapped because of me. I felt horrible. If I left her to fend for herself, anything could happen. A hungry bear might come along, the weather could turn freezing, and even if she did manage to get herself out of the trap, she would probably develop an infection fast in such a nasty wound. Yeah. What? Are you seriously considering just leaving her? You obviously can't just leave her. That's clearly out of the question.
Lottie Candy said, "This anime girl qualifies as a special victim, now call Olivia Benson."
I set a bear trap that I set a bear trap that ended up hurting this anime girl, and then I started humping her. I sexually assaulted this anime girl who got caught in my bear trap. I'm a bad person. Swallowing hard, I clenched my fists and forced myself to approach her. I had to get away, way too close for comfort, but I crouched, opened the trap, and freed her leg. Ouch, 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 ouch. It was bleeding pretty heavily, though now that I could see it up close, it didn't look to be as deep as I feared. Still, you know, it probably really hurts. I don't know if she can walk. Probably not. And you're right that it'll probably get infected. There's a lot of things about this that are like, okay, that's bad.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you found me. I was afraid I'd be trapped in that thing all night.
Yeah, what the heck would have happened if I hadn't helped her? I stood up quickly and took a few steps back. For some reason, the girl was smiling at me. Didn't she understand that it was my stupid fault she'd gotten hurt? Yeah. And I humped her. Here, put the splint... Oh, nope. Here, put the splint stick back in your mouth. I humped her, put my used splint stick in her mouth, splinted on her, and got her caught in a bear trap, and
Lottie
she thanked
Candy
me.
Said, "I don't understand how she isn't losing her shit. The pain would be setting in by now."
Yeah, why is she not freaking out? Maybe she is maybe I was right earlier. Maybe she is just an anthropomorphized virus, and she is the coronavirus, and therefore she does not feel pain. Then again, maybe she shouldn't have been sneaking around in the dark. Why are you blaming her? My brain bickered with itself over who was to blame before realizing the girl wasn't able to get to her feet. I reluctantly offered a hand, wishing I'd thought to put on some nitrile gloves. But why would I have thought of that? I hadn't seen another human in... How long had it been? Accepting my help, the girl climbed to her feet. She wobbled, leaned in, and grabbed my waist to use me as a crutch. Oh, whoa! She's grabbing my waist! Oh, whoa, XD! Oh, I can move out of the way now.
Sorry. Is it okay that I'm touching you like this?
Yes, please touch me more. I love how she's
Lottie
asking...
Candy said, "UWU Kawana-chan got caught in a BRTWAP."
Ooh, Kawana-chan got caught in a bear trap. A bear trap that I set, so then I started humping her, and I put my splint stick in her mouth, ooh, and I splinted on her, ooh. Here, this cat can have the splint stick in its mouth. I like how I just saw her and immediately started humping her without
Lottie
consent,
Candy
but...
said, asterisk humps and splints on you, asterisk.
Humps and splints on you. I saw her, and I immediately started humping her without consent, but she's, like, holding on to me because she can't walk,
Lottie
and she's,
Candy
like,
said,
asking if it's okay.
X3C.
Corona-chan cares about consent. I do not, evidently. Evidently. She's like, is it okay that I'm touching you? And I'm like, dude, I literally just humped you. Her words sent a chill down my spine. Touching? Oh, touching? Woo? Just the thought of it made me break out in a cold sweat.
It's fine. Let's just get out of this rain.
What was I doing? When had I decided to let her into my house? The warm light glowing inside the cabin was like a beacon drawing us in. Well, said my brain to itself, I guess this is a thing we're doing now. I no longer needed my flashlight, so I tucked it away and used that hand instead to help support the injured girl up the pathway. With my arm around her waist and her arm around my shoulder, it became very clear to me how small she really was, small and delicate like a folded paper crane. A soggy, limp paper crane in a drenched dress that clung to her shivering body. If she's this small compared to me, how small is she? Because I'm pretty short. She's shorter than me?
Lottie Candy said, "What the actual frack is wrong with this MC? Like, why would you not help her and let her in your house?"
I think I just hate visual novel MCs in general. They're always like this. Like, I can't believe I'm helping this girl right now. I freaking hate you, MC. Just then, my pant leg caught on something, a nail jutting out from the side of the porch. I felt the fabric tug and rip as we moved past. Great, what an evening this was turning out to be.
Dumb Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, "Wanted dead or alive?" Dumb Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, "Bubsy Bobcat." Dumb Drum 1999 to hear Behi said, "It all went wrong." Lottie Candy said, "Literally needs serious medical attention."
Yeah, exactly. Why is the outside of my house so dangerous? I have nails jutting out, I have bear traps, like, this is a very dangerous place. Once we made it inside, I helped the stranger sit down in a wooden chair. I made a mental note to disinfect that chair later, and my clothes, and maybe even the flashlight, but first aid. What was I gonna say? Right. Yeah, I'm
said, "Bim back, did I miss anything important?"
You missed a lot. Wait, when did you leave? You saw all the humping and stuff, right? I think you missed her getting I think you missed
Lottie Candy said, "Let's just say no for the sake of your mental state."
You missed the bear trap. I really am expecting her to go, "You live like this?"
Where did I put that kit?
I was never good at staying organized, really. Even on my computer, all my folders and internet tabs were a mess. No point fighting entropy, that was my philosophy. I searched the drawers, the counter, the floor, and nearly tripped over that dumb broom again before finally finding the first aid kit. What are these boxes in the corner?
Said, "How's the social link with Rona Chan?"
I don't think Corona-chan and I have a great relationship so far. I set a bear trap. She got caught in it. I humped her. I splinted on her, put the splint stick in her mouth. Then I very reluctantly, apparently, freed her from the bear trap and brought her inside. After complaining about it for a long time because my main character is trash. So neither I nor the main character have been very nice to her so far. So I don't think I don't think she's gonna be in love with me right away. Not a very good first impression, I'd say. It looks like over here, main character has like some board games or something. What are these? It was not well stocked, but it would do for now. I gathered up some towels and my forehead thermometer too, then I washed my hands, put on some gloves and a face mask. Yeah, you haven't had a face mask on this whole time. From an old box in the back of the cupboard, and brought everything over to the waiting girl.
Before anything else, let me scan your temperature.
I held the scanner up to her forehead. 2 seconds passed before we heard the good beep, which meant her temperature was normal. Okay.
No fever. That's a relief. Do you have any other symptoms?
Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Well, it was still better to be cautious. I barely breathed as I took her leg into my lap and started tending her wound. Ah! That still looks bad. I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. mean, I know Jonathan's already
Lottie
seen this,
Candy
but...
said, "This is the weirdest foot fetish fan service ever."
I know! Is this supposed to be hot? I think it's supposed to be foot fetish fan service because they've got her foot, like, being held up right there. And they drew her, like, all cute and, like... Is this supposed to be sexy? Because they
Lottie
really...
Candy said, "Wet sock too."
Yeah, this is... I think this is supposed to be sexy, but that is not a very sexy injury. That looks really gross and bloody and painful, and,
Noryu said, "I'll take gore over feet any day."
I have to... I move myself so that I'm censoring the foot and not the blood. Oh, it looks like it hurts, though. I feel so bad for her. She didn't wince or complain at all. Jesus Christ. Does she have superpowers? She was tougher than she looked. What the heck? It was the opposite I knew. I looked mean even when I wasn't trying, but on the inside I was basically a fluffy yellow duckling with anxiety. If our situation were reversed and it was my leg all cut up like that, I'd probably have been a weepy wreck spouting rare and extravagant curse words. But she just sat there quietly watching. How? Bruh. That looks awful. It looks so bad. I don't want to show it to you guys. It looks so bad.
Are you a doctor?
I mean, like, obviously there's worse gore out there, but I don't want to show this still. I'm not a doctor. I can explain splinting anatomy to you, but I can't do anything else. I'm sorry. Was she joking?
Do you honestly think I look like a doctor?
Yeah, who looks at me and thinks, yeah, this cat girl wears the women want me fish fear me shirt. I trust her with medical issues. Way to draw attention to your looks, idiot, I thought to myself. Not that I cared, really. It was just that I hadn't combed my hair in a few days, or weeks. And I'd been living in the same set of clothes for a while now. A ratty old t-shirt with a rocket ship on the front, and a pair of jeans that had long gone out of fashion. Hot, right? Why the heck did they spell hot like that? Hot? Like, ooh, XD? That is so hot. That is so hot, XD. Hot. In another life, I might have felt self-conscious. Hot? Not about my teeth, though. Never about my teeth. Dentists were kind of a thing of the past, and since I wanted to keep my teeth for chewing purposes and whatnot...
This was definitely written by a dude.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's actually why I'm kind of surprised that it gives you the option to have a female main character, like with a female voice and stuff. I was expecting that this was going to be one of those games where I'd have to play as a guy. So I am quite surprised that it gives me the option to play as a girl, because this was most definitely written by a guy.
Well, I'm not sure what a doctor looks like, but you seem to know what you're doing, and you're a very kind person. So I believe you if you told me you were a doctor.
Well, she's so innocent. This is the most innocent person I've ever seen. Like, I set a trap. Like, okay, excusing what I did, excusing what I, Samanthnya, did in regards to splinting on her and stuff, main character is the reason that she got hurt, and she's still like, yeah, I trust you. I believe whatever you say. Like, what? Why? She's so just. She's just little baby, you know? I looked away, awkwardly holding a clean bandage against the gash in her leg. The towels I'd used to clean the wound were now a pile of blood-soaked, mud-stained rags on the dirty floor. Ew. How is she not muddy? Have you guys noticed that she's not muddy at all? They talked about there being mud, and her, like, kneeling in mud. Why does she have no mud on her? Like, she's wet, like, we see water, but, like, she's not muddy? Why isn't she muddy? Was I a kind person? No, main character, you are not. And I don't believe I am either, considering how I treated her.
It's just basic first aid, not a big deal. Here, hold this. Put pressure on it while I wrap it up.
I wrapped a length of gauze around her narrow leg to hold the bandage in place.
That should be okay overnight, but we should probably clean it again and rewrap it tomorrow.
Noryu said, considering out-of-universe actions, why is she trusting someone who humped her while she was stuck in a bear trap? LMAO.
Yeah, this doesn't make sense considering in-universe or out-of-universe actions. Okay, it's wrapped up in a bandage now, but there's still blood, so I'm still standing here. Her leg didn't leave my lap. Instead, she wiggled her toes and shot me a small smile. Why? Why is there foot fetish stuff going on right now? This is not the time for foot fetish stuff. Why am I supposed to be horny for feet right now? Because if I was, even if I was the kind of person who was into feet, this would not be a horny time moment, you know?
You're going to let me stay
Lottie
here?
Candy said, oh thank God she can wiggle her toes.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna let you stay here, but I know the main character is gonna be like, I shouldn't do that.
Huh?
I looked up at her and instantly forgot how to speak because suddenly I was struck by how pretty she was! I mean, the rain had really done a number on her, but still. Okay, that seemed kind of out of nowhere.
Noryu said, wait, did the dude who suggested this? Lottie Candy said, call 911. Hello.
Jonathan, are you into feet?
Jonathan Vetter said, not really.
Explain why you played this, Jonathan. Is main
Noryu
character supposed to be
said,
into feet?
That's not an explicit no.
That isn't an explicit no. She must have been around 20, give or take, not too much younger than me. She was thin, but everyone was thin these days. With her, it was like...
said, I needed something to pass the time, really. Lottie
Fair
Candy
enough.
said, is she going to not call for medical help? She could get infected.
So I think, so this... I don't think they're able to in the world that this takes place in. Because this is like an AU where the coronavirus had very, very bad, very long-term effects on society. So this takes place like 20 or so years in the future. And,
Noryu said, the game speaks volumes louder than any defense you have, judging by the detail on the foot and its distance from the screen.
Exactly. Why does it... Why is her foot like that? Why is her foot like that? Yeah, I don't think... So, main character says that...
Lottie Candy said, why foot fetish? Why foot? Why fetish?
Exactly. I keep wanting to call main character he, even though I made her a girl. Because you can just tell this was made by a guy. So main character, she, says that she hasn't seen anyone in a very long time. And, so everyone is, like, completely quarantined from each other.
Noryu said, why meat beat to feet?
Meat beat
Lottie
to feet.
Candy said, men do not know how women behave. LMAO.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, so I don't think they can call 911. That's what I'm assuming.
Said, her backstory is a sad one.
Oh no, I'm gonna feel really bad for her. Yeah, I am wondering what's going on here, why she's here, how she got here and all that, so I am interested to find that out. But I don't think that they can call for 911, I don't think they can call for help because main character says that he hasn't seen anyone in a while, and like it seems like a very large percentage of the population is dead. Lots of people are dead, and So it's kind of like an
Jonathan
apocalypse
Vetter
situation going
said,
on here.
You won't find the backstory until late in game.
Oh, dang.
Nor you said, oh great, we're gonna massage her toes while she trauma dumps.
Yeah, essentially. She was thin, but everyone was thin these days. With her, it was like she'd been built this way, small and delicate and weightless. Her dress was simple and a little threadbare. The rain had soaked through, and I realized I could sort of see her undergarments! Ugh! Main character, stop being horny! Stop being horny! Go to horny jail! Stop being horny! I quickly averted my eyes, my cheeks warming. I hoped she hadn't noticed me looking because I really hadn't
Naughty
meant
Candy
to look.
said, you so small and delicate and baby-like.
Small little baby woo. They're really making sure that you know that.
You said clean it again tomorrow, right?
Oh, that is true. I did say that. I did say that. The room seemed to spin a little, and my face went from feeling very hot to feeling very cold. Stay away from each other. That was the rule. What was I supposed to do? Okay, I mean, first of all, she's a girl who needs help. Like, obviously help her. Second of all, you took her temperature, and she said that she wasn't feeling any symptoms. So she probably doesn't have COVID.
Kick her and her feet out.
Kick her and her feet out! I mean, obviously, no, I'm not kicking her out. Obviously, no. If you do choose the second option, she really shouldn't be here. Is that just the end of the game? You just kick her out and then that's it? I don't know. But obviously I'm not choosing the second option. Maybe it's okay if she stays. Look how pitiful she is, said my brain. My brain was right and I didn't know what to do except go along with it.
Well, it's not like I'm going to just send you back out into the rain.
Exactly.
Not by yourself, anyway. Is there anyone else in your bubble? Anyone I can call to come get you, or...?
She looked down into her lap.
No.
Oh. Her response made me too nervous to ask any further questions. I wasn't sure I could handle a tragic backstory at that particular moment. In any case, I knew that if my parents were still around, they'd never have sent this girl back out into the night. They'd have let her stay at least until she got her bearings. Yeah, wouldn't most people? I sighed, giving in. The fact that I've been in front of her foot for so long is making me really uncomfortable.
Why is it still on the feet frame?
Exactly!
Said. Also, if this is like relatively post-apocalyptic, why is her outfit like that? This visual novel is actually nonsensical.
Yeah, okay. I'm very, very curious why she's dressed like that. When do we get to figure out why... When do we find out why she's dressed like that? Why... Because, like, main character herself even said something along the lines of, why is she dressed like that in the rain? Why? Why is she wearing that?
Okay. Well, you can sleep on my couch tonight. We'll figure the rest out tomorrow. We should really stay at least 6 feet apart, though.
I think it's a bit too late for that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
She nodded and gently removed her leg from my lap. Okay, can we stop looking at your foot now, please? Oh my god, we're still looking at her foot. I moved back, making more space between us, and sat to examine the rip in my pant leg. Meanwhile, my brain tried to fathom what was happening. I'd brought a stranger into my house. I didn't know who she was or where she'd come from. This seemed like a bad idea, but also a tad surreal.
Damn, I liked these pants.
Oh no, did you get hurt too?
Jonathan Vetter said, you will find about that last in-game.
Okay,
Jonathan
I
Vetter
definitely want to know.
Said, late asterisk you. Jonathan Vetter said, having trouble typing right.
How much you guys want to bet? Oh, okay, I bet. I'm positive that not only will this girl clean my house, but she will also know how to sew, and she will sew my pants back up.
Naughty
I'm
Candy
positive.
Said, how many hours is this game?
That's a good question. How... Jonathan, do you know how long this game is?
Nor you said, asterisk insert withered wojak asterisk.
Yeah, Jonathan, do you know how long this game is? Because I know that it took you, a little while to finish it. I don't think I'll be able to do it all in one stream. I think it'll take a few streams, but I don't know exactly how long it is. So Jonathan, if you know, I am curious.
No, it's just a rip.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Lottie Candy said. She will probably also try to cook and either it'll be great or she'll fail, but in a cute way.
Exactly.
Jonathan Vetter said. IWASNT tracking how many hours?
Okay, I'll look it up then.
Said. This game will either be a drag or an awakening, and I fear the latter.
Exactly. Okay, Steam says more than 3 hours of gameplay. More than 3?
Lottie Candy said. I fear this game in general.
Yeah. More than 3 is pretty vague, though. Like, well, you know, if it's 3 hours is pretty short, though. I can probably, if it's that short, I can probably do it in one stream.
Lottie Candy said. 10 hours is technically more than 3, so it means nothing LMAO.
Exactly.
Jonathan Vetter said. Well, it has been 2.5 so far.
Yeah, but that's just because I got so distracted and started doing my own thing, you know? Because that's how I am. I wonder how many chapters there are. Because I'm on, like, chapter 2, right? Yeah, I don't know. I might be able to get it all done in one stream, though. Because I was thinking it was gonna be, like, 5 or 6 hours, in which case I'd separate it into multiple streams, but 3 I might actually be able to get done tonight if I make it a kind of long stream. It looks like what the Steam page said is all that I can find, though. With a branching, replayable storyline. Yeah, I don't see, like, any, like, reviews or anything that say how long it is.
Sam has been fucking around for like an hour and a half, so this game could be an hour for all we know. Lottie Candy said. Me need shower, but holy hell, I hope this game doesn't get too much worse.
I hope this game... Okay, I think it's about 3 or 4 hours. I think it's about 3 or 4 hours. That's, but knowing me, it'll take much longer than that. Because, Noryu is right. I spend a lot of time effing around. No matter what game it is, I spend way too much time effing around. I'm no offense, Jonathan. I'm gonna be honest. This game is kind of cringe, but I think it's in an enjoyable way. I think it's cringe in a way that I can make fun of it and stuff. I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? Oh, right, yeah. Earlier I compared this to Lucy, the Eternity She Wished For, because the love interest looks a lot like Lucy. It still feels like Lucy, because I remember when I played Lucy, I spent so much time not playing the game and just messing around. I spent so much time on those streams just goofing off and moving my model in like weird positions and just doing so much stupid stuff. I get distracted playing most games and doing most things on this channel, but I got really distracted during that particular stream. I mean, those streams where I played that, I got super distracted. And I was playing it with Faye, so Faye got really annoyed with me. It was just like this. Okay, finally we're not looking at her feet anymore. I got really tired of looking at her feet. God, I wonder if there's gonna be anything else I'll have to move my body to censor. Okay, I'm standing here now. Alright. I got up and made more space between us. She stood up too, testing her weight on her injured leg. Yeah, she can walk now, right?
Wow, it already feels so much better. You must have a magical healing touch.
Guys. Her mouth moves when she talks? Her mouth moves when she talks.
Noyu said. Lip sync.
She has lip syncing. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Have you guys ever seen that before? I've never seen that before. She lip syncing? No way. No way. That's kind of weirding me out. That's sort of freaking me out. I mean, it's cool. It is very cool, but I'm also a little freaked out. I'm not used to that. I'm not used to that
Noyu said. Actually, next level for a game in general. That's some triple a shit.
Exactly. I'm like freaked out. I'm like, no way. That is I don't even know what that is. I don't know how to describe my emotions. It's weirding me out. It's weird. It's cool, but I'm like, that's a weird thing to see. That is so weird. I was starting to think she might be one of those weird optimistic people. Also, it was hard to think straight with her standing up in that very damp, very revealing dress. Stop being horny! Stop being horny! It's No Nut November.
You need to take that dress off.
What? Stop.
Wait a minute, isn't she in a lot of pain?
Yeah. She's in a lot of pain, but the main character's being horny.
Said. Non-stop nut
The guy
November.
who made this video game is obviously a guy.
That's what Candy said!
And I'm gonna guess he's a Republican.
What? What does that have to do with anything?
Because he'd be empathetic. A woman who's just had her leg in a bear trap.
If this was a right-wing game, then it wouldn't be about coronavirus.
It's about coronavirus?
Yeah. Main character, please stop being horny.
That came out wrong. What I mean is, it's wet and cold, and I'm sure you'd feel better if you changed into something dry and warm.
Yeah.
I'm sure I have some extra clothes you can wear.
My girlfriend's gonna wear my clothes, woo? Well, we're definitely not girlfriends at this point.
Really?
Hot in the face, I ran off to procure a basket of old clothes from my storage closet. I hadn't worn them since my teenage years. They were too small for me now, but might be a good fit for her.
Here, take whatever you want. They're all clean.
She's got little stars in her eyes, little sparkles. I dropped the basket on the table and walked backwards away from it.
That's so nice of you. I'll get changed now.
I watched her take the basket and hobble out of the room to change where I couldn't see. When she came back, I was surprised to see that she had chosen a button-down that was part of my old school uniform from back before everything went online. Oh, I mean, of course. I mean, what's cuter than a cute girl in an oversized button-down shirt? I'm gonna say this again. I'm very, very surprised that this game let me choose my gender and didn't force me to play as a guy, because I feel like I would have preferred that, because it's really, really weird hearing this all come from a female character, because this doesn't seem like anything that a female character would say or think. Of course. Of course. What else was I expecting? Of course. Of course. And she still doesn't have pants. She couldn't find any pants that would fit her. I'd been much younger and much smaller when I wore that shirt, but still, it swam on her frame. It almost looked like a nightgown, which was probably why she had chosen it. Yeah. Okay, whenever I was looking up how long this game was, I saw something from the creators of the game, where they said something along the lines of, we make our characters gender neutral so that any player may imagine themselves as the main character. And I'm like, no, you don't. I can't relate to this main character at all. I do not find her relatable, even the slightest bit. Only thing relatable about her is that she has a very messy living space. She's not relatable, and I refuse to believe she is a girl.
I haven't felt this comfy since I don't know when. It's a school shirt, right? I always liked the look of school uniforms, but I never got to wear one. All my classes were online.
So, yeah, so she's younger than me, so she never went to school in person? For some reason, that made me a little sad. I myself had so few memories of the world before the sickness. It was hard to imagine not having any at all. You know what? As someone who has done regular school and online school during, as someone who has done regular school before the pandemic and online school during the pandemic, I can say I actually prefer online school.
She is coronavirus LMAO.
Yeah, she's Corona-chan. Why does she have a wing in her hair? She has a very unique hairstyle, by the way.
How old are you?
Yeah, how old are you?
21. My birthday was actually last week.
Oh, wow. Isn't she the same age as Candy?
Oh, well, happy belated birthday. Do you have a name?
Do you expect her not to? She's got lots of cleavage going on. Look at that cleavage. This game is so horny. I'm kind of glad I didn't get the 18+ DLC, because it'd probably just be feet the whole time.
Jonathan
of course
Vetter
I do.
said,
It's Mallory.
did you notice the wing in her
Mallory?
hair is part of the title?
Oh, yeah, it's part of the logo. Yeah, I did see that. She doesn't... Mallory, is she... She doesn't look like a Mallory. If you showed me this girl and asked me what her name was, I wouldn't say Mallory. She just... That's not a Mallory. She's Corona-chan. I'm calling her Corona-chan. I caught this girl in a bear trap. I humped her. I splinted on her. I shoved my splint stick in her mouth.
Jonathan Vetter said,
and now I'm
I have a
refusing to
niece
call her
named
by her
Mallory.
name. You have a niece named Mallory? Yeah, see, Mallory, she doesn't seem like a Mallory. She doesn't look like a Mallory. I don't want to call her Mallory. She's Corona-chan. I'm calling her Corona-chan. She can't stop me.
Nice to meet you, Mallory.
Nice to meet you, Corona-chan.
Well, not nice, exactly. Weird to meet you, I guess. I'm not used to people.
Yeah, I get it.
Bless ye, uwu. Oh my god, look at her mouth. She's got the little uwu mouth. I love her uwu mouth.
I didn't mean to trespass onto your property. I really did get lost. And then the rain started, and I could hear these dogs or something howling. I was scared, and I ran towards the first light I saw.
I nodded as if to say I understood. It was true that there were things like wolves and coyotes in the area. That was why I'd set up an extra secure fence for my chickens. What? You have chickens? You didn't bring that up.
But what were you doing out there in the first place?
You know, I guess that does explain how the main character gets food, because she says that she hasn't seen anyone in a super long time. So, and she says that she has a garden. So I guess that she grows food and she has chickens.
I would rather not talk about that.
I'm very
Nor
curious
you
about what her
said,
backstory is.
I keep thinking I've heard her voice before. If this is a voice actor, I know I'm gonna peel my face off LMAO.
You're gonna peel your face off? I'm
Damon
curious.
Sam
Let's...
said, no, I'm late to stream today, loudly crying.
Hi, Damon! What is up? You missed a lot. I'm gonna look up who the voice actress is. I'm looking it up. Wait a second. I just realized something. I just realized something. This doesn't have to do with the voice acting. But this is made by the people who made Crush Crush. Did you guys know that? This was made by the people who made Crush Crush? That explains it, because I saw here in the corner that one of the games lying here was called Crush Crush, and I was like, oh, that reminds me of the... And then, like, earlier they said something about, like, playing an idle clicker game, and I was like,
Jonathan
oh, like Crush
Vetter
Crush?
said, I did.
Oh, Jonathan, you should have told me. I've been considering playing Crush Crush because it is free. Same with Blush Blush, because Blush Blush actually has a character who is supposed to be a parody of 707.
Noryu said, "This is apparently her only role, but I found her Twitter. Let's boost her."
Oh, cool. What's her Twitter? So she hasn't done anything else before? I say that like she like, oh, she's got a...
Noryu said, "Maripatsu."
Okay, I see her. She's got a Picru profile picture, which for some reason I didn't expect. Wow, okay, she's not very... I'm surprised. She's not very, like, popular, is she? She's only got 25 followers? I assumed that she was, like... like a voice actress who had done a lot of stuff before, or that she had done stuff before, you know?
Noryu said, "She's pretty talented from what I'm hearing in this game."
Yeah, so I'm surprised. I'm pretty surprised because the voice acting is good, but this is her only thing? Alright, yeah, you know what? I'm following her too. Good for you, Maripatsu. Maripatsu, you...
Jonathan
you go. You,
said,
queen.
"She needs more work."
Yeah, she's good. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. Okay, no, I was just gonna look up the voice actors. I think that was all I was gonna do. Wow, okay, interesting. I stared at her totally perplexed. Why the secrecy? Should I press for more? I would like to, but it's not, it would be rude. I want to ask. I do. I really want to. But it's rude. That's rude. I'm not gonna make her uncomfortable. I've done that enough already. My god.
Noryu said, "Be rude, smile."
I'm not gonna be rude! I decided not to push it. It was all too much and I really needed sleep. My toe was hurting where I'd stubbed it on the broom. Really? It still hurts?
Don't worry about it. You're here now, so just take the opportunity to get some rest.
I skirted around her to grab some blankets. I maintained a wide berth as I dropped them on the couch, offered her a glass of water, pointed out the bathroom, asked if she needed anything, all from afar.
This is perfect. Thank you so much for everything. Truly, I'm lucky to have met you.
Are you serious? I caught you in a bear trap.
Yeah, just try not to touch anything, okay?
Arash Buyan said, "Samanthnya, I am currently making a pre-upload for my channel and you're being featured right now. Shout out to you."
Aw, thank you.
Noryu said, "Maintained a wide berth."
Yeah, that is a phrase that people use. I shuffled my feet awkwardly.
Okay, I'm going to bed. Bye.
I hope you have sweet dreams. I'll see you in the morning.
Why is she so sweet? Why is she just so nice to me? Oh! Let me put my face in him. I want to put my face in him.
Damon San said, "Wow."
Ooh, I could put my face...
Noryu said, "No shnesty on the couch night one, mom."
No. No schnasty on the couch night one, ma'am. Well, I'm still putting my face in her boobies. Let me put my face in your boobies. Boobies, 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 boobies. I'm a boobie girl, not a feet girl. As I made my way up the stairs to my bedroom, I glanced back. Mallory was already curled up on the couch, looking
Damon
quite
Sam
cozy.
said, "No Samanthnya, no rolling on the floor laughing."
But boobies! Look at those boobies! Look at them! She's got so much cleavage! Booby time! I couldn't remember the last time I had anyone in my home, even briefly. I'd been so careful for such a long time. Yeah, no wonder main character's horny. I didn't know where she'd been or if she'd been as careful as I was. But when my gaze fell on her, I thought she was gonna say boobs. Bandaged leg. A prickle of guilt surged up.
Good night.
Oh, Yasumi Nasai. Oh, now I go bed. I finished climbing the stairs and flopped down on my bed. I was so exhausted, emotionally puzzled, and mentally drained, it didn't take long for me to fall deeply asleep. Chapter 3, Germination? Oh, I get it. So it was like seed, then germination, then like a plant
said,
growing?
"The feet frame was so much longer."
Yeah! Why that cute CG only lasted for like 2 lines, but the feet thing lasted for ages. Why? Okay, how many chapters are in the Bible?
Lottie Candy said, "Tuning in for a moment from inside the tub to posit this question. There is a 18+ version of the game, and you can choose to be a girl, thus you would have gay sex. This game is written by a man too." Lottie Candy said, "Does this mean a man had to write lesbian segs?"
Oh no, this game has lesbian segs written by a man? No, no, that fear, much fear.
Nor you said, "Fear."
So much fear. Hold on, I want to see how many, parts there are. There are... How many chapters? Come on, tell me how many chapters there are. I don't know how many chapters there are. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't spend the $2 on the 18+ DLC
Jonathan
because
Better said, "There is, last I checked, there is at least 6 chapters, could be 10. WASNT paying full attention."
Okay, at least 6. Well, if there are 6, that means that we're halfway through. And if we're halfway through, then I could probably go ahead and try to finish this in the stream.
Lottie Candy said, "One chapter is actually just the segs."
Segs. Just the segs. If there... If... I'm glad I didn't spend the $2 on the 18+ DLC, because lesbian segs written by a man is...
Lottie Candy said, "I'm asking the important questions here."
Yeah. Okay, maybe we can try to finish this in this stream. We can try. We'll try. Let's go. Cock-a-doodle-doo. I woke as usual to the happy sound of a rooster crowing in the garden. The sky was clear and the early morning sun was bright and cheery. You'd think a morning like that would have put me in a great mood, but nope. Seriously? Even though you've got a cute anime girl downstairs? All night, my dreams had revolved around strange bugs infesting the cabin, hordes of them squirming inside through every crack. I must have been tense all night because my neck had a painful kink in it. I had definitely woken up on the proverbial wrong side of the bed. I suppose I'd forgotten about my house guest, or at least I hadn't remembered to think about her yet. I was busy making a list of my head of the work I needed to get done today. That's when the smoke alarm started shrieking. Candy, you were right. She is going to be adorably bad at cooking. It's the adorably bad at cooking love interest. And she probably cleaned my house. She cleaned my house, and she is adorably bad at cooking. I'm calling it right now. I bolted upright in bed. There was someone in my house, and I'd let her in, and yep, I could definitely smell something burning. I rushed to put on some real daytime clothes and barreled downstairs. Mallory stood in the kitchen looking mortified. A little smoke hung in the air, but I didn't see any flames. Whew. Grabbing a chair, I jumped up to silence the smoke alarm.
Thank you. I'm really so sorry. I tried wafting a dish towel at it, but the alarm just wouldn't stop. I didn't wake you, did I? Oh.
I wasn't really listening to her. I was too busy creating space between us and also looking for the source of the smoke. There it was, a pan with a charred black mass sitting in it. I didn't know what she'd burned, but she'd really burned it.
What is that?
Oh, I thought I'd make you breakfast as a thank you. My mom used to have the best recipe for potato pancakes that would always fuel me for the day.
Adorably bad at cooking Corona-chan. I called it. Well, Candy called it. Candy totally called it.
But these... well, I'm not totally sure what happened. I never used a stove like yours before, so this batch got a little... overdone. Maybe I can scrape off the burnt part.
It sounds to me like every part is the burnt part.
You know what? Forget I said that. It's all
No,
burnt
you
part.
That's what I said.
I'll just clean up my mess and then I'll make you a new batch.
wake me,
And I will
it was the
definitely be
fucking
more careful
smoke
this
alarm.
time.
No, you didn't wake me. It was the smoke alarm.
Hang on. Did you say potato pancakes?
Look at that uwu face. I'm gonna eat some chocolate.
They're the best. It's too bad this first batch didn't turn out because I spent all morning digging up the potatoes, washing them, peeling them. They were so tiny it took extra long, and I was worried you'd wake up before I could finish.
Yeah, she's adorably bad at cooking. I bet they were so tiny because they weren't done growing and she just dug up these tiny potatoes that weren't ready to be dug up yet.
Luckily, I've got some other treats on the go as well, so you're not going to starve. Just let me turn on the toaster real quick.
Oh no, I don't trust her. She turned, reaching for the toaster handle, but the microwave was running and the kettle was boiling and...
Wait, stop!
Too late, she'd overloaded the solar panel's inverter, and just like that, the kettle, microwave, toaster, and kitchen lights all shut off. Oh god dang it.
Why did you do that?
Corona-chan, having plated the overdone pancakes for some reason, dropped the plate in alarm. It smashed, flinging shards of itself across the floor. The blackened pancakes bounced like rocks. This girl's making my life harder. Sad potato rocks.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make you some breakfast. I didn't mean to cause so much trouble. I'll clean this up.
Aww, she's so cute. I sighed in frustration. All I had wanted was to make coffee and sit down at my computer just like every other morning. I couldn't do that now because I had to get the power sorted and check to make sure she hadn't completely destroyed my precious garden.
Are you angry with me?
I mean, kinda. How was I supposed to answer that? No. I was definitely upset. I definitely didn't like this situation, but it wasn't like she'd intentionally ruined my potatoes. She'd only been so audacious as to dig them up without permission. That was pretty audacious. She didn't ask for permission. But then again, I humped her without permission, so who am I to talk? Long before they were ready. I knew it. Before they were ready, that's what I said. Even after I'd specifically told her not to touch anything. Oh right, I did tell her that! Yeah, so she messed up. I looked away.
I'm just
Nor you
not a breakfast
said.
person.
How was I supposed to answer that? A fully justified death grip to the throat.
Oh my god, Noryu. Noryu's gonna strangle an anime girl. I'm just not a breakfast person.
I'm really sorry. I just wanted to do something nice as a thank you for letting me stay here. I promise, I'll fix everything and then I'll just get ready to leave.
How can you be mad at her? You can't be mad at her. It would be wrong to be mad at her. You cannot get mad at this girl.
Sure, whatever.
Achievement unlocked, rippin' potatoes. I turned away and went to haul on my work gloves and books.
I'll be out in the yard for a while.
Wait, did she cry? Was she crying? I went out, and as I pulled the back door shut behind me, I heard a soft sound from the kitchen, like a heavy sigh or a stifled sob.
Lottie Candy
Did I make her cry?
said, she has a very slappable face TBH.
Candy? Candy, how rude. I can't believe you guys want to physically harm this anime girl. What the heck is wrong with you guys? Wait, was she crying?
What did I get myself into? For real, I can't believe...
I continued muttering grumpily to myself as I strode out into the garden. That's a big garden!
Noryu said, Lottie and I are going to beat coronavirus to death.
Dude! Dude. Then I took a deep breath of fresh, cold air. It had an autumn bite to it, but the sun was warm. I felt instantly calmer.
Well, she'll be gone soon anyway.
I took my time that morning, dealing with the power issue and making the usual rounds.
Candy said, single-handedly defeating corona and homelessness all in one.
I forgot. Yeah, that you defeated homelessness. Candy has defeated homelessness and coronavirus? Wow, you're so talented, Candy. I took my time that morning dealing with the power issue and making the usual rounds. Happy hens? Check. Busy beehive? Check. You have a beehive? I did a rough count of the firewood in my shed, then made a way back around to the front of the cabin. Main character is way more prepared than I would be. Oh no. I stopped when I saw the bloody animal trap where Mallory had gotten hurt the night before.
Damn. That had to have been painful.
I felt pretty bad. The traps were only supposed to be wards, something to keep my bubble a little safer from dangerous wildlife. I'd never meant for anyone to get hurt. I looked at the trap, wondering if I should rethink my setup. I'm saving before every single option because Jonathan warned me. I'm moving it. I decided to move the trap and set it up further away from the house, closer to the woods.
Maybe next time I'll catch something less likely to ruin my day.
Wow. The main character's mean.
Okay, that was a bit harsh. She didn't mean to ruin my day.
Main character is just like Candy and Noryu.
A rabbit would be good, though.
I ignored the sudden craving for
Lottie
rabbit
Candy
stew.
Said, I feel bad for whoever had to voice act this.
And having finished with the trap, wandered down into the garden. Right away I could see where Mallory had dug up breakfast. I surveyed the overturned earth with a heavy heart, noticing a handful of small potatoes uprooted and abandoned. Well, I could always plant something new here. It was the right time of year for garlic. The sun had already climbed high into the sky, and I was feeling almost warm enough to peel off my sweater. I figured I should probably go inside, maybe eat something, check in on poor Mallory, and get to work on my computer. I knew it! What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I knew it! I told you. I told you all. Right away. As soon as I saw how messy it was. I told you. I said it. I told you she would do this. I was positive. I was sure of it. I was so right. I was right, you guys. Right away, as I went inside and kicked off my boots, something didn't feel right. It took me a moment to realize she cleaned the cabin. I knew she would. She cleaned up. I told you she'd do that. I told you she'd clean the cabin. I knew she was gonna do it. I knew she would. The mess was gone. There were no brooms on the floor, no garbage bags waiting to go out, no scattered crumbs or dust bunny cities. Everything looked so clean. It literally sparkled. But how? And why? Had Mallory done all of this just to make up for that little breakfast fiasco?
Whoa, this is really nice. Like, really, really nice.
As I looked around at all she had done, I started to feel like a bit of a donkey. I figured I should apologize, but where was she? She hadn't left already, had she? She's so cute. That sounded so cute. Then I heard something coming from the bathroom, the sound of splashing water and a small voice humming a happy tune. My heart sank.
She couldn't. She wouldn't.
What's she doing? I'm trying to figure out what she's doing. I don't know. Without thinking, I threw open the bathroom door.
Jonathan Vetter said, the MC will eventually warm up to Mallory.
Well, of course, that's always how these things go. Boobies, boobies, boobies,
Nor
boobies.
You said, God damn it's Sam.
Boobies. We stared at each other, both of us shocked at my intrusion. Then my brain kicked back into gear and I tore my gaze away from her. But it was too late. I had seen everything, including the tub full of water, and I shoved my face into her boobies.
What are you doing?
I was just taking a bath.
Wait, is she not allowed to do that? Do we have like a limited supply of water or something? I'm assuming we have a limited supply of water and she just wasted a ton of it. I pointed in the direction of the bathtub, keeping my eyes fixed on the door frame. But don't you want to shove your face into some clean boobies, main character?
That's my water supply.
I knew it.
It's still warm if you want to use it.
Corona-chan bathwater? I'm gonna get in Corona-chan's bathwater. I'm gonna drink it all. What? Did she not get it?
That's my water supply. My fresh water, my drinking water, my everything water. What were you thinking? Why did you use so much?
Panic was really setting in now. What if she'd run the cistern dry? I'd almost have nothing until the next rainfall, and who knew when that would be?
Oh my gosh, I had no idea. I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I really didn't know.
She's causing so many problems. I'd never run out of water before, but that was because I'd always been so careful. This could be the very day I had so deeply feared would come.
How do you survive this way?
Yeah, how has she survived so long? It really makes me think that she's just, like, dropped out of the sky or something. Like she's an alien or something.
It's like you're constantly wasting things.
I mean, main character is rude, but she's right. If Kuroda-chan causes one more problem, I will snap. Like, I do like her. I like her, and I don't want to be mean to her. And, I think that main character is a little too mean to her. But she wasted my water supply. She dug up my potatoes. She's kind of ruining everything, actually. Being cute can only get you so far, you know? Like, I will get mad at you.
Is this why you were out in the rain last night? Did your bubble decide to kick you out because you don't know how to think before you act?
Okay, no, main character is too mean. Main character is too mean. I would not be that mean to her. Stop being mean, main character. That was uncalled for. You are being too mean to her. Her mouth popped open. Yeah, mine did too. Jesus, that is so rude. I immediately felt bad for shouting. I really was in a bad mood today.
Just finish up in here. And don't drain that water, okay? I'll repurpose it for laundry or something.
Let me shove my face. Just Just... I didn't want to acknowledge my own anger or the tears that had sprung into her eyes at what I'd said. In any case, I needed to check the rain barrels, like, right that second. I turned my back on her and walked away. For the rest of the afternoon, I sat at my computer waiting for Mallory to leave. I just couldn't stop thinking about her. And by that I mean I couldn't stop thinking about how naive, careless, and wasteful she was. Nothing to do with her shimmery eyes or how sweet she seemed to be, even when everything else was horrible. Nope. The good news was I'd checked the rain barrels and the situation wasn't as dire as I'd feared. As long as it rained again sometime in the next few weeks, we'd be okay. Okay, so you overreacted. Still, I sat at my computer for a long time, entirely unable to focus on my work. When Mallory finally reappeared, she was holding the cardboard box of my old clothes. For some reason, she was still only wearing a bath towel. That made me feel all sorts of uncomfortable feelings, and I tried extra hard to keep my eyes on my computer screen. Main character is getting a boner. I pretended to type. I noticed the box had more clothing in it than before. I even saw some of my favorites peeking out. I cleared my throat loudly, and Corona-chan looked at me.
What are you doing with those clothes?
Oh, I was just going to go through them and sort out what's good to wear. I hope that's okay.
How long is she planning on staying with me? Huh, that didn't sound too worrisome. Maybe she was finally getting ready to go.
Right. You're welcome to take anything that doesn't fit me anymore. I'm sure you could use some warmer things to wear out there on your travels.
I turned quickly back to— Hi, Orange! Orange, do you want to sit on my lap? I turned quickly back to my computer, hoping I hadn't hurt her feelings with my not-so-subtle reminder that I didn't want her here. Why do you care about her feelings? Asked my brain. You already told her she's not welcome. She'll be gone soon either way. I hyper-focused on my screen, and in another couple of hours I still had nothing done. Suddenly it was dark out and I was starving. And Corona-chan still hadn't left. In fact, she was in the kitchen, and there were nice savory smells wafting my way. Is she cooking again? Better this time? I logged off and shut down my computer, quickly but casually making my way over to her. I found her tending to 3 separate pots on the stove, all of them simmering and steaming pleasantly. How dare she? Nothing was burning this time either, which made me feel annoying feelings like impressed and kind of excited to eat that. Corona-chan noticed me standing there and smiled way too brightly.
Oh, good, you're finished working. That's perfect because supper is ready.
Why is she like flexing? Also, why is she still not wearing anything? Put on some clothes. She started dishing out the oddly fancy-looking meal onto 2 large plates.
What is all this?
It's all made from freeze-dried proteins and grains I found in the pantry, and some spices, which by the way make all the difference when it comes to flavoring a dish. Oh, and I only used things that were already open, so I hope I didn't overstep again. I can tell you work really hard, and I know I made a mess of things, and I just really wanted to make it up to you. I'm determined to have a net positive impact here.
She thought I'd been nice? I was suddenly very concerned about how low the bar was for her. Exactly! I also couldn't help feeling a little charmed by her determination. I wanted to let her know that I did actually appreciate her efforts.
Well, this does look incredible.
Said,
And
don't
by the
roast
smell
her
of it,
towel,
I'm
this is
pretty sure I'll
honestly
be
a
licking
fit.
these plates clean. You did wash your hands before you started, right?
No, she's gotta put on some real clothes! I gave her clothes to wear. Why does she just have a towel on?
Yes, silly. And I still don't have any symptoms of any sicknesses either. So come on, let's eat. I want you to enjoy it while it's hot.
This boob here is bigger than this boob here. See, this one's a little bit bigger. Someone take a screenshot of me just staring at her boobs. Oh, no. No, I can't look at her boobs anymore. There was something so endearing in the simplicity of her delight.
Suncrafter said,
Wait.
I see that.
Well, yes, you're sitting right next to me. There was something so endearing in the simplicity of her delight. I smiled as I took my plate and sat down at the far end of the table away from her. It bugs you now?
Jonathan Vetter said, now that you pointed it out, that bugs me now.
Well,
Nor
see,
you
actually...
said, I relate more to Mallory than the MC, and I can say Tal chilling are the vibes sometimes.
Sure, but she's around me, another person, so she should probably put on some clothes. She has not worn pants a single time throughout this entire game. I think she should wear some pants at some point. Just something I would like to say. I feel like she needs pants. But Jonathan, I mean, some women are like that. Some women have one boob bigger than the other, so...
Suncrafter said, lots of dust specks in the air.
Oh, that's true, but I think it looks pretty. There was something so endearing in the simplicity of her delight. I smiled as I took my plate and sat down at the far end of the table away from her. We ate in silence. The food really was delicious. I wouldn't have guessed she'd had it in her, not based on that morning. Yeah, I thought she would just be bad at cooking permanently. So I guess Candy was completely right, because she said something along the lines
Nor
of...
you said, if anything, let her keep the towel, just put some socks on.
So Candy was completely right, because she said something along the lines of, either she's going to be really, really good at, cooking, or she's going to be really, really bad in a cute way. And she's both! She's both. The game did both. I wonder if I should try to get some answers out of her now, I thought, and cleared my throat.
How's your leg feeling?
It's not too bad.
I mean, she can walk and stuff now, so that's good to hear.
I should probably take a look at it after supper, clean it up, and put a fresh bandage on it. And then, I suppose we should talk
Nor
about
you
getting you
said,
home.
burns down kitchen in a cute way.
Cutely sets fire to the wooden cabin. What was I gonna say? Right, yeah, does she have a home? I don't think she has a home.
Right. Home.
Yeah, that implies that she doesn't have a home, so I don't think she does.
I mean, I don't know if you have a family, or a group, or whatever, or if you're on your own, like me, but you don't exactly look like you, live in the forest. So, where are you headed?
She lifted one shoulder, visibly uncertain.
Surely there must be someone, somewhere.
I'll figure something out.
Hang on, no. I want to make sure you're going to be okay.
I thought you just wanted me to leave.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what it seems like. That's how I've been acting towards her.
Ideally, I'd like to know at least something about your situation. Maybe I could help you.
She looked away.
That's sweet of you, but I'm sorry. I'm just not ready to talk about it.
Still? Oh my god, how long is it gonna be before I can find out her backstory?
Okay.
We fell quiet once more, just the awkward scrape of forks on plates to fill the silence. I considered her as she sat across from me, so beautiful it was as if she was a digital painting. As if she was a digital painting. Okay.
Can I just ask one more question? Why are you still wearing that towel?
Exactly, that's what I wanted to know. She looked at me blankly. The last few morsels of food balanced on her fork fell back onto her plate. She glanced down at herself, then up again, hands clapping against the sides of her face.
What? You mean I've been wearing this the whole time?
She didn't know?
Oh, I can't believe it. How do I forget these things? Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Oh my gosh.
She's weird. I couldn't help laughing. I felt like I was finally catching on. She was a bit of a space case, that was all, and her mannerisms made it sort of adorable.
I'll be back to clean up as soon as I'm decent.
Her efforts to flee quickly were hampered by her leg. She ended up limping away in search of her clothes, mumbling exasperatedly under her breath. That's when it hit me. I hadn't even considered how much pain she must have been in as she cooked and cleaned and tried so hard to pay me back. Pay me back for what, though? I'd only wanted to help.
Vetter said, SHE as a confirmed DITZ.
Yep. Yui Hirasawa. I'd only wanted to help, and I hadn't even done a great job of it, and now I was trying to send her away, knowing full well she had nowhere to go. No, I couldn't do that, and now I felt like I had to make things up to her. I tidied up quickly from supper and returned to my computer, where I booted up my 3D printer. You have a 3D printer? I didn't use the thing often, but it was there for emergencies, and this seemed urgent enough. What do you need a 3D printer for? I managed to find a design that was close to what I had imagined and set everything up and stood back to watch the printer do its thing. What are you making? What are you doing? Just then, Corona-chan emerged wearing her dress.
Oh, you already cleaned up. I guess that's it then.
She stood beside the table, leaning on it for support. I stood in front of the printer while it worked. I didn't know what to say, so I decided to just let words come out of my mouth.
You should stay.
Forever?
Also, I'm sorry. I've been a total asshat to you.
She looked up at me, nervously clutching the sides of her dress in her tiny hands. Her mouth opened and closed like she didn't know what to say either, so I just kept going.
It was kind of a shock to have you show up here. I haven't had anyone visit, ever, because this has always been my space, my family's space. I guess I felt sort of invaded. But now I realize that's stupid. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I wouldn't feel right making you leave when you're clearly in a bad spot. I have the means to help you, and there's no reason why I shouldn't. If you want to leave, that's fine,
Nor
but
you
there's no rush.
said, who was the first person to think of the term arsehat?
I don't know, but it's a pretty good term. I like it. She smiled softly, her eyes seeming to glitter.
Cool.
Behind me, the 3D printer finished its work. I turned around to take the sheet of gauze with the cute potato pattern I'd printed, hoping it would amuse her and lighten the mood. You made a potato pattern? What?
Can I redress your leg now?
The pattern on the gauze made her giggle, and she nodded and sat down, propping her leg up. I prepared once again for the uncomfortable closeness that was necessary for this task. I scrubbed my hands, put on a mask and a pair of gloves, and went to sit by her with the first aid kit. We chatted idly as I cleaned and packed her wound. Afterwards, I got her set up on the couch and bid her good night. I wasn't exactly tired, but I figured it was better to leave things off on a pleasant note before things got awkward again. I climbed up the stairs to my loft and lay in bed, staring at the ceiling above me. I thought about how angry I'd been with her actions that morning. I thought about how scared and uncomfortable I'd felt throughout the day. How was it that now, a matter of hours later, I could feel such a gentle fondness for the very same person who'd made me so upset? Moody hermit, I accused myself. Yeah, you're probably right, I thought in reply. And with that, I closed my eyes and waited for sleep. Chapter 4, Growth. Achievement unlocked. How about a little hospitality with your hostility? Okay. Okay. I think I'll keep going. Let's keep going, because I think it's possible that I will be able to finish this tonight. So I'm gonna keep going. I slept soundly that night and woke up feeling surprisingly good. The sun was shining, my body and mind were refreshed, and once again something smelled delicious in a kitchen-y kind of way. Hey, I could get used to this, thought my brain. I rolled my eyes at myself as I hopped out of bed. This was the start of a new routine. It had to be. Corona-chan was here now, and I didn't want either one of us taking advantage of the other. I wondered if she'd like to learn about the systems I had set up for off-grid living. I definitely needed her to understand why certain things were important, like conserving water, obviously. But she might actually enjoy being involved with the work I did on the daily. Maybe we could share the load. She could be the Sam to my Frodo. Nerd. My heart felt kind of bright and big at the thought of having a friend, even if just for a while. It was something to break up the mind-numbing monotony of that sweet post-apocalypse lifestyle I'd been living. I could be an okay teacher. I taught a few online classes before for beginners wanting to learn C#. Teaching someone how to feed a chicken shouldn't be any harder than that. I treaded softly down the stairs and snuck into the kitchen. Some egg medley bubbled away in a skillet, and a pot of rice was boiling over. Mallory stood with her back to me, struggling to reach something high up in the cupboard.
Your pot is boiling.
Oh, you surprised me.
Yo, look at her!
How did you sleep?
She's cooking me. I'm in the pan. I'm being cooked by an anime girl, ooh woo. She moved back to the stove to transfer the rice off the heat, then she picked up the skillet and gave the eggs a good toss.
I slept okay.
Nor you.
How about
said.
you?
Comparing feeding chickens to learning C# is like comparing fighting the common cold to a god.
What is that? What is C? Oh, it's a programming language. Okay, I should have thought it was something like that because this character is like a programmer or something. I am being cooked like an egg in a pan. I'm being fried with this egg. Okay, I slept okay. How about you? She smiled, wiping her hands on her apron. It was my mother's apron, actually, and I was pleasantly surprised to see it. It had been tucked away in a bottom drawer and forgotten about for a long time.
Great. Your couch is super comfy, and that blanket is so cozy and warm.
Good, I'm glad.
My gaze drifted to the open cupboard behind Mallory.
Did you need something from up there?
She looked back at the cupboard and let out a nervous giggle.
Yes, please. I was looking for aspirin and I thought I saw a bottle up there, but I couldn't really reach. I didn't want to risk standing up on a chair or something with my leg.
That makes sense. I'm not much taller than you, though, so I probably couldn't reach it.
Is it getting more painful? I did notice a little redness yesterday, but I didn't think it was infected. Unless... Wait, you're not feeling sick, are you?
No, it's just the leg. It's a bit achy.
I motioned for her to switch places with me, keeping some distance between us while I reached up and grabbed the aspirin bottle out of the cupboard. It was still half full, yet I hesitated a moment, reluctant to share my supply, but then I could order more, along with that first aid kit I needed to replace. I set the bottle on the counter and stepped away so Mallory could take it. She smiled so brightly that dimples appeared in her cheeks.
Thank you so much. You're the best.
I pressed my lips together, trying not to smile. We were still standing too close to one another. I took another few steps back, clearing my throat.
Maybe it's time for another temperature check, just to be sure.
I went to grab the scanner and came back.
Could you, move your hair?
She lifted her bangs off her forehead so I could get a clear reading with the temperature scanner. After a few moments, the happy sound of one beep let me know she was fever-free.
Okay, you're good. But we should keep distancing until enough time has passed to know for sure.
Mallory nodded as she untied her apron. Then she did a little twirl on her good leg and offered me a plate.
How's this for a second attempt at breakfast?
I'm putting myself on it. The food looked glorious. I knew the eggs were fresh because I'd collected them myself just a few days prior, but still, what she had done with them was beyond impressive. Rough chopped vegetables and herbs gave splashes of color to the omelet, which was stuffed with steaming hot rice, speckled with even more seasonings. The whole thing had a downright heavenly aroma. Suddenly, some good old Shakespeare came into my brain. Did my heart love till now? Forswear it, sight, for I never saw true beauty till this breakfast. Okay. I thought to myself, you are a nerd.
Well, you seem to have learned how to use the stove properly.
She blushed. Oh no, I hope I hadn't embarrassed her. I'd meant it as a jokey, complimenty thing. You've been alone too long, I said to my brain.
Really, this is amazing, and I don't deserve it.
We enjoyed our breakfast at the dining room table. Let me make myself bigger. Sitting across from each other just like the previous night. Through the great big windows at Mallory's back, the yard looked bright and inviting.
Looks like we'll have great weather today. I was thinking of doing some work in the garden for a while. A place like this needs a lot of maintenance. 10 acres of green space, all the off-grid systems. It's a constant running to-do list to keep everything going.
It seems pretty amazing. Is it hard to take care of it all by yourself?
It can be hard work, but it's worth it.
Well, what can I do to help?
I looked at her, a little surprised. I'm gonna ask her to join me.
I suppose you could join me if you'd like. Some fresh air might help you feel rejuvenated. Speed up your healing. I could show you a little bit about my setup, too. Introduce you to the hens.
She startled as though I had woken her up from a daydream. Her eyes bright and beautiful locked onto mine. Wow was all I could think.
You have hens? Like little chickens that actually run around going cluck cluck? For real?
I mean, yeah, where did you think I got the eggs from? I laughed. It hadn't occurred to me that she might not have ever seen one before, but if she came from the city, which I sort of assumed she did, then it made sense. Her childlike excitement over something so normal to me warmed my heart against its will.
Yeah, I have fish, too. You want to meet them?
You've got fish? She raised excited fists, practically bouncing in her seat.
Yes, I do. I really do.
Okay, let's head outside then.
She jumped up, the very definition of bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and made me feel more lively, too. I thought about insisting we both mask up if we were going to be spending the day in close proximity, but I thought about it some more, and since we'd be outside with lots of space all around, and since neither of us had any symptoms, I imagined it would be fine. Yeah, I think it's a bit too... I don't know. You're gonna be living together, right? Permanently, so... Uh-oh. Seems too late for that. Like, if she was sick, she would have infected you by now, you know? As we headed outside, I offered Mallory a jacket. She declined. I was skeptical that she'd be warm enough in her threadbare dress, but it was her call. At least the sun was warm today and there wasn't much wind. I let Mallory lead the way through the garden. She would stop to examine all the different growing things, all the fruits and vegetables, more than enough for one person. I often had an overabundance of produce, so I would end up canning a lot of it. Except for those potatoes. R.I.P.
Oh my gosh! Are these strawberries?
Yo, strawberries. There she stood in the strawberry patch, a look of total wonderment on her face.
They look so plump and juicy, and they're so red. How did you grow them?
She's already been in the garden before, right? Because I know that she dug up the potatoes. Did she not see this?
They're actually the easiest thing to maintain around here. They grow like weeds. Pretty much every year I get 3 whole harvests out of this patch.
Really? What do you do with all of them?
I make my own jams, put them in salads, make smoothies, things like that. I dehydrate some for easy snacking too.
That all sounds yummy.
But I think they're best right off the bush. You're welcome to have some.
Her eyes widened. They were huge and they were actually twinkling now. How did she do that?
I've never eaten a strawberry before.
Seriously?
Are you sure?
Never. Jeez. Yeah, help yourself. Just put your index finger and thumb right behind the stem and pinch it off.
Oh my god, look how cute she is! She's so cute! She's so cute! There's a CG of everything in this game. There's so many CGs. I watched her reach out in search of the perfect strawberry to pluck.
Watch out for slugs.
She paused, stuck her tongue out at me in jest, and selected her perfect first strawberry. Shouldn't you wash them before eating them?
Oh, wow. These taste just like sunshine. I could eat these every day.
Feast away.
I couldn't help but want to offer her everything just then. The happiness radiating off her was, like, addictive or something.
Oh, look. This one's shaped like a heart. Ooh, this one here is huge. Look how shiny and red it is. It's like something out of a picture book. Oh, there's a little bug munching on that one. Enjoy your meal, little bug.
She's way too cute. I smiled to myself. While Mallory chatted away, eating strawberries by the handful, I picked up my rake and started taking care of the fallen leaves that were encroaching on the garden. Mallory noticed and came over.
Can I do that?
Her smile was brighter than the sky above us.
Oh, no, that's okay. You need to go easy on your leg.
My leg feels fine. Please?
She just looked so earnest. Reluctantly, I passed her the rake. While Mallory took care of the raking, I made my way to the other end of the garden where I worked at pulling up the weeds. Pretty soon I had a bucket almost filled. When I looked around for Mallory, I saw her standing beside the leaf pile in progress, pausing to catch her breath. Yo, another CG! I felt bad for letting her take on the raking. She'd probably end up feeling pretty sore afterwards. Still, it was nice to have the help. I could already tell that the chores would go quicker this way. I watched her until she'd finished her little break and gone back to raking. Or, Purple, you are in the way of the screen. Or rather, until she spotted me looking at her and gave me a big thumbs up, which I pretended I hadn't seen.
Pulling up weeds.
I shook my head at myself, tossing another fistful of leafy stalks into the bucket. Something about this girl stirred up my insides. She was like a cartoon princess, too happy and determined. Almost too good to be real. Yeah, see... I like her, but she doesn't feel like a realistic character. She doesn't feel like a real person. She feels like a cartoon anime girl, which is because she is. I, for one, definitely wouldn't have been tough enough to pick up a rake with a leg injury like that. If anything, I'd have sat on my couch playing video games until it healed, so I guess I felt a feeling that was partway between admiration and total bewilderment. Because there Mallory was, her pale skin glistening as she did my yard work for me, her dress swaying and dancing around her thighs as she moved. Her thighs. Main character's so horny! Wait, am I still looking at her? I thought I went back to weeding. I had to put an end to this distraction. It looked like Mallory was just about finished anyway, so I carried my bucket over to her.
Looking good. Good work, I mean.
Oh my god. I can't... I can't... It's hard for me to imagine the main character being a woman.
Let's move all this stuff to the compost bin.
Okay, what's that?
I showed her the bin, and as we filled it up with weeds and old leaves, I gave her the rundown.
Basically, I put all the dead plant matter and vegetable waste I have into the tumbler.
Into my Tumblr blog. Well, I just fell down when talking about my Tumblr blog.
Since it's a sealed container, it traps lots of heat inside and helps the stuff break down. See the handle on the side? I use that to turn the tumbler so everything gets mixed together. Then, once it's all broken down, I mix it in with the garden soil. The compost gives the soil extra nutrients, which helps the plants grow. It's kind of like the circle of life. I save all the peels and ends from the produce I eat, turn them into compost, and use that to grow more stuff. So the garden really provides its own nutrients for the next crop of plants that grow there.
Wow, that's amazing.
Honestly, everyone should be doing this. It's a big part of reducing waste.
It's like a big, friendly leaf monster. Num num num.
See, she's too cute. It's hard to... She's too cute that it breaks my... What's the word for it? What's the word for when you're, like, invested in something?
No,
my immersion. It breaks
set.
my immersion.
Immersion.
Yes, thank you. She's too cutesy-wootsy and anime girl-like that it breaks my immersion and I can't picture her as a real person. Because she just feels too fake. She feels fake. Like, she's just, like, meant to be as cute as possible because she is. It breaks my immersion. She fed the last of the garden waste into the mouth of the bin, then patted the top of it as though praising a good dog. I nearly snorted with laughter. She was too pure for this world, really. For a few moments, we stood together admiring the garden.
Said, personally loving it, though.
Yeah. It looked so clean and healthy now. Then, with a twinge of anxiety, I noticed how close we were to one another, how closely we'd been working. But it was probably fine. She seemed healthy. More than healthy. She was handling her injury remarkably well. Was that the so-called power of positive thinking at work? Uh-oh, bra moment. Never mind. I lurched backwards, looking at her in horror.
Are you feeling sick?
No, sorry. It's just my throat is dry. I'm really thirsty.
Well, you used all our water. Oh, right. We'd been working for a while, and now that she mentioned it, I felt pretty parched too. Woo.
I'll go get us some water.
I dipped inside, took a few deep breaths, and went to fill up a couple of stainless steel water bottles. Everything was fine. Her temperature had been normal from the get-go. She had no fatigue, no symptoms of the virus at all, apart from that one cough, which was justified. So it was a reminder that I shouldn't be letting my guard down. When I returned outside, I found Mallory standing up at my roof with one hand raised to shade her eyes from the intense sunlight.
What are those? They look like shields for your house.
They're the solar panels? She doesn't know what solar panels are. She doesn't know what solar panels are. She doesn't know what compost is. She's never eaten a strawberry. She's never seen a chicken. Where is she from? Who is she? I looked up at the roof where she was pointing.
Oh, sort of. They're solar panels. And they look like they could use a sweep, actually.
Why? What are they for?
They absorb energy from the sun and turn it into power for the cabin.
What? Really?
Here, face towards the sun and spread your arms out.
She hesitated, then raised her arms up. She closed her eyes and tilted her head so that the sun lit up her pale
Feel the
face.
warmth? That's energy from the sun, or as I like to call it, the nuclear furnace that sits in the sky 150 million kilometers away from us.
Why am I explaining to this girl what the sun is?
The solar panels take that energy and convert it into electricity. That current makes its way down to a charge controller, which turns the current into voltage for the batteries. My computer, appliances, and lights are all modified to run off that DC voltage. Oh, and the charge controller is hooked up to a battery that can store all that incoming energy, so we can still run the power for a while, even when the sun has gone away.
I hoped my explanation made sense. For someone who'd never seen solar panels before, this concept might be a hard one to grasp. No, it's
Nor
not.
you.
It uses
Said,
energy from the sun, that's
"Holy
all there is
fuck,
to it.
it's mansplaining."
It is! It is! Oh my god, you're right! Oh my god, you're right! It is! He's I keep saying he. I can't believe what... I can't be expected to believe that the main character is a woman. I have not... This is a weird thing to say, probably, but I have not gotten the vibes that the main character is a woman. I can't be expected to believe she is. And I can't be expected to put myself in the main character's shoes at all. This... You just know that this was written by a dude, and that this is meant that this is meant to be played by a dude, and that the main character is meant to be a dude. He mansplained what the sun is. You are so right, Noryu. He mansplained what the sun is. Like, if I was this person, and she asked what solar panels are, I would assume that she knows what the sun is, and that she knows that warmth and energy come from the sun. Like, people know that like, energy comes, you can get energy from the sun. So I'd be like, okay, yeah, solar panels give me energy for my lights and stuff like that from the sun. I wouldn't think that I'd have to explain more than that. I wouldn't think that I'd have to be like, because I think most people know that you can get energy from the sun. Like, that's because the sun helps, like, plants grow and stuff. I wouldn't think I would need to explain that. Where is this girl from? Where did she come from? I feel like she's an alien or something. She's never had a strawberry. She's gotta be an alien or something.
So you capture the sunshine and turn it into energy? Isn't that like what flowers do?
Yeah, it's like what flowers do, which is why I would think that I wouldn't have to explain it, because it's like plants. Plants convert the sun into energy, and that's like what solar panels do, sort of. So why would I have to explain that energy comes from the sun? Whatever.
Yeah, that's one way of thinking about it.
This is stupid. Why do I have to explain this? The twinkle in her eyes had returned. She continued to gaze up at the panels in awe.
It's like magic. If we'd had something like this where I grew up, then the citywide power outages wouldn't have mattered so much.
Where the heck did you grow up? And why didn't you have any strawberries? Her smile faded a little. Suddenly the conversation felt heavy. I wanted to ask her to tell me more, but I was afraid.
Give me a few minutes to sweep the leaves off the roof. Then we can go say hi to the hens.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh, okay. She acts like a little kid. Like, it's hard to believe that she's 21. It's hard to believe that this is a 21-year-old woman, older than me, who doesn't understand how the sun works.
They're over there, just FYI, in case I happen to fall to my death or something.
What?
Don't worry. If that happens, you can just bury me in the garden. My corpse will give lots of nutrients to the soil.
She gasped, clearly horrified, and I couldn't keep a straight face anymore. I laughed.
Don't kid around like that. It's not funny.
Sorry. I'll be back in a few. You rest.
I grabbed my ladder and broom from the shed and headed up onto the roof. I swept all the leaves off the solar panels and cleaned out the eave straws for good measure. I paused to gaze down at Mallory in the garden. Is that a city off there? Over there? It's a city? Is that where she's from? She looked so at peace among the plants. Butterflies had gathered nearby on a patch of wildflowers and she was smiling at them. I didn't think I'd ever seen a sweeter scene. Do we get a CG? I looked across the distant hills towards what remained of the city. That was where Mallory had come from. I'd assumed so, but now that she'd confirmed it with her comment about the power outages, the thought of her living there almost hurt. Even from my rooftop, I could see how everything had fallen into disrepair. I remembered the long-ago announcement that public buildings would be closing down indefinitely. Sports stadiums, movie theaters, malls, and offices had all been shuttered. Even apartment complexes and private homes had to change. People were moved and shuffled around as fences went up and shared spaces became inaccessible. Anything to keep people apart from each other, or at least in their own small safety bubbles. I hadn't set foot in the city in years, and looking at it now, I had no desire to ever set foot there again. With a sad sigh, I turned my back on the ghost city and climbed down from my roof. I met Mallory in the garden and forced a smile.
Ready?
Yo, chickies! There's baby chicks. Do we get to see Mallory with a baby chick? She seemed so excited as we made our way over to the chicken coop. For a moment, I even thought I saw a spring in her step, but then I realized it was just her limp. Was the aspirin she'd taken wearing off already? The chickens clucked with extra enthusiasm when they saw that I had company. When I opened the door to their fenced-in area, some of them flapped their wings furiously, sending feathers flying and making Mallory laugh.
For as long as they've been alive, I've been alone. So they're either happy for me or scared of you. Not sure.
I pulled the gate shut behind us. Mallory was already saying hello to each individual chicken, giving them compliments and asking them how they were enjoying the morning. Then she saw the chicks and she gasped. Yeah, I knew she'd love the chicks.
Babies!
Yeah, babies!
Did I not mention that? Yeah, they hatched a few days ago. You can pick them up if you want.
She looked up at me, her eyes doing that shimmery, sparkly thing again. I saw that there were tears there, and I thought or hoped that they were tears of joy.
They're so cute! Are you sure I can touch them? It looks like they'll break, they're so tiny.
Funny, that was exactly how I felt about her. I kinda already broke her leg.
They'll be okay. Just gently scoop them up into your hands.
Okay.
Yo! Mallory with a baby chick! Yo, look how fat those chicks are. Look at this one that my hand is pointing to. That's a big, fat chonker. Big, fat little chonky boy. They're so round. She carefully held out her hands. Some of the chicks came closer, investigating her, and it didn't take long before a couple of them volunteered to step onto her palms. Mallory let out a small squeak and tilted the chicks up to her face. The chicks reciprocated with their own happy peeping noises, dancing in her hands as she stroked their golden down with a single fingertip.
They're so soft. I love them.
I believed her. It was weird. I couldn't fathom loving something so easily or so quickly, but Mallory did, and I had a hunch she'd have taken a bullet for those baby chicks. I mean, yeah, baby chicks are cute.
Oh, sorry about the smell, by the way. I'm used to it, so I guess I forget that coops can get pretty smelly.
I don't find it bad at all.
She continued to pet and play with the little chicks. The whole scene was just too precious.
Do you want to feed them? There's a bag of grain just behind you.
She looked over her shoulder, smiling, and gently set down the chick so that she could reach for the bag. She took out a small handful of grain and scattered it in front of her. The chicks started to eat, and soon the adult hens came to join them. All the chickens loved Mallory. They nibbled at her dress and danced around her as she fed them. The clucking intensified with every handful of grain, becoming so loud that Mallory started to laugh.
They're so happy.
I nodded.
I try to give them a good life, even if it's only a short one.
Huh? What do you mean?
Does she not realize that I eat the chickens? Does she not get that? Does she not know that these chickens are for eating? She must know that. She must understand that the reason that I have chickens is for eggs and for eating the chickens. That is a straightforward concept. Does she not get that? Don't tell me she didn't understand that. Because if she doesn't understand that, then this girl is really naive. Like, really, really naive. Oh no. She can't be this naive. Like, this isn't even stupid in a cute way, like Yui. This is just sad. This is sad that she wouldn't connect the dots here. Why did I say that? What should I say next? I don't know what to do here. Well, I don't want to lie to her. And she'll find out eventually. And if I change the subject, she'll probably be smart enough to just know what I'm doing and ask me again. So I'm just going to answer honestly.
Well, some of these chicks will grow up into egg layers so that we can eat things like that amazing omelet you made this morning. And others will be butchered for meat.
Obviously. What did you think? That they were just pets? She stared at me, then she looked away, and those were definitely not tears of joy in her eyes. Not anymore. She petted another baby chick, but this time her hand was trembling. I felt pretty bad in that moment.
You take care of them from the time they're little babies like this, and then you kill them?
Yes. How did she not figure that out? Yes. That's how it works. Like, okay, I understand, like, that's pretty messed up, but, like... She's 21. 21-year-olds know that people eat chickens, right? Can any 21-year-olds confirm or deny that you know that people eat chickens? Anyone here 21?
It's not like I want to. It's just how it goes. I need to eat, and I can't exactly go pick up meat from the grocery store.
Exactly, it's a post-apocalypse. What do you want me to do? I didn't feel like this was something that needed to be explained. Exactly, it shouldn't need to be explained. This girl's 21, and she doesn't know how the sun works, and she doesn't know that people eat chickens. She's gotta be... She can't be a... She acts like she's... She acts like she's 8. Let alone justified. It was how people survived. It wasn't pleasant or ideal, but just like staying away from each other to stop the spread of a deadly virus, it was necessary. Did she not get that? Why wasn't she saying anything? How do you not understand that?
free.
I understand. I guess I just never thought about it before. It makes me a little sad.
You've never thought about it before? Never thought about people eating chickens?
I'll be okay though. Thank you for bringing me to meet them.
She stood up, gave her the chickens. Gave her the chickens. A little wave goodbye and left the coop. I followed her out, shutting the gate behind us. Yeah, there's a typo.
Shall we head back inside?
She nodded as we strolled across the grass. Achievement unlocked. Cheep, cheep, chirp, cheep. I felt a little awkward when we went back into the cabin. There was an unhappy tension, but I didn't know if it was just me feeling guilty or something more. I tried to inject a little perkiness into my voice.
So, there was one more thing I really wanted to show you today. It's the most intricate and nerdy of all my systems, and by far my favorite.
My sex dungeon. She tilted her head questioningly.
Remember when I said I had fish? Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. The fish are actually part of a system I use to grow plants and food indoors. That way I can have at least some fresh things to eat in winter.
What? How do you use fish with that?
Oh?
It's called aquaponics, and it's really freaking cool. Come on, I'll show you.
Okay, I don't know what aquaponics is. She smiled softly like she was charmed by the idea. That was a relief.
Okay.
I led Mallory through the cabin to my aquaponics room. It was sort of tucked away, and since I always kept the door closed, it was easy to miss. I found myself
said, aquaponics are cool.
I found myself oddly excited to show this to her. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. I felt almost proud as I opened the door, revealing the dim room on the other side. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Why is it so dark in here?
I know, the purple light is kind of strange. It's because those are grow lights. Their wavelength mimics the sun and gives the plants the specific red and blue light they need. It's a way of tricking them into thinking they're outdoors.
Okay.
Not that plants can think.
She smiled like she thought I was maybe a little bit funny, which lifted my spirits even higher. I followed her all the way into the room. It wasn't something I acknowledged often, but this was my favorite place. Caring for the plants and the fish, watching them grow and change and live, gave me a feeling of connection I didn't quite get from the outdoor garden or the hens. Wait, so how do the fish help the plants grow? What do the fish have to do with the plants? I didn't even feel a connection like that with other humans, no matter how many forums I joined or chats I took part in or emails I sent or received.
This is amazing.
Told ya.
I know, but I wasn't expecting so many plants. You have so much food.
I felt a twinge of guilt for how upset I'd been over the potatoes she'd burned. She walked down the pots of potted vegetables and fish tanks, murmuring hello to the fish, examining the water feeding system and the grow lights. I imagined it all through her eyes, the eyes of someone seeing something like this for the first time. It must have seemed like a mad scientist slayer or something. She paused, peering more closely at one of the fish tanks.
Why are there plants growing out of the tank water?
Technically they're not. They have their own water, it's just been cycled through the fish tank as well. That's how they get nutrients.
I pointed out the tubes that cycled the water. Oh my god, her butt's sticking out again. She's sticking her butt out again.
Said, the way she greets all the animals is adorable.
It's very cute.
It's like the circle of life, kind of. I feed the fish, and they produce waste, which contains ammonium. That gets converted into nitrites, and then into nitrates, which the plants can use to grow.
Oh, okay, so the water and the fish poop help the plants grow. So you use fish poop to help the plants grow?
These tubes carry the tank water up through a filter. The filter traps all the bits of waste and gunk that won't help the plants and lets the now nutrient-rich water run through and into the plant pots.
Okay.
Said, it's like active composting.
Yeah, okay, I understand now. So, okay, so the water has nutrients in it because of the fish. Okay, I got it.
It's all a careful balance, everything working in harmony. If I feed the fish and keep the filters clean, then they're able to take care of my plants for me.
Okay, I've never heard of this before. I didn't know that was a thing you could do. Mallory watched the fish swimming lazily back and forth, her face filled with wonder. I grabbed the container of fish food and held it out.
Here, feed them. Just take a bit and sprinkle it in.
I smiled at her encouragingly.
Okay.
She took a pinch of fish food out of the container and gently sprinkled some flakes into the tank. The fish swam excitedly towards the flakes, opening and closing their mouths. Mallory smiled and gave them some more.
They're really hungry. Looking at them feels peaceful.
Yeah.
I watched her watching the fish and imagined showing her how to set up a system like this from scratch. I imagined us doing together, planting the seeds of her favorite flower or a special fruit she'd never tried, celebrating the first bud and the first harvest. Mallory startled me by asking very suddenly,
Who taught you all of this?
She was too close. I took a step back and bumped into some shelving behind me. I could feel my face warming up.
Well, my parents used to take care of their plants sort of like this when I was young. And then I taught myself a bunch more by reading or by trial and error.
She shook her head a little, her gaze fixed somewhere far away.
My family had nothing like this. There was one grocery store in our neighborhood. We'd have to wait in line for ages, and then the shelves would be practically empty. We had to scrounge and make do with food that was either spoiled or just plain not enough. All these systems you use. If we could have had something like this, then maybe...
My stomach felt tight. This was it. She was opening up. Wait, so am I gonna get to learn all this stuff now, or no? She was finally going to tell me where she'd come from, what kind of life she'd had, maybe even what she'd been doing out in the rain that night. I didn't feel ready. Why was my heart beating so fast?
Said, wait, is she a time traveler?
That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. It doesn't feel like she's just a normal person. It feels like she's a time traveler, or an alien, or something supernatural or magical or whatever. But I don't think the story is going to take that route. That's what it seems like, but I don't think the story is actually going to go there and say that she's a time traveler. I don't think that's what they're going to do. She looked so somber as her mouth came open, hesitant. And then she said,
I love that you wanted to show me all this
That's why
stuff.
all of her school was online.
No, I don't think so. Because she's a little younger than me. My character's older than her. So, I don't think that's right. I love that you wanted to show me all of this stuff.
But, what do you do for fun around here?
She nudged me and gave me a cheeky little smile. Okay, so much for that idea. I forced my own smile, averting my eyes.
Yeah, I know. All work and no play, yada yada. How about this? Let's go make some tea, get something to eat, and I'll show you my video games.
She nodded, suddenly grinning just as brightly as she had been that morning, as if the day had brought her no sadness at all. She said goodbye to all the fish and went back out into the brightly lit hall. I followed and closed up the room behind us. We ended up spending most of the afternoon playing games on my tablet and snacking. When I showed Mallory my favorite retro game, the idle clicker with just the right balance of dopamine-inducing rewards, she told me she'd played it before with her sister when they were children. Okay. This is what I It's another reference to Crush. It's another reference to Crush Crush. It's another reference to Crush Crush because they called it a retro game. It's an idle clicker.
Lottie Candy said, cookie clicker.
No, it's Crush Crush because this was made by the creators of Crush Crush, which is an idle clicker game. It's they're promoting their own game. It's Crush Crush. I'm positive that's what they're trying to imply here. She was so excited about this, and once again her enthusiasm was infectious.
I used to hold the record for fastest speedrun of this game, you know.
You did not. There's no such thing as a speedrun of a clicker game, and if there was, that record would be held by a bot.
We teased each other like that, laughing and sharing little meaningless anecdotes, and I didn't notice her shifting closer to me, getting more comfortable. We were too comfortable. A comfortable silence took over. Then Mallory leaned against me. Yo! Look how cute she is! Yo! Yo, she's way too cute. I'm in her boobies! I'm in between them! Too nervous to move, I looked down. Her eyes were closed. She was falling asleep.
Lottie Candy said. Thrust against her again.
I'm thrusting myself in between her boobies. And sticking myself in there. For some reason, I let her stay there on my shoulder. I studied her. The ornate brooch she wore on her sweater dress, the cute pin she wore in her silky hair, her creamy skin and narrow shoulders, the plunging white lace bra. Dude, stop being horny. My throat tightened up. This was not okay. Slowly, with delicate care, I slid away from her. I used a throw cushion to lower her onto the couch, trying my best not to wake her. I placed a blanket over her. She continued to breathe deeply, in and out, unmoving. According to my clock, it was only just past 7. I was surprised Mallory had fallen so deeply asleep already. She looked like she'd be there for the rest of the night. I'm in the fire! I'm burning! Help! I'm burning! Maybe I shouldn't have let her help with so many chores, I thought, but then I was getting pretty sleepy too. I crept into the kitchen and, as quietly as I could, made my nightly cup of herbal tea. We'd snacked all afternoon, so I wasn't hungry, but that cup of tea before bed was an absolute must.
Lottie Candy said. Burn witch.
Oh my god, Candy! Carefully, I carried my mug upstairs, settling in as to not disturb Mallory. It wasn't long before I was dozing off, tea only half gone. My body had been warmed by the fire, which made it all too easy to drift off to sleep. That night, I dreamt of the chicken coop being empty. There were only traces left behind of the hens, and their feathers were scattered everywhere on the ground. Coyotes must have spirited them away, my dream brain thought. I remember pocketing one of the feathers and walking around the woods in search of them. It was a very strange dream, unlike any other I had had before. Chapter 5, Maturation. Achievement unlocked. Life is short, play video games. Okay, we're at Chapter 5. I woke up to the sun shining at an unfamiliar angle through my bedroom window. I checked the time and realized I'd slept in. Not by much, but still. Weird. I decided I must have needed the extra sleep. I knew stress could drain the body's energy, and yeah, I'd been stressed over the past couple of days. But the house smelled amazing again. My stomach clenched and unclenched in hunger. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, to be unhappy about. I got out of bed, got dressed, and made my way down the creaky staircase. Something struck me as I reached the bottom step. The chairs were tucked in at the table, the blankets were neatly folded on the couch, and I was pretty sure the floor had been swept again, and it all made me feel so much calmer than usual. I never knew how much my home's cleanliness could affect my mood.
Morning, sleepyhead. Your breakfast is waiting.
I'm on her shoulder. I turned around. Mallory was standing extremely close to me. I thought about stepping back, but then I forgot because her cheeks were flushing red, and I was pretty sure mine were too.
Good morning to you too. First things first, though.
I went to grab the temperature scanner and held it up between us.
Oh, right, of course.
She lifted her hair out of the way and let me scan her
Lottie
forehead.
Candy said. Mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry.
Candy. The scanner beeped happily. Somehow I felt even more relieved than the other times I checked and found her temperature normal. Mallory danced away from me, then spun back around. Yo! Okay, that looks pretty good, especially the strawberries. Suddenly, there was a large plate of food under my nose. I grinned.
It isn't much, but I thought it would be good to have a high-calorie meal since we both worked so hard yesterday.
It isn't much. What do you consider much? I'm the size
Lottie
of her
said.
nail.
EW, the food is touching.
The food is touching. Yeah. It didn't seem possible, but the breakfast looked even more incredible than the one she'd made yesterday. The plate held a rainbow of food: sliced red strawberries on a tower of golden pancakes drizzled with amber syrup, a stir-fry of rice with orange and yellow peppers, surrounded by fresh, crisp, glittering greens, and a perfect soft-boiled egg. Yeah, you don't have to explain the colors of the things on the plate. This is a visual novel. I can see it. The main character is mansplaining the colors of the foods. I imagine the main character like saying out loud to Mallory, "These strawberries are red."
I want to eat all of it.
Yeah.
Lottie
My mouth
Candy
watered. She's certainly come a long way.
Colorblind people exist, Sam.
That's true. But even then, would it help to say the strawberries were red?
I did use the last of the eggs in your fridge to make this. I hope that's okay. I went out to check the coop for more, but there were none.
How?
I had already grabbed the plate and started eating. Through a mouthful of pancakes, I mumbled an incoherent reply to her and shook my head up and down.
Sometimes it takes them a day or two, but we'll have more eggs soon.
She smiled and sat down. Achievement unlocked, the fastest way to your heart. She smiled and sat down across from me with her own plate. She ate her breakfast with far more elegance than I ate mine. After we'd finished breakfast, I gathered up my paltry first aid supplies so I could clean and rewrap Mallory's leg. My gaze landed on the box of disposable masks tucked at the back of the drawer, the ones I'd been wearing each day when medical care necessitated being up close and personal with her. But not when we'd been working outside or in the aquaponics room or when she'd sat next to me on the couch while I played my video game.
Lottie Candy said, "My gaze."
Yeah, I know. my gaze. I slid the drawer shut, deciding not to bother with a mask. The two of us chatted a little while I tended to her wound.
So I guess I worked you too hard yesterday, huh?
I wonder if the moral of this story is don't quarantine, get a girlfriend.
What makes you say that?
You know, I think that the creator of this game quarantined too long because they don't know what girls are like.
You fell asleep at like 7 o'clock last night.
Mallory flushed pink again. She didn't seem sure how to respond.
It's okay. You learned a lot yesterday, and learning is hard work. I probably went a little overboard with the teaching.
No, but I enjoyed it so much.
Ooh, I should go under her boobs.
Lottie Candy said, "I think they have always been in quarantine, so to speak, when it comes to women."
Seems like it. It made me really happy to hear her say that. Once I'd finished fixing her bandages, I got up to peer outside. The sky above was blue, but there were gray clouds gathering in the distance. I decided to check the forecast. I stood at my desk, waiting for the computer to boot up and connect to the web. Once it did, a number of notifications popped up, chiming cheerily. I followed them to my email inbox and glanced through my unread messages. One work update, a couple of newsletters, something from a coupon service I didn't remember signing up for, and of course a bunch more hogwash forwards about the many cures my doctor didn't want me to know about. Read the spam just for fun? No? Well, I don't think this matters, but I'm saving anyway. No, I'm not gonna do that. Wait, maybe there's something important there. No, I'm deleting it.
I really need a better spam filter.
I deleted the new messages and exited out of my email portal. I pulled up a weather forecast.
Partly cloudy this morning, with a chance of scattered showers throughout the afternoon and overnight. And it looks like tomorrow's gonna be rainy all day.
Noyu said, "Reading all the spam gives you an achievement."
It does? Or are you just saying that? I felt like a bit of a chump for panicking about the water. I looked up at Mallory.
Maybe there'll be enough water for a luxurious bath after all.
She grimaced and giggled.
I should probably do a few things outside, though. Get the basic chores done before the weather turns.
Noyu said, "I found it out when I was trying to find out Mallory's deal."
Oh, no way!
Noyu.
I still have no clue about that? Seriously? You couldn't find anything about that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Steam achievements. I've gotten quite a few already for the game. Okay. Hey, Mallory. I'm a little concerned about saving water, so you maybe want to take a bath together? Yeah, why is the text-to-speech suddenly broken? What is going on there? My gut will not go away from her being a time traveler. Yeah, it seems like that, but I don't think that's what they're gonna do here. Here, I'll refresh the website, because I don't know why it's doing that. I refreshed. Maybe it'll work now.
Lottie Candy.
Oh, there we
said, "Hear us, Sam. Let us speak."
go. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. I don't know why it suddenly stopped. I should probably do a few things outside though. Get the basic chores done before the weather returns.
I'll help.
I wasn't sure. I could tell she was sore from yesterday, and I was still worried about her leg. Also, why was she so insistent on doing so much? Well, I mean, no offense, but there probably isn't a lot to do.
How about you just keep me company this time?
Oh, alright.
Like, I mean, what is she gonna do? Just sit around? Maybe she could read, I guess. We headed outside. The sunshine was strong.
Lottie
or play video
Candy
games.
said, "I feel like both of them probably smell real bad."
They probably
Nor
do,
you.
which is why they should take a
Said,
bath together.
"Hey, I predicted the bone in layers of fear. Maybe I have premonition or something that you're doubting."
I was thinking about that. I was thinking if you were right about this, maybe you're right. If you were right about that, maybe you could be right about this. So, oh, I should go on the mountain. Hey guys, look, I climbed this mountain. Aren't you proud of me? We headed outside. The sunshine was strong, but there was a chill in the air that hadn't been present yesterday. Occasional clouds moved past the sun, casting cold shadows over the garden.
Lottie Candy said, "I think that's just intelligence rather than supernatural ability, LMAO."
A flock of geese passed over us, noisy and energized.
They're flying south to escape the coming cold. They probably have their own tropical paradise somewhere, with their own beach houses where they spend all winter sunbathing and drinking margaritas.
I don't like the main character's dialogue.
Just kidding. Geese don't do that stuff. Wouldn't it be nice to go on a vacation like that?
I don't know. I've never been on a vacation.
I frowned, pausing to bend and pull up a stray dandelion poking out of the grass.
Maybe someday someone will figure out a way to stop the virus and you'll be able to go somewhere amazing.
Not by myself, I hope.
No, definitely not by yourself.
We walked around the property, Mallory humming
Lottie
happily
Candy
to herself.
said, "Goose go honk."
Goose go honk. While I puttered about, checking the well, making sure the hens were happy and fed, yanking more dandelions out of the ground when I saw them. What is it that she's humming? I want to know. Pretty soon, Mallory had grabbed a bucket and started pulling weeds too. It was like she couldn't help herself. I shook my head.
That's probably enough hard labor for the day. Let's go in. I need to do some work on my computer.
I mean, what did you want her to do? Just stand around?
Oh, not just yet. Please. I'd like to enjoy the fresh air a little while longer before the rain comes.
Okay. If you're good, then
Nor
I'm
you
good.
said, "Because she was never able to travel because she always existed in Corona time SHES.
No, I think that she did always exist in Corona time, but I don't think that's because she's a time traveler. I think it's just because she's younger than me. Cause, what, if she's 21 and the pandemic has been going on for 20 years, then that would make sense. It happened when she was 1 year old. But if I'm 20, let's say 27, and it
Lottie
started
Candy
20 years ago, then I
said,
would have been 7, so I would have
"Mallory, you
remembered
can
it.
just sit around outside, you don't have to do work."
Yeah, but I think that she gets bored pretty easily, so. But no, I don't think she's a time traveler. I think that, I just think,
Nor you said, "When did they say the Corona happened 20 years ago?"
Okay, they never outright said it, but they said that main character was a little kid when it happened, and main character remembers, doesn't remember much from before the pandemic, and Mallory is 21 and a little younger than the main character. So we know that Mallory is younger than the main character, and we know that the main character just barely, if at all, remembers life before the pandemic. So that means that Mallory does not remember life from before the pandemic. She may not have even
Lottie
been
Candy
alive then.
said, "Also, can you imagine wearing a sweater dress like that and weeding a garden outside?"
Yeah, why is she dressed like that? That's so impractical. This was written by a man. She needs pants. She needs pants. Give
Lottie
Mallory
Candy
pants.
said, "Tubazongas would be
This girl
bouncing
who's not wearing pants
boobily
herself.
everywhere."
But, like, look how short that dress is. It literally just looks like a shirt.
Says the girl with the real short dress on.
I'm not working in a garden.
Okey-dokey.
Her bazongas would be bouncing boobily everywhere. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have boob animation
Said,
like they do in Nekopara.
Hey, boobily.
Bouncing boobily. Bouncing boobas. Bouncing boobas, bouncing boobily. Oh, okay. If you're good, then I'm good. I reached down for another clump of weeds and felt my
Lottie
stomach flip when
Candy
I saw a big black
said,
spider.
She could literally have shorts on and it would be practical and sexy.
Yeah, like she needs something. She needs a little there's gotta be something practical and sexy she could wear. This just doesn't. This outfit just doesn't make sense. It just does not. She can't. She's gotta wear something else. And I still really want to know why she's dressed like that. I'm gonna finish this game tonight just so I can find out why she's dressed like that. I saw a big black spider clinging onto the leaves I've pulled. I
Lottie
flicked
Candy
my hand instinctively.
said, literally tank top and shorts.
Yeah, exactly. She could wear a tank top and shorts and it would make more sense than what she's wearing right now. And it could still be hot. They could even, like, have the, like, tank top be, like, a little, like, tight. They could make it hot. I flicked my hand reflexively, which sent the weed and the creepy crawly flying across the garden.
Ugh. Stay on the alert for spiders.
Spidey whiteys.
Oh yes, I've already met a few of them. They're so helpful chasing off all the harmful bugs.
Of course Mallory would treat spiders with the same kind of adoration any cuddly pet deserved. Achievement unlocked, Dandelion Tamer. When did I tame a dandelion? Wow, she's sweaty. Candy's probably right. They both smell really bad. We continued pulling weeds together side by side, and I tried to keep the pace slow and casual. Despite that, and despite the heavy clouds moving in, we were both sweating pretty soon.
Phew, I am hot. I almost want to take my sweater off. Mallory, I'm sure I can find you, like, some other clothes. She said this with a giggle, standing up straight to stretch her back and survey the neat-looking garden. I felt myself blush, embarrassed by the suggestion and the image my mind conjured up.
Lottie Candy said, MC be like in the NSFW version, and Mallory baby your armpit stinks so good.
Candy!
Said, MC, do it coward.
Do it, coward! I hope MC says that. Oh, I'm saving. I don't know what the MC's gonna say, but I'm gonna say it.
Taking your sweater off won't change anything.
What does that mean? I gave an exaggerated wink.
You got a flirt.
I can't wink. Girl Boss Baby can wink, but I can't. She blinked at me and I immediately wished the ground would open up and swallow me whole. It took her a moment to process the joke, but when it clicked, she burst out laughing. Her laugh made me laugh too.
Lottie Candy said, because shush is hot with or without the sweater wink wink.
Okay, I see. I don't know. I think main character could have said something funnier. Like, do it, coward. We were interrupted when Mallory's stomach decided to let out a high-pitched growl. A high-pitched growl? So she's got a high-pitched growling stomach, just like her high-pitched voice. She stopped laughing and clasped her hands on her stomach. Stomach growls cutely, ooh.
Sorry. My tummy must be hungry after all that work.
At least they didn't mansplain the flirt.
Yeah. I expected worse from this main character.
Ines too. And I think I felt a raindrop just now, which is probably our cue to head inside. Do you want to meet me in there? I'll pick some
Lottie
things to make
Candy
us a strawberry
said,
salad.
Stomach is actually screaming like that small angry frog.
Strawberry salad, that sounds good.
Wow, that sounds so delicious. I'll see you in a bit.
I have strawberries, right? Kinda want strawberries now. I grabbed a bucket off the porch and spent a few minutes in the garden gathering ingredients. A few raindrops pelted me here and there. Quickly, I hurried back inside, following Mallory's footsteps. That doesn't sound like a few raindrops. That sounds like way more than a few. By the time we'd finished eating lunch, the gray clouds had fully taken over the sky and rain clung in droplets to the cabin's windows.
Well, if we get as much rain as the forecast predicts, the rain barrels sure will be happy.
Those are the big
Lottie
containers on the
Candy
side of the house?
said, "'Tis just a sprinkle." Nor you said, "Nah, thanks for the suggestion, but I've got enough snacks." Asterisk grabs handful of weeds. Asterisk.
Eats the weeds.
Yeah, you're getting good at this.
She's getting good at it. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that these are rain barrels.
Lottie Candy said, "Hey, you can eat dandelions."
You can? I think I've heard of that. I think I've heard of people eating dandelions. So I guess they could, hypothetically.
It's probably the #1 most important system I have here. The water those 4 barrels can hold can last a long time. As
Lottie
long as I'm
Candy
careful with it.
said, "Mallory, is that a weed? Bim calling the police."
Oh my god. Does this main character ever bathe? When was the last time this main character took a bath? Because they must be really stinky.
No luxurious baths. No water balloon fights either, I'm guessing. Just basic cleaning, cooking, and drinking, right?
Yes.
Jeez, you make me sound like someone who doesn't know how to have fun. You're pretty much right, though. But you can't just drink rainwater. It wouldn't be safe.
Oh?
Nor you said, "Their musk only helps their bond."
The water picks up a lot of things before it makes its way into the barrel. Pollution from the air, chemicals, dirt and bird droppings from the roof.
Ew. So yeah, you gotta filter it. I feel like this game is just an excuse for the writer to explain how they would survive an apocalypse. I think so. I think this was just written by some dude who was like, if there was an apocalypse, this is what I would do. I would totally survive because I do all these really super smart things because you can get energy from the sun. Also, do you want to see some feet? I think that's the person who made
Candy
this.
said, "It's pheromones. The MC is sending out a mating signal."
I think so.
Ew.
Ew.
Yeah, it's gross. So I add chemicals to the water and filter it to make it clean and safe. I'll have to show you how all that stuff works.
Nor you
Cleaning the water,
said,
using the
"If
spigots.
there was an apocalypse, it'd first obtain a girlfriend via bear trap."
maybe that was
Lottie
the
Candy
main character's
said,
plan all along.
"I feel like the male MC might be the creator."
Yeah, exactly. I think whenever there's a main character of a game like this, they are supposed to be the player's self-insert, but they're usually the creator's self-insert. Like, it's just the creator of the game talking about themselves. I think. I don't know. I've never made a visual novel. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, so what if the main character actually lied? Like, what if they put out the bear trap for the purpose of catching a girlfriend? Like, maybe that was their plan all along. Like, I'll just get a girlfriend by catching her in a bear trap. That was why they set the traps.
Lottie Candy said, "They're either self-inserts or horribly plain."
Yeah. Either one. She turned her head to look me right in the eyes.
You're really smart. I like hearing about all the systems you use here.
My cheeks burned under the shock of her beautiful gaze and the admiration I saw in her eyes. Yeah, this was definitely written by some guy who just wants a pretty girl to call him smart. I nodded, not knowing what else to say. This is kind of cringe. After that conversation, I went to check the solar batteries. They were full, which was good. The power they'd banked would last us a few days if necessary. Then the two of us settled down into the living room. I worked at my computer while Mallory gently explored my... I thought it said gently explored my body. Gently explored my things, and eventually nestled into the couch with a book to flip through. It was oddly effortless, the silence and comfort that filled the room all through the afternoon. Gradually, the sky darkened, and so did the interior of the cabin. It was probably long past time for a break when Mallory closed her book and stood up, teetering just a little on her bad leg.
Can I make us some tea?
Sure. I leaned back in my chair.
That sounds like a very good idea. Yes, please.
A very good idea. Yes, please. Even the female voice sounds like a dude. It should be a dude saying it. I should have chose the dude's voice at the beginning because this just seems wrong.
Lottie Candy said, asterisk girl boss baby voice asterisk, all I have to do to get a girlfriend is set a bear trap and they'll just come running. Alexa, how do I purchase a bear trap?
All girl boss baby has to do to get a girlfriend is set up a bear trap and they'll just come running. Alexa, how does girl boss baby purchase a bear trap? Maybe the main character is girl boss baby. She meandered into the kitchen and put the kettle on to boil. I think girl boss baby would like this game. I stood up and went to the utility room so I could switch off the inverter. There likely wouldn't be any more sunlight for the next while, so I decided to reduce the load on the solar batteries and only run off DC power for the rest of the night.
Lottie Candy
DC
said,
Comics?
that's why he keeps mansplaining everything.
It makes sense! I heard something coming from the kitchen like a small stifled cough. I listened hard to see if it would come again, but it didn't.
She's probably just clearing her throat.
What if she actually does get COVID? I came back out into the kitchen and took a seat at the table. Mallory brought over 2 steaming mugs and set them down.
Honey?
Lottie Candy
Yes?
said, and girl boss baby likes feet too.
Oh my god, you're right! Girl Boss Baby has a foot fetish, so he would
Nor you
love this
said,
game.
DC stands for direct current.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was thinking it was probably something like that, but first thing that came to mind to me was DC Comics. Honey? Yes, Mallory?
Yes, dear.
We thought of the same thing.
Lottie Candy said, no, it stands for District of Columbia.
District of Columbia. The 3 genders. Main character and I had the same thought. We both froze. I felt my cheeks suddenly warm. Why did you say that? Screamed my brain.
I meant honey for your tea?
Yep, you did.
Wait, did main character not get that? They weren't making a joke? I felt like such an idiot. The reply had flown from my mouth before I even had a chance to think about it. What? You didn't realize what she was asking? What?
Lottie Candy said, lol.
So much of this dialogue is unrealistic. Okay, I said to myself, now salvage this.
And I was saying, yes, I will have honey for my tea. And then I was very rudely interrupted mid-thought by a deer that definitely exists and totally ran past the window.
This dialogue isn't like how people talk. Mallory laughed, but it was a you're cute kind of laugh, not an I'm laughing at you kind of laugh, so I felt better.
Nor you said, I know I'd make the same mistake.
Seriously? I said it as a joke.
Cringe, cringe, cringe.
There's no way you'd actually think that was what she was saying. I totally got it. That she was asking if I wanted honey in my tea. I was making a joke. How do you make that mistake? After bringing over the honey and some spoons, Mallory sat by me and picked up her mug. She took a drink and made a strange little noise in her throat.
Oh, I just burned my tongue.
Oh, I just burned my tongue, whoa. I burny wordy, my little tonguey wongy, oh whoa. Whoa,
Lottie
my
Candy
tongue.
said, I would respond with, yes dear, cause I assumed she messed up and said honey by accident LMAO.
See, that's why I always let mine cool down for a minute or two.
Yeah, I burned my tongue, oh whoa.
I couldn't do that. It smelled too delicious to wait.
I wanna imitate her little mouth, but I can't. How do I? How do I get a mouth like that in real life? I got up and poured her a glass of cold water.
Here, this'll help.
Thank you. You're so sweet.
After taking a few sips of water, she set down her glass and looked at mine with a sad, soft smile.
So, why would someone as nice as you feel the need to set bear traps right in front of their home?
To catch a girlfriend. The question caught me by
Lottie
surprise.
Candy said, UWU, I booned my tongue MC Weezer, kiss it and make it feef better.
Ooh, I burned my tongue, MC. Please kiss it and make it feel better. Whoa. Ooh. Oh, ouchie, ouchie. Can you please help my tongue feel better?
The question caught me by surprise. I didn't know she'd even been thinking about that. Of course, it seemed obvious now. She had acted far too chipper and unconcerned when the accident happened. She must have been holding back and was just now feeling safe enough to question why she'd been hurt in the first place. I nodded slowly.
Well, I don't know who this nice person is you're talking about, but I can tell you why I have traps set up around my house. It's all because of Lola.
Lola? What? Huh?
Oh, is that a stalker ex-girlfriend? Do you have to defend your property from a lot of girls?
What? What are either of you talking about?
Ha ha. No, it's nothing like that.
Who's Lola? Did you name an animal Lola? What? I paused to take a sip of tea, taking care to blow it on it a few times before drinking.
No, you said, that fucking giant bimbo rabbit.
Did you say bimbo rabbit? What? For some reason, I couldn't quite look at Mallory then. Oh! That's what you meant! Lola Bunny. I didn't know what you meant. It's because Lola the bunny. He's protecting his house from Lola, as in Lola the bunny. If he told Mallory that, what would she say? For some reason, I couldn't quite look at Mallory then, though I could see from the corner of her eye that she was listening intently. It's because of Lola Bunny.
Lola was my best friend.
Lottie Candy
My
said,
beautiful Bernese
Lola Bunny
mountain dog.
LMAO.
She was the family pet, really, but me and her, we had a special bond.
Wait, what? What is... You had a dog and now you have to set out bear traps? What does that have to do with anything? I know we're going for a... I know there's going to be a sad backstory here, but I'm wondering what the heck does this sad backstory have to do with... bear traps?
After my parents passed away, Lola and I took care of each other. She was a hard worker. She was by my side always, finding little ways to help me out.
You know what's funny? I just realized, since...
No, you said, dog sympathy, vote for them, Steam 10 out of 10s.
Yeah. Oh, sad story, dog die, cry.
Lottie Candy said, but then eventually I hated the dog and set out a bear trap for it so it would die and that no other pets would come by.
Candy, that's so funny that I almost want to pretend that that's what they said. That's... You set out a bear trap to kill the dog. That's gonna make me cry laughing. My god. You know, I just realized something. Since the main character is supposedly a girl named Samanthnya, and is me, and the only other character is Mallory, hypothetically... Okay, so this... Actually, believe it or not, this...
No, you said, fuck, I can't take care of a dog. Not in this economy. Asterisk covers yard in bear traps.
Covers yard in bear traps. I mean,
I'm sorry, I have to ask. I'm now glancing dead tuber in the house. I'm looking at the screen for the first time now in a while. Is that dog on fire?
No, it's just the background.
The background's on fire?
No, it's just like it's supposed to be a sunset.
Alright, so it's a happy dog running
Lottie
around
Candy
and...
said, "Dad, you got a
is that
woo-woo."
trash can? By his feet?
It's... So this is... What's behind it is what the room looks like, and then this is like a memory. This is a memory of like a dog running through a field during sunset or whatever. So that's why it's like overlaid on top of the background like that.
Okay. And out of curiosity, did she clean up your place?
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew it.
You guessed it. You called
Right
it.
away.
Right away.
Candy says, "Dad tuber a woo."
Oh.
Oh, Candy! Dad has his own channel now.
Yes. And I will be neglecting it a lot, but every once in a while I will put something new on. So.
A stretch.
Yeah, I won't be putting
Lottie
as
Candy
much time in as
said,
Samantha does
"Hype."
on her channel.
So obviously what the main character is going to say is not that they set out bear traps to kill their dog, but that is really what it sounds like right now. That's really where it sounds like it's heading. Because it's like, I almost called her Lucy. Mallory asks, so why did you have bear traps? And the main character is like, well, I had a dog. And and it does sound like that's where the story's going, but I know it's not. It's obviously not. I don't know where it's going though. What was I gonna say? Right. Okay, so I just realized though that since the main character is a girl and the only other character, Mallory, is a girl, this game does actually pass the Bechdel test. This game passes the Bechdel test, yet somehow it feels misogynistic. This game... it passes the Bechdel test, but feels misogynistic. I cannot put my finger on it.
Nor you said, "The dog went rogue, so in defense I used my self-defense bear trap."
That's what it sounds like! That's what it sounds like it's leading up to, but I know it's not. I know it isn't.
You definitely would have loved her. She had one brown eye and one blue eye, and her heart was made of gold.
She had a gold heart? No, I'm just kidding. Mallory nodded softly, wrapping her hands around her mug of tea.
One fall evening, I was inside working on the computer, and Lola was outside on the deck just enjoying the cold. Bernie's mountain dogs are, as the name implies,
Lottie
mountain
Candy
dogs, and they're
said,
made to be out in
"Mallory
the snow.
is actually
She
Lola
loved
after it
snow.
falled into
The
a vat
deeper
of
the better.
corona vaccines."
But it hadn't snowed yet that year.
Mallory is actually Lola after it falled into a vat of corona vaccines. Why does that feel possible? Why does that feel like something that could... That would explain why she doesn't know basic things like what a strawberry tastes like.
Lottie Candy said, "Because this game already makes no sense."
Exactly, this game makes no sense at all. My goodness. A surge of emotion came over me. I had never told anyone this story before. I needed to pause and drink more tea to stop myself from caving to the sorrow.
Nor you said, "If Mallory is the dog, then this game needs refunded immediately."
I remember... Okay, Jonathan said something to me on Twitter along the lines of, if you don't like the game, I can give you back your money to buy a new game or something. And I was thinking that's stupid. I'm obviously not gonna ask him to do that. But if she ends up being the dog, I'll be like, Jonathan, I want my money refunded that you gave me.
Said, "Bro, the NSFW version means you effing your dog."
Oh my god. Well, I don't actually think that Lola is Mallory. That would be silly. But this game is silly, so I don't know. I can imagine the people, or the person, I don't know how many people worked on this. I can imagine the people writing this game, I can imagine their thought process. They're like, hold on. This main character is too unlikable. No one who plays this is gonna like the main character or sympathize with them. We gotta give them a dead dog. We gotta give them a sad backstory where their dog died, or then people will feel bad for them. I see, I think that's the only reason why they added the dog story in here, to make us like the main character more.
Lola started barking, and I ignored her because she was always barking at squirrels and birds and things, thinking she was protecting our territory. Silly dog.
Don't like all dogs do that?
But this time it wasn't a squirrel or a bird. I actually don't even know for sure what it was, but the tracks I found later looked like they might have come from a grizzly.
Oh, wait, so you set bear traps because of to catch, like, animals like the one that had killed Lola? So, like, because you knew that there were, like, bears around now, and you were like, oh, okay, I gotta set out these traps because I know that there are dangerous animals nearby. Okay. Mallory gasped and held her hands up to her face. It felt like if I stopped, I wouldn't be able to start again, so I just kept going.
When I realized how urgent her barking was, I ran
No,
outside.
you said.
But she was
Did the
already
grizzly
gone.
bear roll a fucking nat 20 in stealth?
Apparently, because you'd think that you would know if a grizzly bear was attacking your dog, and I guess so.
That eerie silence is something I'll never forget. I searched for her all night and all the next day. I never found her. Just tracks and some blood and fur. I don't know if a bear grabbed her and took her, or if she went chasing after it, or what.
I know I
No,
shouldn't
you
be...
said. Plot twist, Mallory is the bear.
Mallory's the bear! Okay, I shouldn't be laughing. I shouldn't think this is funny, but I'm just imagining this bear walking over and picking up the dog, just in its paws, just pick it up and carry it away, because that's what it sounded like happened. Like he just picked it up and carried it away.
I just know I've never been so angry in my whole life. I was already dealing with the pain of losing my parents, and now Lola was gone too. After that, I pulled out all
Lottie
my family's
Candy
old traps
said,
from the shed
The
and
bear
set them
got
up
caught
around
in
the
the trap
house.
and magically
It was
transformed
too
into
little
an
too
anime
late,
girl
but
as a
I needed to
survival
feel
tactic.
like I was doing something. It never occurred to me that a human might get hurt in one, and I'm really, really sorry that you did.
Maybe that is the story, Candy. Maybe that is it. I mean, if it was a survival tactic, it worked. It's pretty smart bear. I looked up to see Mallory nodding vigorously, wiping tears from her eyes. She's crying because she feels guilty that she did that. She was like, I was the bear.
I don't fault you at all for what happened to my leg. I was the one who trespassed in the dead of night.
Yeah, that's true.
Main character's like, yeah, it was actually your fault.
Lottie Candy said, it'll be like Ariel and Mallory has like a week to find true love or she'll turn back into a bear.
You guys have the best interpretations of this story. She let out a short laugh through her tears, sniffling. I got out of my chair again to find her some tissues, and when I handed them to her, I found myself giving her narrow
said,
shoulder a squeeze.
If it's any compensation, I can lead you to the bear den.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm so sorry about Lola. That's a heartbreaking story.
Oh, okay, we can see the tears now.
Sorry I made you cry.
No. I'm glad you shared that with me.
Her mouth. For a moment, I wondered if this was it. The moment she would start to open up and share her story with me, too. Why had she been outside my house, in the middle of nowhere, in the rain at night, all alone? Maybe I should encourage her.
Okay, it's your turn.
What for?
To tell me something about you. Something real, like maybe what brought you here.
A look of discomfort crossed her face. She still didn't want to tell me. Oh my god, just tell me.
Or if you're not ready to talk about that, then maybe you can tell me something else. Something more light. Please? I hardly know anything about you.
What do you want to know?
I told you what I wanted to know, but you don't want to tell me.
Mm,
Save. Favorite memory or hopes for the future? I'm gonna say favorite memory.
Tell me something about how you grew up. A happy
Achievement
moment
unlocked.
or
The
favorite
right
memory?
question. She pressed a finger to her lips, thinking hard.
Mallory Eckelmeyer said, "Lol, I'm loving these theories XD." Nor you said, "MC cup size."
A cup size! So, Mallory, what color are your panties?
Lottie
Wait.
Candy said, "Mallory."
Wait, why is Mallory... What? Mallory from... Mallory herself is here?
Lottie Candy
Mallory
said,
from the game
"Mallory
is here?
Is real."
Mallory is real and she's here? What? Mallory, is that
Nor
you?
you said, "Wait, wait, wait."
What is going on? Wait.
Mallory Eckelmeyer said, "Lol, hi, how's it going?" Lottie Candy said, "M is real 2401."
Dude, oh my god. Dude, Mallory, is that you, Mallory from the game? Mallory, can you tell us why you don't wear pants? I can't believe Mallory from the game is here. It's actual Mallory? What? This isn't...
Lottie Candy said, "Mallory, are you a bear magically transformed into an ANMIME girl?"
ANMINE girl. This isn't actual. Wait, so is it just a coincidence that someone... Is it just a coincidence that someone named Mallory is here? Or...
Lottie Candy
Because this is a weird
said,
coincidence.
"The people want to know the truth, Mallory." Mallory Eckelmeyer said, "Well, we both love comfy sweaters, but I like to wear pants." Nor you said, "Has to be a coincidence."
This is a weird freaking coincidence. That is a weird coincidence. Okay.
Lottie Candy said, "Watch the last name be the same." Mallory Eckelmeyer said, "It's me, the voice actor. Weird coincidence that we had the same name too."
No! No way! No way, you're kidding! No way! There's no way! There is no
Lottie
way!
Candy said, "What?"
There is no way!
Mallory Eckelmeyer said, "Serendipity."
There's
Nor you
no way!
said, "Oh my god, no way."
What? What? Well, part of... No, wait, what? Part of me was thinking, yo, what if this is actually the voice actress? And then I was like, no, that's silly. It's a coincidence. It's a really weird coincidence, but it's a coincidence. There's
Lottie Candy
no
said,
way!
"You need the RECIEPTS."
I really quickly like copied and pasted and looked at Google to see like is
Mallory
this game's
Eckelmeyer
Mallory
said,
named Mallory
"Lol,
Eckelmeyer?
I'm an actor. I need validation."
I was like, I googled your name really quickly and it came up with like Mallory Eckelmeyer voice actor, and I was like, no, that's still a coincidence. I still don't believe it. And then you just said it. You confirmed it. No way. That doesn't. No way. Okay, if I was a voice actor, I would. If I was a voice actor in visual novels, I would totally watch people play the the visual
said,
novels I'm in.
"Did you just follow her on Twitter, Sam?"
Yeah, I followed you on the Jonathan and Noryu and I all followed you on your one account, the Maripatsu. Because we were actually talking. We were talking about like how your voice acting is Oh my god, I'm like I'm like sweating. What the heck? We were talking about how your voice acting is really good and how it was a surprise that we hadn't heard of you or seen you in other stuff because we were like wondering like who's this voice actor, and so we looked you up and we couldn't find you in anything else. And we were like, yeah, that's weird that that she's never been in anything else because this voice acting is pretty good. And oh my gosh, this is so crazy. This is so cool. This is so cool. It is. Oh my gosh. It is an honor
Mallory
seeing you
Eckelmeyer
here.
Said, "Ah chucks, I've never done a VN before." Damon San said, "This is so cool." Astonished face.
Yeah, you did such a good job, Mallory. So I was like, she's gotta be on other stuff, and then I couldn't find you, and I was like, why? This is yeah. Norio and I were like looking you up, and we were like, this is your only role.
We got a celeb in chat.
I know, yo, we got a celebrity here, Dad. This is crazy. You gotta hear this, Dad. I'm telling my dad.
All right, you now have DadTuber's full attention.
This is so cool. The voice actress of this character is watching my stream right now.
No.
Yes,
Get
it's
outta
actually her.
here.
It's actually her.
Get the F
No, it's actually her.
Was there any way for you to confirm that?
Well, I looked up her name and it's her. I looked up her name.
Well, interesting. Ask her if she's done any other voices.
She hasn't. We were talking about her earlier. We were all like, "Oh wow, this voice actress is pretty good, but she hasn't done any other stuff." And
how did she find you?
That's a good question, Mallory. If you want to answer that, but what I'm assuming is that you were like, just like that you like go out of your way to see if anyone is playing your game, because that's honestly what I would do. That's what I would do. I would go out of my way to see if there's anyone playing the game, and then I would I would show off in chat like I'm actually the voice actress, because I would totally do that. I would 100% do that. This is so cool. This is so cool. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah, so we've been making fun of a lot of aspects of this game, but
said, "Saw you followed my Maripatsu account. I have other game credits under my real name."
Oh!
Floyu said, "I think the answer is when we followed her so closely together, lol."
Yeah, all of us followed you at the same time, and then you saw that. That's amazing. That's so amazing. Oh, so you have done other stuff before. We just couldn't find it on because it wasn't under your real name. Hold on. I'm looking at this stuff. Filmography, actress, 16
Mallory
credits.
Eckelmeyer said, "Check out Macrotus, A Mother's Journey, also remothered Broken Porcelain."
Oh. So this is just your first visual novel, but you've been in other stuff before. 2.5D puzzle platformer game. And Remothered Broken Porcelain. That's another video game. Yeah, so you have been in... Oh.
Lottie Candy said, "Be honest, Mallory, how cringy was it to read the script?"
I am curious. I am actually curious. Because we were talking about I mean, as I said before, your voice is really good in this, but we were talking about how some of the dialogue is a bit cringy. we did say that like some of it was honestly very cringe. Honestly, especially the main character's dialogue. The main character has some cringy dialogue, but I am curious. Like, what was your experience voice acting in this? What was it like? I'm very curious. This is so cool. This is so cool that you're here. Oh my gosh. Thank you for being
Mallory
here. Wow.
Ecclemire said, "Oh, that's half the charm. Ever played Life is Strange?"
I love Life is Strange. I do see why some people think that the Life is Strange dialogue is cringy, like Hella and stuff. Oh my gosh. This is so cool. This is so cool. Cause Dad, we were on stream, we were talking about her, and then we followed her on Twitter, and then she saw that we followed her.
Ah, that's how she found you. Okay.
Yo, dude. Oh, and also we were I was surprised by how few followers you have
Mallory
on that account.
Ecclemire said, "I fell in love with Mallory. She's a sweetheart."
Oh yeah, she's very cute. She's very cute. And and your voice acting definitely contributes to her character and stuff. I was really surprised to see that Nordy was surprised too that there's lip syncing in this. That like when you talk, Mallory's mouth moves. That was a big surprise. I didn't expect that. Oh my gosh, I wish Jonathan was here, because Jonathan was the one who recommended that I play this. He would have... Oh, this is so cool! This is so cool that you're here, wow. Yo, this is so neat! This is so neat. Wow, I have a freaking celebrity here. Oh my gosh, this is exciting. I'm making myself small again. I'm making myself small. Yeah, we were, very, very impressed, with, your, voice acting, because I'm surprised that this is your, first visual novel. You did a pretty good job at giving her a cute anime girl voice. I like it.
Said, "I'm glad she wasn't here for the beginning, actually considering what you did."
Okay. I bent over. Yeah, Mallory, please do not watch the archive and watch the beginning and see what you did, what I did. Don't see what I did when
Mallory Ecclemire said, "Left me out to die, did you?"
No. No, okay, no, I didn't do that. I actually did something worse. But don't worry about that. Don't see, don't look.
Worse, actually.
Yeah, actually worse. Oh my god, I went oh my gosh, I just realized at the beginning of this, at the very beginning, I said something along the lines of, I'm gonna...
Said, "More of a personal decision than an in-game one LMAO."
Yeah, it was a personal decision. I just realized at the beginning, right before I started, I said something along the lines of, I'm gonna teach Mallory about splinting. And now Mallory actually is going to learn about splinting if she goes back and watches. I think this action will have consequences. Oh no. I'm going to get... I'm sorry, Mallory. Oh no. Okay, but... I'm gonna... Okay, I'm gonna... Don't go back and watch the earlier part of the stream. I'm just gonna keep reading this and pretend nothing happened.
My favorite memory?
There's your voice, Mallory. Yeah, I cannot believe we have the voice actress here. This is so crazy.
Said, "The poor girl got sexually harassed while stuck in a bear trap."
Yes.
Mallory Ecclemire.
Oh
said,
yes, I actually do believe this was made in
"You're
Renpai.
good."
So you can have voice acting in Renpai?
Yes, I believe you can.
Holy cow. Okay.
I mean, you can have like sound effects and stuff too, right? I think this is a Renpai game.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
I'm still freaking out. I'm like sweating. This is so cool. I can't believe that we were just talking about how cool you are and how much we liked your voice, and then, then you started watching the stream. Woo!
Lottie Candy said, the UI looks like Renpai.
Yeah, I'm
Lottie
pretty
Candy
sure it's Renpai.
said, Renpai.
I think it is. I don't know how to be
Akira
sure, but I
Hayashi
think it is.
CH said, hi there.
Wait, who's here? Oh, hi, Akira! Yo, what's up? Akira, you gotta you gotta find out what just happened. So this character here, Mallory, her voice actress is watching. Her voice actress started watching my stream because I and a couple viewers followed her on Twitter, and then she started watching the stream. So we have the voice actress here. Isn't that exciting, Akira? Yo. Oh my gosh. Woo.
Lottie Candy said, we are just chatting with the voice actor of our resident bear anime girl who needs to find true love.
Exactly, bear anime
Akira
girl.
Hayashi CH said, are you looking forward to play Mario Party Superstar?
I wasn't planning on playing it. I don't think I've played any Mario Party game, actually. I love that. Hey, Dad, we were, like, making theories about Mallory's character, like that she's actually a bear, or that she's a time traveler, or whatever, and Mallory, the voice actor, thought that they were funny. Mallory, the voice actor, likes Mallory, the character's theories.
Okay, wait a minute. Now, Mallory, is she going to give any spoilers to let you know what's happening?
No, I don't want spoilers anyway. We're gonna find out ourselves. Okay, right now we're learning what Mallory's favorite memory is.
Building pillow forts with my sister, and playing make-believe that we were airship captains flying through the clouds. We lived at the top of the tallest building on our street,
Mallory
which is probably
Eckelmeyer
what inspired
said,
our game.
Mum's the word.
I remember we had this old pair of binoculars. They weren't good or anything, but we used to look up at the night sky through them and pretend we were looking into other galaxies.
Such a good, cute anime voice. I love it.
Space is super cool. I approve.
I like Mallory's voice way more than the main character's voice. Does she giggle?
I always loved the night sky. All the stars and planets and satellites.
That's such a weird coincidence that your name is actually Mallory and the character's name is Mallory? That's so weird. I would almost think that they named the character after you, but I guess it was the other way around. They named the character and then you just happened to be named Mallory. That's crazy.
We actually lived really close to the planetarium, and it was always my dream to go there and see a show.
Wait, so she lived close to the planetarium, but she never went to the planetarium?
But it got closed down when I was just a baby.
Oh.
My mom would always tell me that someday
Nor
the
you
planetarium
said,
would open again.
who's the Max voice
And I
actress
just had
so
to
we
be
can hunt
patient.
her down too, lol.
we'll hunt her down and then bully her and say Mallory's voice actor is better. No, let's not actually do that. That's mean. We'd be like Team Mallory. It's like a competition. Whose team you're on? Mallory's team or main character's team? Which one's better? like Team Edward or Team Jacob, but with voice actors.
Lottie Candy said, don't be mean, they're doing their best.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with some of this cringy dialogue, your best is all you can do. I mean, I wonder, can we find the other voice actors? You know, I actually, like I said at the beginning, I think it's really impressive that the main character is fully voice acted.
100% the voice actress was given an identical script to the male voice actor.
Yeah.
Nor you said, they both handle it as well as it could be.
Exactly.
I guess I never really stopped waiting.
That's pretty sad. She gave me a sad smile.
Hey, I think I've been to that planetarium. I would have been really small, so I don't remember a lot, but that's kind of cool, right?
I Okay, so see, this is another confirmation of, the main character is, older than Mallory. Like, they already said that earlier, but that's why, she's only, like, ever done online school, and she doesn't, remember, like, before the pandemic and stuff. So, yeah, she's not a time traveler. I'm half expecting that Samanthnya and Mallory are gonna break into the abandoned planetarium. I'm half expecting that.
But you know, we could totally go stargazing here in the mountains. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, that's true. That's more realistic, because... Yeah. She looked away, cheeks flushing pink. She wiped her eyes and shrugged.
Anyway, I should probably let you get back to work now.
The last thing I wanted to do was go back to work. I gave her a little poke just for suggesting it.
Don't do that. I'm super ticklish.
Oh, are you? I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
Hee, I'm gonna tickle Mallory. I poked her again, gently waggling my fingers. She twisted in her seat, laughing, her eyes lighting up. Her laugh was beautiful. She squeaked and kicked her feet as I tickled her sides. A playful attempt at retaliation sent her slipping off her chair, but I easily caught her, and suddenly it was like our arms were around each other. We sat there on the floor, both of us laughing through our breathlessness. It was amazing, and then it was a little awkward. I withdrew my arms and got to my feet. I helped her up. We stood there for a moment, just looking at each other.
I have an idea. Let me treat you to a special dinner tonight.
A special dinner? Ooh, and what would that be?
I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Give me a minute.
Mallory Eckelmeyer said, I'm honored to have played alongside her. Caitlin Barr, Funimation goddess, plays a character on My Hero Academia.
Wait, no way, that's who the main character's
Lottie
voice
Candy
actress is?
said, what?
Wait, I feel like I've heard that name before. Hold on, I gotta look at this. What has... Oh my gosh, that... Yeah, she's done a lot of anime. Whoa. Scrolling through this. That... Wow.
Noryu said, RYUKYU.
Oh my gosh, no way! That's a lot. That's a lot of anime. This is a long, long list of anime she's been in. Oh my gosh. Wait, so...
Lottie Candy said, y'all are both cute WTF.
I'm looking up... Oh! The like, dragon? Yeah! Yeah, I know... Oh, I know that character, yeah. Oh my gosh. Yo! Yo,
Lottie
Pog!
Candy said, the male voice actor must be similar and that's why HES so familiar.
Yo. Dude. Oh my gosh. This is so cool.
Jonathan Vetter said, okay, I'm back, did I miss a lot?
Jonathan, you missed so much. Jonathan, the Mallory's voice actress is watching the stream.
Said, yes, you did.
Mallory's voice actress is here. Okay, I now have complete...
Said, missed the maximum amount possible.
The maximum amount possible. I now have full and complete respect for every voice actor who worked on this game. This... Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Dude! Dude. Dude. Oh my gosh. Woo! Oh my gosh. Oh, this is just so cool. I can't get over it. I can't get over how cool this is. Oh my gosh. I would if I this is exactly what I would do if I was a voice actor. I would totally
said,
go into
did they randomly find you or were they told off?
Jonathan, since you and Nori and I followed her on Twitter, she saw and she saw my stream. So then she started watching. So that's how she found us, through Twitter. Oh my gosh! This is so cool! Woo! Oh my gosh. Yeah, oh my gosh. And her name is actually Mallory. Oh my gosh. Dude, this is just so cool. You guys did the absolute best that you could have with the script you were given. You guys are great. Hey mom, the voice. Yeah, we have a celebrity here.
Hello, nice to meet you.
My mom says hello to you, Mallory. Oh my goodness.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we were talking about how good we thought her voice was for the character and stuff. And then she appeared. Oh my gosh. Whew, I thought about what sort of meal I could make from things I had in the kitchen or pantry. Truthfully, I wasn't a very good cook. This is the first time the main character has made food for Mallory rather than the other way around. I mean, I could throw together a salad or a sandwich, but that... Wait, no. They made a salad... The main character made a strawberry salad earlier, so no, I was wrong. But that wouldn't be special enough. A thought sprang to my mind. In the pantry was a very old bottle of red wine. I didn't know if it was fancy or even good wine, but it was the only bottle of booze I had in the house, and because of that, I valued it highly. Oh yeah, they're both of legal drinking age. I had to think in my mind, are they? But, yeah, they are, because Mallory is 21, and the main character is older, so they're both of legal drinking age. Originally, I had intended to save it for a special occasion, specifically for the day the virus was cured. That bottle had been sitting on a shelf for many years. The hopeful note I'd attached to it to celebrate the cure faded and dusty. That's symbolic. Could I open it now? Should I open it now? No, it was special, really special, and meant for a day that might not come. Wine is meant to be shared, my brain reminded me. What the hell, I'd do it. I'd share that wine with Mallory. I swished my hand through the air and gave my best pompous butler impersonation.
A most decadent helping of popped corn with truffle oil and adult beverages.
See, lines like these... yeah, some lines like these are just so cringy, so you just gotta make the best of what you have. Mallory stared at me, then tossed her head back in laughter. Mallory's voice actress' laugh is good. Mallory's voice actress is the best. I'm gonna play the other games that she's been in. Mallory stared at me, then tossed her head back in laughter. I hope that she gets more roles in visual novels, because I think this is I think that playing a visual novel romance option suits you well, Mallory's voice actress Mallory, because the voice in this is really good. Mallory's cute anime girl voice. Mallory stared at me, then tossed her head back in laughter.
Dinner is popcorn and nondescript alcohol? That sounds fantastic.
Noryu said, MC definitely speaks their immediate thoughts a lot.
That is true. While I had the popcorn going, I asked Mallory to go look for the truffle oil from the cellar.
I'm back. I think this is the right one.
She turned the bottle for me to read the label. Scribbled in my own sloppy Jiffy marker writing, were the words, "the good stuff." I nodded and motioned my chin to show her where to find wine glasses and bowls.
So you made this truffle oil yourself?
Yeah, it's not too hard once you get the hang of it. The first batches I ever made were terrible, though. Lots of trial and error before I landed on the right mix of ingredients and timing.
She brought out a large bowl from the cupboard and placed it beside me for the popcorn.
Wow, that's so cool. I think it's incredible that you've learned to do all these things.
That's just how it goes when you live on your own. If you'd like, I can teach you.
While reaching up to grab the wine glasses, she cocked her head curiously at me.
You would want to teach me?
Of course. You're good company, and it might be fun to show you how these things work.
She smiled at me and took the wine glasses over to the living room, dusting them off with her sweater as she walked. That's probably a dirty sweater at this point. The popcorn was almost ready. Settling into the couch to watch a movie on my computer felt very different having a beautiful girl beside me. The same one who only a few minutes earlier was on the verge of tears. This main character is just so horny all the time. I was happy that I could cheer her up, if only for a little while. She seemed much happier with the distraction of popcorn in a movie.
Oh my goodness, this wine is the best tasting thing I've ever had in my life.
Her cheeks began to turn rosy after just the first sip. It made me happy seeing her like this, and I was glad that I could share the small gift with someone.
What sort of movie would you like to watch?
Shrek, 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 Shrek. Do I have my Shrek plushie? Do I have him? Can I find him somewhere? Mallory and I are gonna watch Shrek? Where is Shrek? I don't, where did I put Shrek? Where is Shrek? I don't think I named it in OBS. Hold on, let me find Shrek. I need to find Shrek, need to find Shrek, need to find Shrek. Shrek. Oh my gosh, I found a Shrek body pillow asset on Twitter. Shrek plushie, here he is!
Said. Mallory is definitely more of a Despicable Me kind of girl.
I think Mallory watches Barbie movies. I think so. Here, I'm gonna hold Shrek like that. Shrek.
How about something with action? And romance? Oh, and some comedy too.
Shrek has action, romance, and comedy.
That's a tall order. Let me see what I can find.
Shrek. It's got comedy. It's got the romance between Shrek and Fiona. It's got action. Like, remember that scene where Shrek, fights those knights or whatever? It's got action. It wasn't long before we both relaxed and let ourselves be absorbed into the movie. It was a strange story about a girl from the moon who fell in love with a human. They had to overcome their differences in order to realize they were destined to be together. I think this is one of those situations where the movie that they're watching is supposed to parallel the story in the game. But, no, I'm gonna pretend that they're actually watching Shrek.
Said. How are they watching Tsukihime?
Wait, oh wait, so this is actually a reference to an actual movie? What? Is it a reference to it? Wait, is it actually a reference to a real?
Nor you. Said. No, lol.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was a reference to something that actually existed. Okay. There was also a moon cat that would bust out wisecracks every 10 minutes. It had Mallory roaring with laughter as I expected.
Mallory
This
Echomeyer
cat, I can't
said,
believe some of the things
can we
he
watch
says.
animated classic The Swan Princess?
Mallory, I'm getting in your wine glass. Haha, this cat. I can't believe some of the things he says. Wait, maybe I should be the popcorn. No, I want to be in the wine glass. Mallory's favorite movie is The Swan Princess. It is confirmed. It is canon. Her laughter was infectious and soon had me joining in despite the subpar humor of the movie. Anything that voice actor Mallory says about character Mallory is canon. So voice actor Mallory could say anything about character Mallory and it would be true. Does character Mallory like Garfield? I believe anything that voice actor Mallory says about character Mallory. Since they have the same name, they are the same person. You guys have the same name and the same voice, so you are the same person, so anything that you say about her is true. That's how it works. I'm pretty sure. Wait, okay, I'm in the wine glass, and then Shrek is the popcorn. Oh my gosh, eating Shrek. Eating Shrek, not clickbait? Her laughter was infectious and soon had me joining in despite the subpar humor of the movie.
I haven't laughed like this in so long. Oh my gosh, my stomach hurts from laughing.
I want to know her backstory already. Why is it taking so long for us to find out her backstory? Clumsily, I spilled a bit of wine on my pajama pants. The splotch had landed right on my, well, thing that rhymes with splotch. Splotch on my, there aren't very many words that rhyme with splotch. On my, botch. The sight of it only made us roar with more laughter. It may have been the wine causing us to act so funny, but it may have just been that we were long overdue for a good honest laugh. Being like this with her made me feel like my old self, or rather, like the person I might have been had my circumstances not forced me to become a young hermit. I wondered when we had started sitting so close to each other. I suppose it was so that we could share the bowl of popcorn without having to reach. But in fact, Mallory was so close to me that I could feel the heat radiating off of her thigh beside my hand. I stretched out my fingers to graze her leg, testing the waters to see how she would react. Oh my god, main character is so horny! To my surprise, she didn't recoil. So there my hand sat for the remainder of the movie, too nervous to move either way. At one point, I noticed her hand fall to her lap. It was resting in a way that seemed uncomfortable, with her palm facing upwards. It was honestly quite distracting. Are you gonna do some lewd hand-holding? Before I could figure out if she had left it there for me to hold or not, the movie had ended. I missed my chance.
I really enjoyed that. Thanks so much for watching with me.
Parts of it were entertaining, definitely. Like that bizarre turtle in a top
Mallory
hat.
Eckelmeyer said, "Lol, only tale of two kitties." Jonathan Vetter said, "Been a few years since I seen The Swan Princess. Was one I enjoyed as a kid."
I'm standing on Mallory's elbow now. Okay, it is canon that Mallory the character enjoys The Swan Princess and Tale of Two Kitties. It is canon. It is confirmed. It is the word of God.
That's right. And how we saved them from that lizard beast was so insane.
We sat together for another minute, recanting the ridiculousness of the story we had just experienced. All the windows were dark now, and Mallory looked exhausted. I felt pretty tired, too.
I guess I should get off your bed and let you get some sleep.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. See you in the morning?
When are they going to share the bed together?
Definitely.
A little reluctantly, I left Mallory on the couch and climbed up the stairs to my bedroom. As I settled into bed, I felt a strange mix of happiness and loneliness, two feelings I hadn't felt or allowed myself to feel in a long, long time. The pain of losing my family had been too much to bear, and so my heart had shut off, and I just existed, going through the motions, waiting endlessly for nothing in particular. Now I was rediscovering myself, relearning what it meant to be human, and it was all because of Mallory. Then, as though she had known I was thinking about her, Mallory called up to me.
Sweet dreams.
You too. Get a good night's sleep.
I yawned and nestled deeper into my pillow. Before I could remember what I had been thinking about, I was fast asleep. Oh, I keep forgetting I have to click when this comes up. Chapter 6, Attachment. Achievement unlocked, Exploded Corn and Squashed Grapes. Okay, so I guess I get that achievement for, the movie scene? Let me move Shrek. Shrek can go at my feet, I'd say. Unless maybe he might be in the way. Let me make him go right there.
Good morning, sleepyhead.
The voice drew me up towards consciousness, but I didn't know if it was real or part of my dream. Jonathan said that there's at least 6 chapters, so this could be the last one, but I don't know. I heard a familiar creaking. Who could be walking up the stairs? I was pretty sure it wasn't me. No, I was definitely laying in bed. My eyelids were heavy and my brain was only half awake. A weight pressed down on the bed near my feet.
Wakey, wakey.
Wakey, wakey. It sounded like Mallory. I teetered on the edge of consciousness, hoping I'd be left alone to fall back into slumber. The weight at the end of the bed shifted, shaking me a little. I squeezed my eyes shut.
Okay, you leave me no choice. Incoming pounce attack!
I was jolted awake then, fully this time, by the force of Mallory jumping on me. Look at that uwu mouth. Look at the uwu, like, little kitty cat mouth. The little uwu. Uwu mouth. A panicked shout escaped me as I yanked the covers up past my neck, leaving only my face exposed. Mallory beamed, straddling me proudly, her clear aquamarine eyes filled with mischief.
Oops, did I scare you? Well, you left me no choice. I tried calling you, throwing things at you,
everything
and
about Mallory radiates UWU energy.
Exactly.
My for getting you to wake up. And it did the trick. You're awake now.
What kind of monster just pounces like that on a poor, defenseless sleeping person?
Monster, you say? Wow, you sure do know how to give a girl a compliment.
I scowled at her playfully. I was pretty sure she was resting her whole weight on me, but she felt like nothing. And though I'd been legitimately startled and more than a little confused, I found now that I didn't dislike the situation. Oh my god, main character is horny again.
If you're jumping about like this, does that mean your leg is feeling better?
Mallory looked down at her bandaged leg and then back at me. She pursed her lips.
It doesn't hurt as much, but it feels kind of weak. Like it might give out if I put too much weight on it.
I didn't know enough to know if that was normal or what it meant. I nodded vaguely and just stared up at her, and she stared down at me, and then I shook myself.
Said, I'm back, I threw up.
You threw up? Why did you throw up? What happened? Are you okay?
So, why did you need me to wake up so urgently?
She cocked her head.
I made you breakfast, and I didn't want it to get cold. And I was worried. You're usually up way earlier than this. And maybe I was a little lonely and sort of missed you.
What did she mean by usually up way earlier?
Said, IDK, I just woke up and blah whoosh blam.
Ew. I am sorry to hear that. Oh my gosh, is it morning sickness? Are you pregnant? What did she mean by usually up way earlier? I craned my neck to check the clock on my nightstand. Oh, that was what she meant.
Damn, what's up with me? I never sleep this long.
Sometimes your body just needs a little extra rest. Okay, now...
Mallory twisted, leaned over the bed, and...
Bad Hakara said, my wife also implied that I may be pregnant.
We had the same idea. Mallory twisted, leaned over the bed.
Bad case of the blah whoosh blams.
Yeah, the blah whoosh blams. And produced, if from nowhere, a plate of breakfast. Where did... Produced from nowhere? Did she pull it out of her butt?
Ta-da!
Yo, waffles!
Akira Hayashi CH said, I got to go. Good luck, Sam.
Oh, okay. Bye, Akira. Thank you for being here. She held the plate out, showing me the stack of fluffy golden waffles. They smelled amazing,
Bad
fruity and
Hakara
sweet, flecked with
said,
red.
The dark breakfast.
And drizzled with maple syrup.
My mouth is watering. I never knew that was an actual thing that happened to mouths.
Tea? Strawberry waffles from scratch will do that to you. You'll have to tell me once you taste them, but I think I may have outdone myself this time. The only thing I did make from scratch is the syrup.
You made the strawberries from scratch?
That's okay. I made the syrup from scratch.
Wait, you did?
I nodded.
There are tons of maple trees around here. I harvest their sap at the end of each winter. It's pretty simple. I drill small holes into the trees and insert what's called a spile, which is like a spout. The sap drains out through there and into a bucket. When I have enough to fill a pot, I essentially boil it down until it's mostly evaporated. Then it's syrup. And the best part is it keeps forever, so I can just store it in glass jars in my pantry.
Mallory had never looked happier or more amazed or more beautiful.
That sounds like some kind of fairy magic.
The real magic is your cooking.
Nor
This
you
looks incredible.
Said, Mansplaining
Although,
again.
do you
a
mind
week.
taking it
That's what it
downstairs
sounds
so we can
like.
eat there? I'd like to get dressed and, well,
Mallory looked down at herself and the way she was straddling me, and her face turned bright red quite rapidly. She scrambled to get off of me, nearly dropping the plate of waffles in her flustered state.
I'll do that now. Sorry. See you downstairs.
Without making eye contact, she raced down the stairs. There came the sound of cutlery being fumbled with in the kitchen below. I dragged my hand down my face, equal parts amused, exasperated, and happy. Achievement unlocked, better by the breakfast. After breakfast, Mallory was quick to scoop up my plate and cutlery. I offered to help, but she said she would do them herself.
Nor you said. MC could literally just be like, I made syrup smile, not here's the entire process and then some. Vad Hakara said. Your character uses the same pace and intonation as Buzz Lightyear, but in a higher pitch.
The same pace and intonation as Buzz Lightyear. Yeah, Noryu, you're right. The main character does this with, like, everything. Like, absolutely everything. Like, she didn't ask how you did it, but, like, so that's why I'm saying what I said earlier, that I feel like this was written by someone who just really wanted to show off how they would survive in a situation, like a post-apocalyptic situation where they had to, like, make their own food and stuff. I think this is just them really wanting to describe how they would do that. They'd be like, yeah, I'd get my own syrup like this, and like they just want to show off their ideas, I think. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
By now I had learned that there was no arguing with her. Not because she was particularly stubborn, but because I caved at the slightest pushback. She made me weak, but, like, in a nice way. So while she cleaned up, I walked to the window overlooking the garden. The skies were dark and dreary, far more ominous this morning than before. The ground glistened, and I could see little puddles on the path leading up to the door. They rippled as a gust of wind rushed past.
I guess it's another day indoors. Look how glum that weather is.
I glanced back at Mallory in the kitchen. She took a look through the window, making a little pouty face.
Also,
Said,
clouds like
what
this
if
mean
the
we're not
male
getting any
MC
solar,
is
so
Buzz
we're relying on
Lightyear?
what's stored in the battery bank for now. We should limit how much electricity we use today.
The male MC is Buzz Lightyear.
Okay, I'll be extra careful.
I turned back to the window and pressed my hand against it. The glass was cold, much colder than usual. If it was going to rain all day and be chilly, I should bring in some extra wood for the fire. 30 pieces should do.
Vad
Then
Hakara said. To infinity and beyond.
Then I stole another glance back at Mallory. Mallory in her threadbare sweater dress, so thin and so short. Better make it 50 pieces, I told my brain. My brain
Honestly,
agreed.
I feel like Tim Allen is the vocal equivalent to the FEMC.
Yeah, so why... Okay, Mallory needs to wear something else. I don't think that...
Jonathan Vetter said, you happy you got the game?
The sweater dress is just not practical. You happy you got the game? Yes. Because I think it's really exciting that I got to... that Mallory's MC watched the stream. I think that's really exciting. So yeah, that is worth it then. Better make it 50 pieces. My brain agreed. Outside, the rain was really coming down.
You said, Mallory needs to wear something, and the court unanimously disagreed.
No, Mallory needs some, like, practical clothing. Mallory does not wear anything practical, and I feel like that needs to change. There are so many situations where I'm just like, Mallory, please put on pants or something. I kept close to the edge of the cabin, sneaking along under what cover there was on my way to the woodshed. The ground was too muddy to use the wheelbarrow, so I figured I'd have to make more than one trip. I got...
Pardon me, is Mallory the actress still there?
I believe so.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay.
What were you gonna critique?
Why are you
Vad
taking my
Hakara
candy?
Said,
Oh, well.
Jonathan got the sexy let's play global thermonuclear war voice, and mine is an effete British fellow. Noryu said, is Mallory making you act up? Bad Hakara said, hi Dad.
Dad. Vad says, hi, Dad.
Hi, Dad.
The candy stealer. Oh.
Jonathan got the sexy Let's Play Global Thermonuclear War voice, and mine is an... I can't pronounce that. A British fellow? Yeah, see, I chose the British voice for the text-to-speech. Is Mallory making you act up? No! The main character is horny. I am not nearly as horny as the main character. Hey, Dad. Vad says hi, Dad.
Hi, Vad.
Oh, Vad! Dad finally has his own channel. So, the link to that, is in my channel's description. Same place where I put the link to Faye's channel. And, it's in my featured channels.
Mallory
And we're gonna
is
have,
secretly a dark
a
god
thing
preparing
where
to
I,
sacrifice you. Bad
have
Hakara
edibles,
said,
and
hooray
I,
Dadtuber.
Vad says, hooray, DadTuber.
and I forget, what did I do? I played, no, I didn't play a video game. What did I do?
You got high.
I got hot. That's it? Not to laugh. That was it. And I tried not to laugh at a video that, frankly, was really stupid. I
You
mean,
still laughed.
Yeah, I still laughed 3 times, so I lost.
No, twice.
Was it twice?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
Noryu
I counted once.
said,
So
IDK, I think
forgot that
time
I
traveling
was-
stealth bear sounds much better.
Yeah, I mean, her being a dark god sounds about right, but time-traveling stealth bear, I do like that theory.
Hakara said, there's no Dadtuber or FreeTuber links beneath the video.
Oh, yeah, it's in the channel description. I didn't put it in the video description. Hi, Orange. How are you, Orange? I can put it in...
Bad Hakara said, fair enough then.
Here, I'm putting it in the chat, and then the text-to-speech will read it. Here, text-to-speech, read the super long link.
Samanthnya CH said, https://www.youtube.com/channel/UCX5Belchesby4HX8JCFHBW.
Yep.
Bad Hakara said, HTTP.
HTTPP. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Mallory herself said that she liked the, time-traveling stealth bear theory, so
Bad
it's probably
Hakara
true.
said, oh nice, he actually named it Dadtuber.
Well, I named it DadTuber. I made the, channel for him, because he doesn't know how to do things like that, I don't think. But yeah, he loves the name DadTuber. I gathered up a big armload of firewood and brought it back to the cabin. I repeated this process, getting wetter and colder as I went. On my last trip to the woodshed, it occurred to me that I would never have bothered with this much effort if it were only myself in the cabin. I would have made do with the few logs already inside, wrapped myself in blankets, and if it came to it, suffered the cold. But Mallory deserved better than that. After bringing all the wood inside, I laid it out on a table beside the fireplace. I always inspected the logs for bugs. I didn't want anything creepy hitching a ride inside my home. Once that task was done, I arranged a couple of logs along with some kindling and got a little fire going in the fireplace. I sat there for a few minutes, stroking the flames while the wood hissed and popped. Soon the whole living room was toasty. Mallory appeared at my side and sat down. She leaned toward the fire, its orange glow warming her face. I caught myself staring at her and slapped my hands against my thighs.
Well, I better make use of this time and get some work done on my computer.
Doesn't that use up the electricity?
That's what I was thinking.
The computer only draws around 250 watts. A couple of hours won't make much of a difference.
Mallory stayed by the fire while I went to my desk and booted up my computer. The sound of the drizzling rain outside and the crackling fire in the fireplace soothed me as I settled into my chair. I could live like this forever, I thought. The peaceful atmosphere was interrupted by an annoying cascade of chimes from my email. I took a peek at my inbox and saw more spam, of course. No, I'm not reading it. Stop asking me to read it.
Get out of here, spam. Nobody likes you.
Nor you. Said. Well, time to get to work. Boots up Final Fantasy XIV.
Without thinking about it more than that, I deleted both of the emails. Then I spent a few minutes checking some websites that were part of my daily routine. Sites for tech news, world news, and
Bad
weather.
Hakara. Said. Get out of here, SPAAAAM.
A random ad for amazing delivery services reminded me about that first aid kit I needed to replace. I decided I might as well grab some painkillers too, since there had only been a handful left in the bottle when Mallory had asked for one for her leg. She seemed much better now, but still, it was good to have things like that on hand. You never knew when a headache might strike or a joint might get sprained. Or another person might get caught in your bear trap. Maybe you'll get a boyfriend this time. I ordered the new first aid kit and the aspirin, and then something else caught my eye. It was a type of ad I'd never usually get, and certainly never pay mind to, but for some reason I did this time. Viagra? It was just a basic advertisement peddling some chintzy jewelry, but something compelled me to take a closer look. Oh, you're gonna get jewelry from Mallory? After clicking through, I was presented with an image of a stunning silver ring in the shape of a bow. Ooh! The color and sparkle immediately reminded me of Mallory. I wanted to buy it. For her. The next thing I knew, the order had been placed, and a message appeared letting me know that all 3 of my purchased items would be arriving via drone drop within the next few days. The whole order plus delivery fees was ridiculously expensive, but what else was I going to spend my money on? I leaned back in my chair, a little bit in disbelief of myself. Yo! I knew it! I called it! Remember earlier I said that not only would she clean the cabin, but she would also sew his pants. Yeah, it did seem like MC bought that to propose.
Said. Man, they haven't even established a relationship and MC wants to propose. Mallory Eckelmeyer. Said. Cold all the time but too stubborn to get a jacket. Yep, that's accurate to a wild Mallory.
See, Mallory is Mallory. You are the same Mallory. I knew this was gonna happen though. I knew that Gay Mallory was gonna sew Gay Me's pants because they made that a big deal earlier about like main character's pants ripped, and I was like, yeah, Mallory is totally gonna not only clean the cabin but then also sew the main character's pants. I saw that coming. I looked over at Mallory sitting in the living room. She had that old basket of clothing set beside her with a little pile of things neatly refolded beside it. Her head was bent low over some garment in her lap, her fingers working away. I realized then that she was using a needle and thread, sewing up holes and fastening buttons back where they belonged. Oh, so she's not only doing it to those pants, but she's also, like, fixing up my other clothes. I forgot about the work I'd wanted to get done. I got up out of my seat and wandered over to look more closely at what she was doing.
Are you mending my clothes?
She brightened.
Yes,
Bad Hakara.
those ones
Said.
are already done.
When
and
Big
these ones
Larry
here are
came
still
up
in
just
progress.
to put him down, old SpongeBob turned into a clown, and no girl ever wants to dance with a fool who went and ripped his pants.
The
Nor you.
pauses.
Said. Also goes from 0 to 100 for cooking proficiency like some kind of chaos goddess.
Maybe she is a chaos goddess. Yes, those ones are already done, and these ones here are still in progress.
I didn't even know you'd been working on this.
Well, normally I work on it before I go to sleep or when I first wake up. I find it sort of meditative.
How early does she wake up? Because she's always awake before me.
You know you don't
Oh,
have
hi,
to do all
Orange.
these things for me.
I like keeping busy, and I like being helpful. Really, you've been so generous and kind taking me in like this. I just want to do everything I can to help you.
She kept working while she talked, so sweet and matter-of-fact. I smiled, and suddenly I really didn't want to bother with work. I just wanted to hang out with her.
You know, I don't think I'm in the right headspace for work today. Luckily, I don't have any looming deadlines, so maybe I'll take today off. We could just sit and enjoy the fire together. Maybe we could play a board game.
Yeah, main character has a lot of board games lying around, but like, obviously no one to play them with until this point. Mallory looked up at me in surprise.
Oh, I love games. What did you have in mind?
I searched my memory. What two-player games did I have
Noyu
kicking around?
Said, what line of work is MC in?
Programming. They established that at the very beginning that MC is does like
Bad Hakara said, time to play Strip Risk.
Strip Risk? Oh my gosh.
Noyu
Yeah, so MC
said,
does computer
oh
stuff.
yeah, C#.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I call it C#. I don't know what it's actually called. But C# was what I said when I looked at it. Most of the board games left in the cabin were more than a decade old. They were the ones I used to play with my family when we vacationed here, and many of them were probably missing cards or pieces.
How about
Bad
chess?
Hakara
Do you
said,
know how to play?
It's like Risk, but after the game starts, everyone quits playing and takes off their clothes because Risk is boring.
If my dad heard you say that, he'd be mad because he likes Risk. How about chess? Do you know how to play? No, we should play Dream Phone. I want to play Dream Phone with Mallory. We gotta play Dream Phone. Or Pretty Pretty Princess. Surely the chess set on the game shelf would still be intact, and those old pieces would be thrilled to get some use after all these years.
Chess? Yes. I used to play with my sister sometimes.
Bad Hakara
I'm
said,
probably not very
shush,
good at
don't
it.
tell your dad.
That's okay, neither am I. I'll grab the game. Meet me at the table, okay?
Wait, this is like the second time she's mentioned her sister. Or maybe third. Is her sister dead? I went to retrieve the chess set, just where I'd remembered. I unearthed the box and was dusting it off with my sleeve when I heard Mallory make a little noise.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Noyu said, they'd play Monopoly just to be there for as long as possible.
I turned to check on her. She was still sitting on the floor beside the fireplace, mended clothing strewn about.
What's wrong?
She raised her hand up to her lips and began biting her nail.
I can't get up. My leg's fallen asleep.
Her words brought back a familiar phrase she said the night we met. I chuckled and reached out my hand to her.
Well, at least it's only asleep and not caught in a trap this time.
She smiled and accepted my hand to lift her up. Funny how I didn't even think twice about it anymore.
White or black?
We set the board out on the table and started setting up the pieces.
White, please.
I sat down on the black side of the board and finished arranging my pieces. When I looked up, Mallory was examining the box with pursed lips.
Are you missing a piece?
Looks that way. I don't mind subbing in a salt shaker or something else to play with.
No way. We should play with real pieces.
She gave me a look. It was sort of dismissive, sort of disheartened, but I meant what I'd said and I knew how to cheer her up.
Seriously, I can make you a proper chess piece. And I can make it look however you like.
Oh, I forgot. Main character has a 3D printer. Mallory stared at me, one eyebrow a little higher than the other.
How?
3D printer. Oh my god, I am absolutely positive that main character is about to mansplain how a 3D printer works. I'm positive. I held out one finger and headed towards my computer desk. Main character can't just do things. Main character has to explain how the things work while they're doing them.
Noyu said, yeah, haha, thank god it wasn't a bear trap so I don't have to stare at your tender feet for 10 minutes.
Oh my god, the feet.
Mallory Eckelmeyer said, oh my gosh, you unlocked a childhood memory. I love Pretty Pretty Princess.
Oh my god, Mallory actually plays Pretty Pretty Princess? Dude! I freaking love Pretty Pretty Princess. I have the like Disney Sleeping Beauty version, so it's not just the regular version. The like pieces are like Aurora and Maleficent and stuff. Yo. My sister and I played Pretty Pretty Princess on a stream on this channel, because we wanted to revisit it because we hadn't played it in a long time. It's still fun. It's still really fun, like fighting over who has the crown and stuff. Pretty Pretty Princess is a genuinely fun game. I held out one finger and headed towards my computer desk. I'm eating M&Ms. Wanted to point that out.
Remember the gauze with the cute potato pattern on it? I printed that out with my 3D printer, see?
Did she not know until now how main character did that? Did she not bother to ask? I took the equipment out and hooked it up to my computer, giving her a quick overview as I did.
Jonathan
This
Vetter
is just a small one,
said,
but it's very useful
now I
and
think
quite
about
simple.
it, is there an online
I just
version
plug
of
in
that
the
game
USB
so you
cable
can
to my
play others with
computer,
it?
then use a program to tell the
Online
printer
Pretty
what to
Pretty
make.
Princess?
Bad Hakara said, you can't print gauze on a 3D printer.
Apparently in this game you can. Apparently main character can do it. I bet you could ask main character about it and they'd mansplain how they did it to you. But actually, Jonathan, no, I don't think online Pretty Pretty Princess would work because kind of the point of Pretty Pretty Princess is that you have, like, physical items. You have to collect, the crown, the necklace, the ring, the bracelet, the earrings,
said,
so...
You can 3D print anything if your printer is precise enough.
I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe, I guess it works in this... I guess this main character's 3D printer can do that. That's just a small one, but it's very... okay, it's very useful and quite simple. I just plug in the USB cable to my computer, then use the program to tell the printer what to make.
Whoa, that's so cool. I'm missing the queen. Can it make that piece?
I let out a theatrical laugh, throwing my head back as I did so. Foolish female! Of course it can! Obviously it can, you foolish, foolish girl.
This baby can make anything your heart desires. Ask and you shall receive.
That's essentially what I said.
Bad Hakara said, that is not factual.
No, it can make anything, Vad. Vad, do not question the main character. Main character knows all. It's just as Mallory said. The main character is very, very smart. You cannot question anything that the main character says. The main character is right about everything. You are wrong, Vad. 3D printers can make gauze. 3D printers can make whatever you want them to. As long as it's the main character doing it. The main character is extremely smart. Smarter than you,
Bad
smarter than
Hakara
everyone.
said, oh god, she's catsplaining.
Catsplaining! Catsplaining. I feel like this game was made by someone who just wanted to feel really smart. They just really wanted to feel smart. And that's why they made Mallory's character, like, not smart. Like, she doesn't know how the sun works, so that they can feel smart in comparison. I have a feeling that's what happened here. Hey, Shrek should go on the couch. Shrek needs to sit down. There we go, he's on the couch. He kind of looks like he belongs there. Yeah, I feel like the creator of the game just really wanted to feel smart. I still cannot believe that the main character explained how the sun works. She cradled her chin while she thought.
I desire a cat.
A real cat?
A cat queen. All right, that works.
Can I watch?
No. The enthusiasm she showed left no room for arguments. I loaded up my software to search for cat and picked out a cat figurine. I set it up to print and let Mallory press the very last OK button to get the process started. Several indicator lights on the 3D printer flashed as I got to work. I started to hum and whir.
It's like something out of science fiction.
Here's the cat.
Bad Hakara said, the sun is a big firefly stuck in the blue stuff.
Mallory tilted her head to get a better look at the printer. She stood up to lean over and watch the cat being formed from above. The angle exposed her cleavage and bra. MC, stop being
said,
horny.
I think Shrek should go into the 3D printer.
Ooh, you're smart. Bob Jones, you are very, very smart. That's a really good idea. That is a very good idea. There you go, Shrek. Wow, you're I'm 3D printing
said,
Shrek.
I second putting Shrek in the 3D printer.
Yeah, so we're 3D printing Shrek right now.
Noyu said, making a Shrek for Mallory.
Exactly. Mallory deserves a Shrek. I know she wants a cat, but I think that she needs a Shrek. I think that everyone needs a Shrek. I tried not to look, unsure if she was aware of what her positioning was, putting on display. I'd rather assume it was a mistake and not take advantage of it, no matter how attractive the sight was. Stop being horny!
Bob Jones said, Shrek is the best queen chess piece.
Exactly!
Noyu said, also doesn't her attire in general expose her cleavage and bra LMAO?
That is true. That is very true. But I guess the way that she's leaning makes her cleavage even more exposed. So we were both quiet while we waited. Level after level, the Cat Queen built upon itself, and after about 4 minutes later, we had a replacement chess piece. It only took 4 minutes? I don't know much about 3D printers, but it only took 4 minutes? Is that right? I removed the piece from the printer, handed it to Mallory, and watched her expression turn from amazement to joy.
It's perfect.
Bob Jones said, MC can do anything.
Apparently!
Noyu said, that shit takes so long.
Yeah, so I'm right, that it would take more than 4 minutes. And it wasn't the only thing. We sat down to play, and the conversation came so easily. We shared what we knew about chess.
Hakara said, 3D prints generally take several hours at a minimum.
Yeah, I was thinking, it takes hours to 3D print something. How did it take 4 minutes? We shared what we knew about chess. No, I bet it was MC sharing what he knew about chess and, like, bragging about it, too. Alright, to Mallory. How we'd each learned to play and how the game itself dated back to the 15th century and how these days most people played it online. No, I bet the main character said all that stuff. We talked about Deep Blue, the first computer to beat a world chess champion, and then the conversation turned to other random things that made us laugh, little anecdotes from childhood, and questions we had about the universe. It turned into one of those days where the time just passes you by, impossible to notice. Until Mallory sat up straight while I was contemplating my options, pointing urgently.
Hey, look! There! The clouds are breaking.
Nuh-uh, I'm not falling for that. You just want me to turn my back so you can move the pieces around. You trickster, you.
I tisked at her, shaking my head, and she laughed.
No, seriously. Look, the sun is shining over there. Can we go outside to look at it?
Yeah, want me to explain again how it works? I twisted in my seat. Through the window, I could see the great gray sky, and there, over the mountains, a glowing crack shedding golden sunbeams down onto the land.
Wow. Okay, yeah, good idea. And I know a perfect viewing spot.
Mallory gleefully hopped off her chair and took my hand in hers. Outside, the air was damp. We walked together around the side of the house to the ladder I'd used the other day. Oh, we're getting on the roof? I climbed up first, then turned and helped Mallory up the
conversation trailed off to stuff like childhood and philosophy.
To help Mallory up the last ladder rung and over the edge of the roof. Her hands felt so little and fragile in
Watch
mine.
your step. It's still wet and might be slippery. Luckily, the ridges help give traction.
We stood side by side, and out of an abundance of caution, and only an abundance of caution, I held her. Yeah, that's why. The sun was on its way down, and I could tell the sunset was going to be incredible.
What do you think? Pretty good spot to watch the sunset.
Come on, Shrek, turn around. You gotta watch the sunset. Shrek? It's very important that you watch the sunset. No, turn around, Shrek. There you go. Mallory took a few steps forward, leaving my hands empty. I shoved them into my pockets. See, this is how you know that the main character is supposed to be a boy, because girls don't have pockets. For a moment, everything was quiet. I scanned the world around me and saw gray clouds streaking downward in the distance, trees in heavy shadow with their tips lit up by the sinking sun, the ruins of the city nestled in the thriving landscape, and her. She let out a long, careful sigh, turning slightly to look back in my direction.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Her hair's going all whoosh, whoosh. A cool wind blew past, catching her shining platinum hair and sending a few strands dancing around her head.
Hakara said, everyone has a pocket, but most people only use it in jail.
Oh my god, Vad. Jesus. There was something mournful in her tone, and it made my heart ache.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, for showing me all of this.
I stared at her, wondering why she sounded so sad, yet also understanding that her sadness was the same as mine. God, she was beautiful. I'm so horny. I stared and didn't know how I'd lived so long without her. Something changed up there on the roof. I came back to myself when a strong cold gust rushed past me, and I realized the sun had dipped beneath the horizon. I'd spent the whole time watching Mallory instead of watching the sunset.
It's already over? It happened so quick.
Yeah, it did.
Mallory had her arms wrapped around herself. I saw goosebumps on her legs, a little shivering in her shoulder. Wear pants, please.
I don't know about you, but I'm freezing. Shall we go back in?
I never paid attention before. I never cared.
She was so sad. I wanted to make it stop for her, but I didn't know how.
Maybe the most beautiful things are beautiful because they're fleeting. You have to appreciate them while they're there. But hey, there'll be another sunset tomorrow.
It was getting dark now. I felt a few raindrops, and the air felt heavy and sharp.
It's starting to rain again. Come on, let's go in.
Mallory turned slowly, nodding, not looking at me in the eye. I stood by the ladder.
After you.
Her head was bowed, and she moved so tentatively, but I couldn't tell whether it was because she was sad or because she was nervous.
No, you said. Can we get a Mallory POV, cause I will excuse Max mansplaining if they're hot.
Yes, how... I mean, I'm assuming MC looks like me because MC is Samanthnya and supposed to be me? But, I don't know. Help her off the roof, give her some space. Well, I gotta save here.
Vad Hakara said, show us the man meat.
The man meat. I'm gonna say help her off the roof, because her leg is still messed up, so I don't want her getting off the roof herself.
Let me help you down.
I offered my hand. She grasped it firmly and shuffled towards the edge of the roof, turning around. She lowered herself onto the ladder slowly, making her way
Bob
down one
Jones
careful step at a time.
Said, we are running out of save files.
Yeah, we are. I waited for her to reach the ground before I climbed down after her.
No, you said, help her off the roof, push.
No, don't push her! I waited for her to reach the ground before I climbed down after her.
Thank you. You're like my own personal guardian. I feel like you'd never let anything bad happen to me. Not if you could help it anyway.
Of course. I care about your well-being.
She smiled at me, and we carefully made our way back inside the house. The fire had burned low, but the inside of the cabin was warm and inviting. I felt a strange sense of calm.
It's so nice
No,
in
you
here.
said,
I didn't realize
nobody
how cold
will
I
help
was.
Shrek off the roof.
Oh, yeah, Shrek had to get himself off the roof. It kind of looks like Shrek is wearing those boots. I nodded, resisting the urge to remind her about the jacket I'd offered every time we went through the door. I could tell she wasn't in the mood for me to poke fun at her. It was getting late. My stomach ached for something to eat, and I was sure she needed something too.
How about I heat up something from the freezer? And while we're waiting, we can have tea. It's my turn to make it this time.
That sounds nice.
She settled herself by the fire, gazing into the glowing embers. She seemed a million miles away. I made my way over to the kitchen and filled up the kettle. I took out a container of stew and began the process of throwing it on the stove. I searched through my pantry for a particular jar of loose-leaf tea, something I wanted her to try, and waited for the water to boil. When the tea was made, I poured Mallory's into a tacky cat mug my mother had bought at a yard sale once upon a time. I was glad to see Mallory's eyes light up when I handed her the mug.
Oh my, this is the cutest.
I thought you might like it.
I sat by her on the couch. The rain was coming down again, drumming hard on the window. We sat just listening, sipping our tea.
This tea is super yummy. Where did you get it from?
Phew, I was hoping you'd say that. I actually made it myself.
You want me to explain how I made it?
If you didn't like it, I probably would have told you it was a free sample that came in the mail or something.
You really made it? Like you grew it in your fish garden?
Yep. Harvested the tea leaves myself, dried them, tested different blends.
That's amazing. Who taught you all that?
I cleared my throat a little nervous.
My mom did. She was a doctor, but she always had an affinity for herbal home remedies too. You know, ginger for an upset stomach, honey for a sore throat, antibiotics for an infection. When I was a kid, I didn't know there was any difference. All I knew was that whenever I was sick or hurt, my mom would whip out some drink or salve that made everything better. It was like witchcraft. She was really the one who
Mallory
taught me all about
Eckelmeyer
plants.
said,
How to take care of them,
FemMC,
how they
I
can be
imagine
used.
dark hair, a t-shirt of an alt band she loved before the pandemic, sleeves cut off, and several ear piercings. Vad Hakara said, Mystery Flesh Pit National Park.
Mystery Flesh Pit? Yeah, so in that case, FemMC is hot, because that sounds pretty hot. So maybe... So I hope that answers your question, Noryu. So maybe Mallory does have reason to like MC if she's hot. Remembering my mother like this made my throat feel tight, brought a tear to my eye and a smile to my lips. It was the strangest feeling, totally bittersweet. Mallory's voice softened.
Your mother sounds incredible. If she was a doctor, then she probably saved many lives.
Yes, she and my father both helped save many people.
Wait, was the father a doctor too? Gathering the courage to continue talking about them, I took a deep breath and closed my eyes.
They both died helping people. Until the bitter end, they tried to save as many lives as possible.
Vad Hakara said, Line 942 to 6 volts 84 VVM H2M.
Oh, for a second I was all like, what is that? And then I remembered. Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, what Vad just dropped is a Steam key. You can use that to get a mystery game from Steam. So anyone who wants it, feel free to take it. It's first come, first serve. Yeah. No one except Vad knows what game it is. It is a complete surprise. Probably something bad, but but yeah, whoever gets to it first can have it. If no one gets to it, I'll take it. But yeah. Voice actor Mallory, if you want it, you can have it. Anyone else can have it. Nor you can have it. Bob Jones can have it. Anyone. So yeah, it's a mystery Steam game that you can redeem if you would like. So whoever wants to claim it can. Vad will not tell you what it is. You'll just have to find out when you claim it.
Noryu said, Dark Side Detective. Noryu
Did you claim it?
said, Ha.
Did you claim it, Noryu? That's what it is? Congratulations, Noryu. Congratulations on the free game.
Vad Hakara said, Noryu got it.
Congratulations, Noryu.
Said, yeah, I got it.
Please enjoy. Mallory put her hand on top of mine. It was unusually warm, probably as a result of her holding onto the tea mug.
They left behind a wonderful person, and you should be proud of that fact. I'm sorry that you lost them.
Mallory is too nice. She's just too nice. Like, MC really isn't that nice of a person. Mallory's just so nice to them. Hearing her kind words nearly sent me into another wave of emotions, but I managed to hold them back.
Thanks. So is it your turn again? I've told you about my parents and my dog, but you haven't told me anything about your family.
Oh, I bet FemMC is muscular. Because she does a lot of, like, yard work and stuff. I tried to make my voice sound light and teasing, but really I was serious. I wanted to know her. Yeah, like, please tell me, like, your backstory, please. I've been waiting 6 hours.
Noryu
Her hand twitched.
said, Tomboy vibes.
Yeah, MC is a tomboy. Her hand twitched, and for a second I was afraid she would take it away, but she didn't. She just stared at me, and the silence went on so long I felt I had to fill it.
Honestly, Mallory, why are you so secretive? Why can't you tell me what you were doing out in the rain that night?
Tell me, tell me, tell me.
I want to know what brought you to me.
Tell me! That did it. She pulled away and sank a little deeper into the couch, looking so sorrowful it hurt. Tell me! I need to know! It's like the main reason I've been keeping through this game, because I want to know! Are you a bear? You're the bear. You're a bear.
Just thinking
That
about it hurts
Hakara
so much.
said, "What were you
And
doing
I'm afraid
hiding
that if I
behind
say
my
it out
trash
loud,
cans, stealing the
I
lawn
won't be able to
gnomes
take
at
the
night?"
pain.
Exactly. Actually, wasn't it Noryu at the beginning who said that Mallory was going through the trash? And I'm afraid that if I say it out loud, I won't be able to take the pain. Is it that bad? Is her story that sad? I frowned.
I understand. But if you share it with someone who cares about you, then they'll carry some of that
Noryu
pain too.
said, "I
You
ate
won't have
your
to
dog,
shoulder it alone."
MC."
I ate your dog, MC. That would be so interesting if she was the bear.
That someone is me, by the way, in case it wasn't obvious.
She smiled
I
softly.
do want you to know me. To know about them. My family. Life was hard, but I loved them so much. It was just me, my mom, and my little
Oh, here we
sister.
go.
That was my bubble.
Here we go. We're finally learning Mallory's backstory, and we've got a CG to go with it. Here, Shrek. Shrek is gonna be there. Yo, here we go. Finally.
We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. We learned to do a lot with the little. Cooking nice meals out of subpar food, dressing up in old worn-out clothes, reenacting our favorite books when we couldn't read because the power was out again and there was no light. Our mom was a factory worker, so she had to go out every day to earn money for us so that we could at least survive.
Noryu said,
When she started
"Consolation
showing
Shrek."
symptoms,
Yeah,
we sent her
consolation
home.
Shrek. Oh, I just realized Shrek is in the way. Shrek can go on her lap. Oh, okay, so her mom lost her job because of the pandemic?
She tried to protect us. She stayed in her room, but we still went in. Always trying to get her to eat or drink, giving her aspirin to keep down that awful fever. She kept telling us to stop coming in. We called for an ambulance
Bob
already,
Jones
but we were still on
said,
the waiting list.
"Shrek could watch from outside
And
the window."
What were we supposed to do? Leave her to die alone in her room?
Yeah, Shrek is gonna, like, spy on them. Yeah, Shrek's at the top of that mountain there.
Well, she did die. My sister was with her when it happened. But I was out in the kitchen making us all something to eat. I can't even remember what it was.
A tear ran down Mallory's cheek.
By the time it was our turn for the ambulance to come, it was only to take away a body.
Jeez.
My sister and I, we didn't know what to do. How were we going to be able to buy food or pay for electricity? We were at the mercy of companies already struggling to produce anything. Factories in the middle of shutdowns due to waves of sickness. And it just seemed hopeless. But, you know, we had learned about people living outside the cities. Smaller communities living off the land instead of trying to survive the old way. We thought, if that was real, maybe we should just leave the city behind. Somehow figure out a way to be like those people. Like you.
I nodded. For a long time I'd wondered why anyone had ever chosen to stay in the cities. Eventually I realized not everyone was lucky enough to have inherited an off-grid cabin like I did. I couldn't imagine the impossibility of getting started from scratch. Mallory gripped the edges of her sweater dress so tightly she trembled.
About a week after our mom died, My sister gave me some laundry she just finished washing. She asked me to hang it out on the balcony to dry. And while I did that, she locked me outside.
What? What? Question mark? What?
I thought it was a prank at first. But she wouldn't let me in, and I got upset. I was banging on the door, yelling at her through the glass to open up.
What? What?
She told me she couldn't because she was sick. She'd started developing symptoms the night before, and she struggled with it all night and all morning. And finally...
So she decided to lock her out so that she wouldn't get sick?
I begged her to open the door. She refused. She said there was no safe way for us to stay together. Our mother's attempts to protect us hadn't worked. So my sister decided to take drastic action while she could.
My heart sank like a stone with every word she spoke.
She locked you out to save you.
Mallory nodded slowly.
We both cried, looking at each other from opposite sides of the glass, while she begged me to go. So, I did. I climbed down the fire escape and just started walking. I wandered along the river and out through the suburbs into the woods. I didn't have anywhere to go, so I just kept on going. Eventually, I was heading up the mountain, totally lost, and that's when I found this place.
I shook my head, completely at a loss for words. I never could have imagined that this was her tale. Even when she first came to me, bleeding and rain-drenched, she'd been bright and kind and helpful. Then I remembered the quiet little sobs I'd heard after turning my back, and the way she sometimes seemed so far away, and I wanted to wrap her up in my arms and hold her so tight that no more grief could touch her. She turned and smiled at me through her tears, and I realized how good she was at putting on that brave, optimistic face.
I still think that maybe, somehow my sister's okay. Maybe she called for help, and they came in time, and found room for her in a hospital ward, and she's fighting right now to pull through. I wonder if this was fate all along. I found you, and you taught me all these things. And we're all going to be just fine.
Stunned by her words, I slid off the couch and knelt before her. My body acted on its own. Relieved that she was safe, here with me, I took her hands in mine to reassure her.
I think you're right. I think it was fate. Because as much as you needed someone like me, I needed someone like you even more.
I felt like I was drowning in her eyes. The rain was beating down outside, roaring louder as gusts of wind sent torrents crashing against the cabin. I felt this closeness with her, and I hungered for more. More talking, more banter, more laughter, more time, more touching, more everything. Through the noise of the rain, I heard the pot of stew I'd left on the stove starting to bubble.
I should check that.
Mallory wiped her tears as I got up and returned to the kitchen. The stew had thawed and heated, though, through quite nicely, especially considering I'd left it unattended for so long. Imagine how awkward it would have been to serve her burnt food after that whole talk, snorted my brain. I brought Mallory a bowl. She thanked me. We sat and ate and talked a little, the conversation growing lighter as the cabin darkened. The storm kept on and on outside, and soon rolling claps of thunder were shaking the sky. Mallory's face grew paler as the noise grew. She set her empty bowl aside and shifted uncomfortably, eyes glistening.
It's gotten pretty late. I guess we should go to sleep.
Together, uwu?
Are you okay?
Oh, totally. I just feel a little on edge during storms, that's all. No big deal. It's really fine.
Okay. Well, there's the crank flashlight on the desk over by the door if you feel like you need some backup light. And you know I'm just upstairs. Good night, Mallory.
I climbed upstairs, got undressed, and crawled into bed. I stared at the ceiling as rain pounded the window beside me, wind howling down over the mountain ridge. I thought about everything Mallory had told me and everything that had happened between us over the past few days. I turned off the light. Slowly, I drifted towards sleep, less and less aware of the flashes of lightning and booming thunder. I started to dream without fully realizing it, imagining that my old house cat Fidget like a fidget spinner, had crawled onto the bed with me, imagining that my bed was floating on ocean waves. A crack of thunder louder than the rest, and a squeal coming from somewhere very close woke me. Yeah, she's 100% in the bed with you. Mallory is definitely in the bed with you. Yo! I want my head under those boobies. Squish my head with your boobies, Mallory. Mallory peered at me from beneath my own blankets. For a moment, I thought it was a dream, but no, I could feel her there beside me, trembling.
I'm sorry. I lied and I'm not fine. I don't like thunder. I just get so scared. I can't help it.
Times like this, I wonder how she's 21. She doesn't seem like an adult.
Finally, some action.
She doesn't act like an adult. She acts like a itty-bitty baby. The tremors in her voice were even worse than in her body. I'd suspected the storm had made her a little uneasy, but I had no idea she'd been fighting down this much terror. I sat up, reaching for her, my only instinct to comfort and protect. That's when I remembered I was in my underwear. Maybe she wouldn't notice.
It's okay. It's only noise. It'll be over soon.
She nuzzled into me, sniffling. Her face was red. Moisture glistened on her face, her chest.
Bob
Her
Jones
chest?
Said, but we don't have the 18+ DLC.
Yeah, I don't have the 18+ DLC, so we're not gonna get any real action. Moisture glistened on her face, her chest. She was sweating and crying, and her heart pounded so hard I could hear it through the mattress.
I don't want to sleep alone tonight.
Okay. It's okay.
I stopped short in disbelief of how my mindset had changed. How had I gone from refusing to be anywhere near her to this? She was in my bed, and we were breathing each other's air, and I hadn't even checked her temperature.
I want to stay with you.
Bad Hakara said, I have an 18+ DLC installed directly in my human meat brain.
Bruh. She whispered this, touching my hand, her eyes pleading with me. She was so beautiful. All I wanted to do in that moment was kiss her. Yo. Okay, we're going kissing mode. Slowly, I leaned in and brushed my lips against hers. A moment later, she kissed me back. We looked at each other again, and my arms tightened around her.
I want you to stay with me too.
Why is main character girl's voice kinda hot? Yo!
Nor you said, hit her with da smooch.
Yeah, smoochy time. Yo, look at her. Yo, can I wanna... I need to put myself... Can I maybe... Can I...
Bad Hakara said, oh no, eyes over hairs.
Boobies. I'm looking straight at the boobies. She shifted closer to me, resting her head on the pillow next to mine. She sniffled, giving me a soft smile as I stroked her hair.
Thank you for everything. You make me feel so safe.
You make me feel special. Ba-doop-a-doop-boo-doop-a-doop-a-doop-boo. I watched Mallory's eyes fall
Bad
shut. Her
Hakara
breathing.
said, now set arm angle to 75 degrees and activate the thrusting module.
Her breathing became deep and slow, and though she'd fallen asleep, that little smile never faded. I kept stroking her hair. It felt so soft between my fingers, I was hypnotized. How had I lived all alone for so long? How had I not known what I was missing? As the storm gradually retreated and the night grew darker and quieter, I struggled to keep my eyes open. Maybe I was a little afraid that if I let myself fall asleep, I'd wake up to find this was all a dream, but eventually I fell asleep anyway. Chapter 7, Integration. Sunset over the solar panels. Okay. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of rain softly pelting the windows. The storm had passed, leaving only a damp, drizzly day behind. I was wondering if I could make myself lean over. No, I'm gonna turn around. I kept my eyes closed and listened. I could hear the faint sound of the rain dripping from the downspout along the house. I stretched out my arms. The bed around me was empty and cold. Mallory was gone, but I knew she had been there because I could still feel her on my skin. You can feel her on your skin. The cabin felt extra chilly. I got out of bed and dressed up warm, pulling on a pair of worn-out slippers. I made my way downstairs. Right away, I spotted Mallory in the kitchen and felt my face break into a smile. She had a bucket and a bunch of rags out, and she seemed to be cleaning quite furiously with a cloth and spray bottle in hand.
Good morning.
She startled upright, fumbling and dropping the spray bottle. It clattered on the floor at her feet.
You scared me.
Sorry, I guess these slippers add +1 to my sneak ability.
Cool. Mallory bent to pick up the bottle. When she stood back up, I noticed how red her cheeks were and how the rest of her face looked almost sickly pale.
Are you feeling okay?
She quickly averted her gaze.
I'm fine. I just got dizzy from standing up so quickly.
I didn't think I really believed her. She was feeling awkward, maybe even hiding something. Had I done something to make her uncomfortable? I looked around at the sparkling kitchen, the cabinets, the appliances, and dishes all gleaming like new.
You must have woken up really early to get this much work done. Did you get enough sleep?
What's that? Oh, yes I did.
Nor you said. She had a bucket, my brain autofilled, and a mop for this whap.
Oh my god. Then her face softened and her tones turned sincere.
I think last night was the best sleep I've ever had.
My heart fluttered with acknowledgement and with the memory of falling asleep with her in my arms.
Good. I agree.
She nodded and turned back to finish up her chores in the kitchen. I decided to check in with the work stuff.
Said, certified freak, 8 days a week.
So I booted up my computer. There were only a handful of emails needing attention. I handled those and glanced through my work deadlines, making sure I was still on track with each of my freelance jobs. For whatever reason, I wasn't finding it easy to focus. I kept glancing out the window, then zoning out as I watched the dribbling rain. It really showed no signs of stopping. I noticed an empty glass I'd left on the table outside was filled to the brim with rainwater. The soaked wooden planks of the deck looked dark like caramel. I thought about the coming winter. I'd have to show Mallory how to protect the garden and the hens and the bees when the colder weather came. And then there were all the fun things we could do together. I wondered if she'd ever gone tobogganing before. Tobogganing! Or had a bonfire out in the snow. If I could find somewhere online to buy marshmallows and ordered them right away, they might get dropped off sometime in the winter. There came a sudden clatter and a thud from the kitchen. I jumped, nearly knocking my coffee mug off the desk.
Mallory?
She didn't answer. Is she dead? Is she dead? Oh my god, what happened? What happened? She didn't answer. I stood up quickly, walking over to see what had happened. My throat tightened when I looked past the counter. Did she faint? What? Why? What is going on? Why did she just collapse? Mallory lay sprawled out on the floor, her cheeks red and beads of sweat gleaming on her forehead. Her eyes were closed, her head gently lolling to the side. What? This was out of nowhere.
Said, is she sicky?
I didn't see this coming. Yeah, is she sick? I mean, we know that she was exposed to someone with the sickness.
Mallory!
How long has she been with us? If it's less than 2 weeks, then it is possible. Well, you know, it's very likely that she's sick in, like, a different way. I rushed to her side, dropping to my knees and propping her up in my arms. The touch of her skin warmed my hands. She was burning up. A groan left her lips and her eyes fluttered open.
Mallory, are you okay?
Hey there. Why are we on the floor?
Her gaze seemed to drift past me as though she was having a hard time focusing.
I must have fainted. I knew something wasn't right. Why didn't you tell me?
I'm fine. It was just a sudden dizzy spell. I haven't eaten breakfast, that's probably it.
But I could feel her body starting to tremble. Her skin felt fever hot, and yet there were goosebumps on her arms and legs. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. My only
Bob
instinct
Jones
now...
said, she's been with us less than a week.
Yeah, it's very, very possible that she does have COVID. It's very possible. My only instinct now is to make sure she was okay. I lifted her up off the floor.
Oh my, what are you doing? Ew, put me down!
I think that's what's gonna happen. I think it is. I quickly carried her over to the couch and put her down there. I covered her in blankets and tucked her in tightly, my face set with grim determination. I brushed her hair back to feel her forehead and ignored the anxious way my stomach clenched. I darted back into the kitchen, grabbed the temperature scanner from the drawer, and returned to Mallory's side.
Honestly, I'm fine. I probably just overworked myself.
Not buying it.
I held up the scanner. It seemed to take forever and ever to come up with a reading, and when it did, my heart sank.
Definitely have a fever.
I'm Googling COVID-19 symptoms. Because I wonder if the... Well, does she have any other symptoms? Like, does she have, like, difficulty breathing and stuff? And, like, is fainting a thing? I don't think fainting is a thing. Mallory seemed to shrink under the blankets. Seeing her like this, looking so helpless and uncertain, made my heart feel like it was being painfully squeezed.
Is it your leg? Let me look at it. Maybe you've developed an infection.
Yeah, maybe.
When did you start feeling sick? This morning?
That
Get your temperature under control
said,
with some aspirin.
"Oh, I
no
know
worries,
one
and then
of
we'll
her
go from there."
symptoms. Her hair is fucking wild."
Yeah, that's a symptom of COVID-19. We can get your temperature under control with some aspirin, no worries, and then we'll go from there. I didn't know when I had started to pace, but there I was, heading this way and that, making my way over to the kitchen to search for whatever it was that could help her. I filled the glass with water and reached up into my cupboards for the aspirin bottle, grateful to have kept a supply. Except it wasn't there. What? What do you mean it wasn't there? Where was it? Had I misplaced it? Maybe Mallory had put it away somewhere else by mistake? I brought her the glass of water anyway and used a damp cloth to cool her forehead.
Shh, just relax and let me take care of you for a minute, okay?
She opened her mouth to argue probably, but backed down when she saw the look in my eyes. I moved to her feet and pushed back the blanket to expose her injured leg, and I carefully unwrapped the gauze and peeled back the bandages to see what was going on. There was bruising around the wound, and it was still a bit swollen, but then, it had only been a few days. The healing process for something like this would take
I
weeks.
should be keeping a closer eye on this.
Nor
I shook my head.
Drink your
said,
water, okay?
"I'm gonna make
You
an
should have something
attempt
to
at a
eat.
bit of
What would you
sleep
like?
before my alarm."
Okay, have a very nice sleep, because I believe that you have been here since the very beginning of the stream, which is a long time, so so yeah, get some sleep. Drink your water, okay? And you should have something to eat. What would you like?
I'm not really hungry. I just feel a bit tired. I'm sure I'll feel good as new if I just have a little nap.
I let out a concerned sigh, but agreed. After tucking her in a little tighter, I crossed back to the kitchen and stood there aimlessly for a minute or two. I didn't know what to do. Make her a pot of soup, said my brain. Good idea, brain, I thought.
Carrots, onions, celery, potatoes. Potatoes. Oh no, of course I don't have potatoes.
She dug them up. I muttered to myself as I searched my kitchen for ingredients, then began roughly chopping what I had. There was some rice in the pantry, I knew, and some peas in the freezer. Soon I was tipping my soup ingredients into a pot with a shower of salt and dried parsley.
Hakara said, "Soup."
Soup! I covered all of it with a stock I'd made from chicken bones and veggie scraps, then set it to simmer. When I crept back over to check on Mallory, I found her deeply asleep. I exchanged the damp cloth on her forehead and piled more blankets around her, then just sat and watched her, feeling dismayed. Deep down, I knew what this could be. Yeah. But I didn't want to think about that, and if I did have to think about it, I didn't want to believe it. And if I had every reason to believe it, no. I stood up and returned to the kitchen, gave the bubbling soup a stir, and remembered the aspirin. I started searching for it again, checking each of the drawers and cabinets. Yeah, where did it go? I searched in the bathroom and in the living room, even getting down on my knees to see if it had rolled beneath some furniture. That's when I spotted it hidden beneath the couch where Mallory was resting. I reached under the couch and grabbed the bottle. A feeling of immense dread began to form within me. Why was it there? Already I could tell by the weight of the bottle and the silence as I turned it, but I had to see it to believe it. I popped off the cap and looked inside. The bottle was empty. At least 20, maybe 30 tablets gone in less than a week. What? What? Why? Did she take all of them? Did she take all the aspirin?
Bad
What?
Hakara said, she's been eating your drugs.
Yeah, why has she been eating my drugs? What? What? Interestingly, Google says more clinically significant signs and symptoms of aspirin poisoning may include fever and feeling faint. Why? What happened here? I looked up at Mallory's sleeping face. I jumped at a loud thwack on the window. What? Why was there a loud thwack on the window? A bird? Irrationally, I wondered if someone had thrown a rock. It was more likely that a bird had flown into the glass, especially considering how clean it had been since Mallory came to stay. That's what I just thought, a bird. I went to the window to check. Sure enough, a large black bird lay dead on the porch.
Said, FWACK.
Thwack. A large black bird lay dead on the porch. It appeared to have snapped its neck when it hit the window. Jeez.
Mallory would hate to see that.
Yeah. I glanced back at her, a little worried I'd wake her up by talking to myself, but even the loud noise of the bird hitting the window hadn't caused her to stir. In that moment, I realized I was still clutching the empty aspirin bottle. I looked down at it. She must have been taking them in secret, but why? For the pain in her leg, or for some other ailment? Yeah, why? Why was she taking the aspirin? What? An overwhelming sense of frustration washed over me in that moment, and without thinking, my hand squeezed the bottle so tightly that it broke. I threw the broken bottle in the trash and stormed outside to deal with the dead bird's body. It wasn't until the evening that Mallory woke up. She started coughing right away, even as she sat up clutching the blankets close to herself. The coughing makes me think it's COVID. But why did she take all the aspirin? What was that about? Why'd she take all the aspirin? Ask her.
Huh? What time is it?
Don't get up. At least not so fast. Let me help you.
I stood in the kitchen, tending the soup that had been keeping warm for hours. Mallory looked around groggily, rubbing her eyes.
But it's nighttime. Why did you let me sleep so long? I only wanted to rest for an hour or so.
That's not what your body wanted. I'm glad you got some rest anyway. It was clearly much needed.
Though I told her not to move yet, she bundled the blankets around her and made her way over to the kitchen.
Hi.
Aw, she has Blanky. She has Whittle Blanky.
Bob Jones said, aspirin is for keeping fevers down.
Yeah, but why did she take so much? Main character said like 20 or 30 tablets. Like 20 or 30. Like what? Hi. She leaned against the support beam. Her cheeks were still red and her eyelids looked heavy. The way she wrapped the blanket around herself made her resemble a colorful turtle with her long, slender arms poking out to hold onto the beam.
How do you feel?
My muscles are a bit achy, but I don't feel cold anymore.
Bob
I think all the
Jones
blankets you
said,
piled on top
I
of me
think
helped.
that'd be around 3 or 4 day or so.
Muscle or body aches is a symptom of
Bad
COVID-19.
Hakara said, maybe she was in the army and thinks taking a fistful is normal.
I don't know. I want to ask her about that. That seems weird that she'd take so much aspirin and not tell me. And then the fact that it was like the empty bottle was under the couch almost makes me think that she was like trying to hide it. I don't know. It just seems kind of sus. Seems kind of weird. I nodded and turned my attention back to the stove. I wanted to ask about the aspirin, but I was nervous.
Wait, are you cooking?
She took a step towards me, trying to peer into the pot, then wobbled and had to return to the support beam. It looked as though she barely had any strength to stand. I bit my tongue, not wanting to be overbearing. I'd get her to sit back down by offering her some food.
I am. It's ready to eat now. Go have a seat and I'll bring you a bowl.
I something about this... Something very unique that this game does is, I believe it is the first
Vad Hakara said. It was a prescription-style bottle, which is slightly strange.
Oh yeah, that is pretty weird. Something I will say about this game is that it is the first dating sim I've ever seen in which you date a girl who has COVID-19. Go have a seat and I'll bring you a bowl. I half expected her to argue, to insist she could get her own bowl or that I should sit while she served me, but instead she just backed away and went to sit at the table.
It looks really good. Thank you for making it.
My pleasure. I bet you thought I had no cooking skills. Well, it's finally my time to shine.
She laughed half-heartedly.
I look forward to seeing what you're capable of, Cooking Senpai.
Senpai? Senpai uwu? Senpai? Cooking Senpai, oh whoa. Senpai? Senpai? She folded her blanket neatly over the chair beside her, then placed her arms on the table to form a pillow for her head. She sat with her head down until I set a bowl of soup beside her.
Oh, that looks so wonderful.
She leaned over the steaming bowl with her eyes closed? Closed? Holding back her hair as she breathed in
I
slowly.
use lots of spices. They make all the difference when flavoring a dish.
I gave her a little wink and she smiled.
Bon appetit.
Yeah, she's totally got COVID, 100%. We both raised steaming spoonfuls of soup, blowing on them softly. Only Mallory's exhalation turned raspy, hitched, and she started to cough. She dropped her spoon back into the bowl and held a hand to her throat. She drew a deep breath, looking dismayed. Difficulty breathing?
I'm so sorry.
Vad Hakara said. Is it aspirin soup? Seems like she might like a soup with aspirin in it.
She seems to like aspirin a lot.
Too spicy?
No, I can't. I don't know why.
She 100% has COVID. Definitely. I mean, her sister, like, I understand, like, her sister, like, kicked her out or whatever, but she had already exposed her to COVID-19, like... Like, she totally got it from her sister, 100%. Mallory tried her best to stifle the coughs with little success. A nervous laugh came out of my mouth.
Those autumn allergies are so annoying, am I right?
MC goes from, oh, I bet she has COVID. She probably has COVID. I think she has COVID, to, oh yeah, she doesn't have COVID. She didn't answer. She was breathing very slowly and focusing very hard on bringing a spoonful of soup to her mouth. Difficulty breathing. She slurped it, and honestly, she looked like she wanted to throw up. You know what I predict? I predict that next thing she's gonna say is that she can't taste the soup, that it doesn't taste like anything. I predict that's the next thing she's gonna say. She's 100% gonna say that.
That bad?
Vad Hakara said. Slorp, slorp.
She was racked with another coughing fit. Her chest seemed to rattle with each breath. I couldn't stand seeing her like this. I went to her, rubbing her back as I pushed a glass of water into her hands.
Here, drink some.
She nodded and clutched the glass hard, trying her best to drink while her chest heaved. A minute later, she'd managed to take a few sips. She was able to breathe a little more easily.
I'm so sorry. I can't seem to stop.
You don't have to be sorry.
Tears began to roll down her face. They splashed onto the table and entered her neglected soup bowl.
What if...
Did that only just now occur to you, Mallory? It took you that long for it to occur to you? You only just now figured it out? Oh my god. To people like Vad, who only just joined recently, something this girl did was I showed her that I'm raising chickens. And I was like, I try to give them a good life, even though it's gonna be a short one. And she was like, what? Huh? What do you mean? And I had to explain to her that I was raising chickens to eat them. Somehow that didn't connect in her brain.
Mallory
Somehow she
Eckelmeyer
couldn't figure that
said,
out.
Her palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's potato pancake on her sweater already. Mom's recipe.
Mom's recipe! That's amazing, Mallory. I feel so bad for her. More tears dripped from her eyes. More coughs rattled in her chest.
You don't have to worry. Everything will be okay. All you need to do is rest and let me take care of you. This will pass.
I think I maybe just want to lie down.
Oh, I feel bad for her. Not to be that person, but even though it seems pretty bad, we are, our two characters are pretty unlikely to, die or have something really bad happen to us because we're pretty young, and it's more likely to, really badly affect older people. I don't know, I'm just saying that.
Said, Google tells me this game only has one H scene and you have to pay $1 to unlock it.
Pretty sure it's $2. I think I maybe just went to lie down.
Binzu
I'll
said,
help you upstairs to
Hi
bed.
Samanthnya,
You'll
I
be
got
extra
asleep
comfy
but
there.
wanted to say hi. I hope you have a wonderful amazing day.
Oh, hi, Anzu! Oh, thank you for saying hi. Thank you so much. It's so good to see you. I hope you have an amazing day, too. I'd like to say, I want to watch your streams more often, but they actually are often when I'm live, so I don't really get a chance to. So if you don't see me at many of your streams, I'm sorry. I do try to go to them. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Anzu. You're so sweet. Okay, taking her to the bed. She gave a small nod. Her eyes were puffy and red as she gathered up her blankets in her arms. I don't think puffy red eyes are a symptom. I think that's just because she was crying. We headed for the stairs. I walked with her, taking the steps one at a time and holding her in case she lost her strength. By the way, Anzu, this game is about dating a girl who has COVID-19, and no, I am not joking. Her skin felt even hotter, burning me even through her sleeve. She needed a fever reducer, that was certain. I made a mental note to check when the new bottle of aspirin I'd ordered would arrive. Once we'd made it to the upper floor, Mallory pushed me away and started coughing into her blankets, doubling over and trying to muffle the sound of her pain. I want to ask why she took so much aspirin. I unfurled the bed covers and helped her climb in, straightening out her collection of blankets and pulling all the covers up over her. Maybe it was just that she was having really bad fever and didn't want to tell me, so she took the aspirin? I don't know.
All these blankets are so heavy. I can barely move.
Good. That means you're tucked in safe and sound.
I brushed her hair back, tracing the side of her burning face with my fingertips.
I'm going to get you some water and things, and then I'll be back, okay?
I come back and she's dead. I hurried back downstairs, loading up with a tray of water, a few damp face cloths, and her uneaten bowl of soup. I wanted her to have it right there beside her the minute she had an appetite. I wonder if loss of appetite is a thing.
Vad Hakara said, You're right, it is $2 dues.
Yeah, because I was actually considering buying it, but no, I don't think it's worth it. But of course that wouldn't be enough. I racked my brain for anything I had in the house to help drive down her fever. Then it hit me. My mother used to talk about the healing properties of basil and garlic. I couldn't quite recall the specifics, but it was something. And I had both of those items growing in my home. I rushed over to the kitchen to fill the kettle with water. While that was coming up to boil, I darted into the aquaponics room. There were 4 medium-sized basil plants sitting happily under their grow lights, waiting for me to harvest their emerald petals. Emerald petals. In that moment, my heart inflated twice its size, full of joy that I might finally be able to do something to help soothe Mallory's pain. I plucked a handful of leaves from all the basil plants, which were different strains, but I didn't think it would matter.
Said, the 18+ DLC has only 3 reviews and one of them just says, nice.
Yeah, I checked the reviews on it. One of the reviews is like a pretty long one saying that it's not worth it. Because it doesn't really make that much of a difference, apparently. I plucked a handful of leaves from all the basil plants, which were different strains, but I didn't think it would matter. Next, I dug out some garlic and extracted a homemade jar of honey that was sitting on the back shelf. Looking around at all the plants and fish, I did one last scan in case there was anything else I could use. Give her a fish. On impulse, I spotted a bright red hibiscus flower in bloom and plucked it. The lone flower had an unusually bright color amongst all the other dark green leafy greens. Well, that's nice of you. Give her a flower. Dashing back to the kitchen, I added the garlic, basil, and honey to the boiling water. The concoction probably won't taste very good.
Said. The 18 plus DLC makes Mallory nude in the bathtub scene and makes mild edits to several of the CGS, and adds the 1H scene, but it's not much.
Oh. Wow, so she doesn't even have a towel on in the bathtub scene. Well, that's interesting. Hey, by the way, Bob Jones, just wondering, how did you find my channel? Because I don't think I've seen you at any of my other streams, so I'm curious. Just wanted to ask. Delicately, I placed the flower on the tray along with a mug of freshly brewed tea. The smell was overpowering. Maybe she wouldn't be able to smell it. Yeah. Ascending the stairs, I could hear Mallory coughing. She wasn't trying to stifle it anymore. I paused on the steps, waiting for her to finish letting it out. A small groan followed the coughing
Bob
fit.
Jones said, I'm a huge fan of Cabin Fever.
Really? Wow, cool. That explains why you know so much about it. I climbed the rest of the way up the stairs, plastering what I hoped was an optimistic expression onto my face.
Hey, I'm back. And I brought you your soup in case you have an appetite. Also some tea that should help with that cough.
She pulled up the covers close to her face in a poor attempt to hide herself. I rested the tray next to the bed and placed one of the damp cloths on her forehead. Oh, she looks so sad. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, I could see trickles of sweat on her face, neck, and breasts.
Bob Jones said, I'm legitimately the world's biggest fan of this game.
Wow! That's impressive. Man, so we've had the world's biggest fan of this game watching, and we've had Mallory herself watching. Poggers! I can't believe that she's sick and the MC is still talking about her breasts. The MC is so horny.
Thank you, but you're doing too much for me.
I'm actually not doing a ton, so...
Please, it doesn't feel like enough. Isn't there anything else I can get for you?
Her expression turned into a perplexed one for a moment. Then she forced a little smile.
Well, now that
Bob
you
Jones
mention it,
said,
I could use some
also fun
tissues.
trivia about this CG, the 18 plus DLC adds a very mild nip slip.
Are you kidding me? She's sick! Why would we want to see her nipples when she's sick?
Vad Hakara said, You're doing too much for me. She breasted boobily.
Why do we need to see her nipples when she's sick? This game is too horny. I really do think this game is too horny, because it's not... Why? My god.
Ah, right, I've got some in this drawer here. Ta-da!
She took the packet of tissues and turned her face away, coughing a wet, guttural cough.
Why are you so determined to take care of me?
Her gaze was filled with hope and confusion. I took her hand in mine and gave it a small squeeze.
You would do the same for me, wouldn't you?
Yeah, obviously. Her lips parted and eyes opened wide. She gave me a soundless nod of reassurance.
It's a no-brainer. I care about you and want you to feel better. It's as simple as that.
There was a long silence between us then, exchanging our knowing looks with gentle hand squeezes. I thought about the aspirin, the 20 or 30 pills that had disappeared in the space of a few days. Tell me about that! Explain.
Hey, I found the aspirin bottle, by the way.
Oh my
Vad
god, she looks
Hakara
really upset.
Said, This stream has way more utterances of the word nipple than I had anticipated.
Well, apparently this game really likes nipples and boobs. I mean, I like boobs, but Jesus, not as much as this game does. This game likes feet too much, too, I'd say. She gasped, pulling back her hand from mine to cover her face. She did not like that I brought that up. She did not like that I talked about the aspirin bottle. She immediately, her expression changed to be very upset.
I'm so sorry. I should have said something sooner.
So she's been feeling a fever for a while now?
I mean, yeah, you should have. Was it for your leg, to stop it hurting? Or did you know you were developing a fever? You know what? It doesn't matter. I placed an order for more. It should be here tomorrow or the next day, I think. I want you to know that I'm grateful to have you here, and I care about you very much.
Aww. Parting her fingers to let her eyes peek through, she slowly lowered her defenses.
I don't want to be sick.
I know.
I don't want you to get sick.
Yo, capital Y-O-U? You and me and her?
I'm not worried about that.
You can't be near me. You need to stay away.
It's too late now, Mallory. I stretched out next to her on the bed, my face resting close to hers.
I'm staying right here, by your side, no matter what.
Aww. She turned to look at the tray of soup with the water and tea beside it.
What a pretty flower. Where did it come from?
She reached over to gently pick up the scarlet blossom.
From my fish garden, or whatever you called it. It must have opened up today. I don't remember seeing it when I fed the fish yesterday.
I want him to smooch, but at the same time that's gross cause she's sick.
But they love each other. They need to smooch. I mean... main character's getting sick either way.
Bob Jones said, the creators of the game's Steam page states, we formed Sad Panda Studios to make the games we were truly passionate about, games with naughty bits.
Oh my god.
It's beautiful. What type of flower is it?
I mean, apparently this is made by the creators of Crush Crush and Blush Blush, and those games have naughty bits in them, right?
A hibiscus. They only bloom for a short while, so we're lucky we got to see it.
She lay there with her eyes closed with the flower pressed
Bob
to her
Jones
nose.
The petals make
said,
a wonderful tea.
correct.
I'll make you some with the other blossoms if you like.
I've been considering playing those games. Are they worth it? Are they good? I bet she's gonna say that she can't smell the flower. Mallory opened her eyes but didn't look at me. She was staring into space deep in thought.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. The rain sounds nice. I think it's making me sleepy.
I didn't quite believe that. It seemed like there was something she didn't want to say. That she can't smell the flower. But I couldn't push her now.
That's perfectly all right. You have sweet
Bad
dreams now.
Hakara said,
Night.
the camera slowly pans over to the flower which looks nothing like a bibsicus and is slowly growing large teeth.
Yeah, that's where this was going. I lay there
Bad
watching her
Hakara
breathe.
said, hibiscus.
Hibiscus? Did I pronounce it wrong? Oh, no. You were correcting your typo. I lay there watching her breathe, counting the minutes between each coughing fit, resting my hand on her burning chest so I could feel her heartbeat. I had been somewhere like this before. My parents. I tried my best to care for them when they were sick. I'd been so afraid, but I hadn't gotten sick. A part of me almost wondered, even hoped, that I might be immune.
Bob Jones said, Crush Crush is fine, but very grindy. If you don't play optimally or just pay up, it'll probably take actual months to make any progress at a certain point.
Well, that doesn't sound fun. That thought in the back of my mind hadn't eased my fear of strangers, of Mallory when she first appeared in my life. But now I didn't care. Either way, all I wanted was for her to get better. Eventually, I drifted off to
Bob
sleep too.
Jones said, it is an idle clicker after all.
Yeah, I assumed it was, like, that kind of game where you just have to pay money. Chapter 8, Infection. Achievement unlocked 104 degrees? In the dead of night, something woke me up. The sound of the wind, an animal, whatever it was, it had pulled me up out of some dream. I sat up and listened. The night was quiet now, nothing but crickets and white noise. I realized I really needed a pee. And carefully, so as not to wake Mallory, I got out of bed.
Said, if you want a good idle game, check out Leaf Blower Revolution.
Leaf Blower Revolution? You blow away leaves? Okay. It's what it sounds like, I guess.
Daisy Plays said, I am dead.
Oh, Daisy Plays, you're back. Why are you dead? I headed downstairs to the bathroom, half asleep in the dark. Once I was done, I went to the kitchen for some water. I stood by the window with my glass, looking out at the sleeping world. I wasn't used to being awake at this hour. It was a little eerie. I glanced up at the dark loft where Mallory slept. For a while, her coughing had kept her and me awake, but I'd rubbed her back until we both drifted off. Thankfully, she was sleeping peacefully now, getting the rest she needed. Worry made my stomach feel sick and my chest feel hollow.
There's no way I'm getting back to sleep now.
I paced back and forth for a minute, dragging my hands across my face. I needed a distraction, something to shut down my brain or at least get rid of this nervous energy. Shaking my head, I went to my desk and dropped into my chair.
Said, "'Cause I had to wake up 'cause I have to Spanish classes."
Oh. I turned on the monitor and pulled out my keyboard. It was a membrane keyboard, so I didn't have to worry about making too much noise with my typing. What's a membrane keyboard?
Bob Jones said,
"You'll very much want to save here."
I want to save here. Hold on, I'm looking up what a membrane keyboard is. Oh, yeah, I've seen these before. I think. No, yeah, I know what that is. Okay, why do I want to save here? I've been saving at the choices.
Said, "Membrane keyboard have their switch contacts molded into a plastic or rubber sheet, whereas mechanical keyboards have individual switches that go click-clack when you type on them."
Oh, okay. I go click-clack. Okay, interesting. Yeah. I don't know why I need to save here. I've just been saving at the choices because I've been assuming the choices
Bob
are where I have to
Jones
save, but
said,
"Sorry, I guess I was a bit early, but the next choice is what I meant more of."
oh, so the next choice is going to be a really important one. Okay. There were more emails waiting in my inbox. One was from a colleague who worked out of Vietnam. The time difference would have meant it was late in the afternoon over there, so she was probably wrapping up her workday as I sat
Bob
there in the darkest hour of the night.
said,
"I didn't expect us to talk about membrane keyboards."
Oh, understandable. The subject line read, "Remedy distribution underway." Just reading it made my blood boil. I was so sick of these empty promises. And for what? So the fact that this would pop up at this exact moment when she's sick makes me really think that I'm supposed to read it. I really think I'm supposed to read this. Obviously, the email that I would get right now at the time where my girlfriend is sick, this is like the one time where it's actually serious. So, I have a feeling that I'm supposed to read this. I definitely have a feeling that's the choice I'm supposed to make here. I opened the email anyway, thinking maybe I could find whoever started the vile forwarding chain and send them a piece of my mind. But then my curiosity was piqued. The body of the email had surprisingly official-looking Global Health Authority logo at its top. There were multiple language options. I scrolled to the appropriate section and started to read.
Public notice. The worldwide distribution of our Pandavax is underway. Please read on for information on how and where to seek treatment.
Achievement unlocked.
Patients who receive our Pandavax have a 96% chance of recovering, up from the 45% seen with traditional medical intervention. Right, I wish. Our Pandavax rollouts are now taking place with med tents being set up outside major hospital locations in the countries and cities listed below. Symptomatic individuals should visit their nearest med tent as soon as possible for assessment and hospital admission.
Okay, so obviously I gotta take her there. Hang on, this couldn't be real, could it?
Vad Hakara said, "My keyboard is actually an antique I found new in the box a few years ago.
Oh.
A Focus FK2001. Very nice to type on.
Oh, cool. I've got a light-up gamer keyboard. The name of our city.
Is this actually real? Our Pandavax treatment will be administered free of charge, with identification requirements relaxed by emergency order. Our Pandavax may also have a preventative effect, and individuals who have not been infected may opt to receive an immunizing dose.
Yo, we gotta take her there, obviously. Obviously this was the right choice. I scrolled up, down, searching the screen for some evidence that this was fake, a scam, a lie. I pulled up the internet and searched our Pandavax. At least 100 articles came up, all posted within the last 24 hours. Bulletins from different news sources, statements from researchers, schedules being shared.
Mallory!
I called up toward the loft, my voice shaking like crazy, my gaze not leaving the screen. I stood up, tremors running through my whole body.
Mallory, it's real! Mallory, we have to go, now!
Now? I was dashing up the stairs, staggering toward the bed, ready to pick her up and carry her out of the cabin if I had to. I couldn't believe this. I couldn't believe our luck. It felt like a dream. Could it really be real? I reached across the bed for her, and... she wasn't there? What? What do you mean she wasn't there?
Mallory?
I looked around the dark room wildly.
Mallory!
The cabin remained silent. My heart pounded. Where was she? I reached back down the stairs, calling out again and again as I searched the cabin, throwing open the door to the aquaponics room and the bathroom and the storage room, frantic. Where was she? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, I see where this is going. Oh no, she like wrote me a note saying that she's leaving because she doesn't want to get me sick or something. The top page had a note written in purple ink. A lump formed in my throat and my stomach twisted.
We both know I have it. My only hope is that it's not too late. That I haven't passed it to you. Because I want you to carry on with your life. Don't worry about me. I'm going back home to find out what happened to my sister. Whatever the answer is, I'm comforted to know we'll see each other again soon.
Jeez.
I hope you know, I would have stayed with you forever. But I'm thankful we had the time that we did.
Oh my god.
Love, Mallory.
Bruh. I stared at the letter. No, I had only just been laying in bed next to her. I had only just found out that I might actually be able to help her. And now she was gone? I crumpled the paper in my hand, forming a tight fist, and in that moment, I was ready to put a hole through my wall. My heart was racing. I couldn't think straight.
Damn it!
I had to go after her. She couldn't have made it far, not with her leg and how sick she was. I was determined to find her, convince her to come back, convince her that we should be together whatever the circumstances. She needed to know how I felt about her, how much she meant to me. I raced to get dressed, throwing on a sweater and the first pair of pants I found, shoving my feet into some shoes and grabbing the crank-powered flashlight off the side table. There wasn't time to think, I just had to move. I burst through the front door and out onto the porch, nearly tripping down the steps before racing across the muddy lawn, my feet splashing in puddles. I was panting, splinting? Almost blindly through the dark, in whatever direction I thought Mallory might have gone. I was through the garden, over the hill, and nearing the woods when... No way! No way. Oh, come on. Oh, come on! No way. The irony. The absolute irony of that. No way. Come on. Achievement unlocked, insult and injury. Suddenly I slammed against the ground, pain shot through me. It took a moment to get my bearings and understand what had happened. The trap. How the hell? But... Oh! I moved it earlier. I moved it.
That
That's why
Hikara
that happened.
said, "You're about to get eaten by Sheila Biaf."
I moved it. Earlier in the game, I moved the bear trap, and that's why I didn't know it was there, and I stepped on it. God dang it! How did I let this happen? I sagged against the ground, gritting my teeth. I couldn't let this slow me down. I gathered the strength to push myself up and looked back at my foot. It was my foot that had been caught, and at a strange angle. I could only assume it was because of the way I had been running so fast, practically flying over the sloping ground. I twisted and reached to release the trap, which took a few tries. Finally, I was able to scramble away and stand up, but the pain in my foot was excruciating. No time to deal with that now. I continued down the path, limping heavily and bleeding into my shoe, calling Mallory's name. As I made my way, I shoved my hand into my sweater pocket and pulled out the flashlight, the same one that had led me to Mallory that first night. I immediately started cranking it, hoping against hope that it would lead me to her again. But as I entered the trees, I stopped, hesitating. Mallory's note said she was headed back to the city to check on her sister. Yeah, go towards the city, obviously. Most likely she'd taken the footpath through the woods, the path she'd taken to get here in the first place. I might be able to catch up with her if I followed, but it depended on how much of a head start she had. Yeah, also, you're limping now, you're injured. Don't tell me I have to go back and change that choice. If I followed the old driveway instead, I'd eventually make it to the highway. It was a longer path, but a more straightforward one, and if I could manage to flag down a car and get a ride, then I might even reach the city before Mallory did. I had to pick quickly. Oh, no! This is a hard decision. Okay, well, the second plan, the going to the highway, that is very much dependent on whether or not I can find a car and get a ride, and I doubt I can do that. I doubt I can get a ride. So if I can't get a ride, then the footpath would be the better choice because it's not as long, and if I'm more likely to catch up with her if I follow the same path she took. So I think I should follow the same path that she took. And I think it would be a bad idea to try to flag down a car. Continue through the trees. Both options seemed so risky. I took my chances and started down the footpath into the woods. Already I could barely walk. My shoe felt tight and wet, and every step sent pain shooting through my soul, especially on the rugged forest floor. Yeah, moving the bear trap was a really bad idea. That came back to bite me, literally. I showed the flashlight back and forth across the ground and the trees, avoiding fallen branches and jutting rocks. The thought of Mallory being out here alone, sickly and without any light, terrified me. I knew I wasn't moving fast enough. I tried to pick up the pace, ignoring the throbbing pain in my foot and breathing hard through my nose. A sudden glimmer caught my eye.
Neko said, "Hello there. Meow meow."
Meow? Meow meow? Meow? Norineko! Hi! Hi. I am playing a game where I'm dating a girl who has COVID-19. And she ran away, so now I'm following after her. I turned, pointing the beam of light toward wherever I'd seen, but the motion was clumsy and I lost my balance. My pant leg caught a jutting branch as I fell. I felt the fabric tear. Well, that's nostalgic. The flashlight beam showed me the white tail of a deer, startled by my fall and dashing away into the darkness. I managed to catch myself by grabbing a tree, but even leaning heavily against it, shivering cold with the flashlight beginning to dim and my foot going numb, everything seemed hopeless. My heart ached to be back at home, back with her. Just a few hours earlier, that's where I wanted to be. I straightened myself up, stepping back onto the path. Tears clouded my vision. I blinked them away. That was when I noticed the rip in my pant leg. These were the same pants I'd been wearing the night I met Mallory. I had torn them coming into the cabin. The tear had been fixed with a heart patch. I remember Mallory taking that box of clothes and seeing her later with a needle and thread as she worked to stitch up rips and fasten buttons. That's cute. That looks cute. Also, don't ripped jeans look cool? Achievement unlocked, lovingly patched. But she hadn't just mended these pants, she'd embroidered them, left a sweet token of herself and her ability to love and care for others. My heart swelled and ached, and all I wanted to do was cry. Why did this have to happen? Why did I have to lose everyone I ever dared to love? No, I refused to accept it. I stood up, my determination to find her renewed. But my body wouldn't comply with my head. It wasn't just my foot now, but most of my leg, numb, full of pins and needles interspersed with pain, each stab knocking my knee out of place and sending me staggering. I wasn't going fast enough. Gotta go fast, like Sonic. I couldn't go fast enough. Oh, I'm gonna get a bad ending. I held onto trees and used them to drag myself forwards, too dizzy even to look at where I was going. Slowly, pale city lights grew visible through the brush. The sky was starting to lighten.
Mallory.
Mallory. I called for her, but my voice came out weak and dry. I coughed and groaned. I felt like I'd never catch up to her. I'd never find her. But there, risking up before me, was the city. Whoa, look how abandoned it looks. Finally, I reached the city. The sun wasn't up yet, and the streets were dim and mostly empty. It looked so much more decrepit than I'd imagined. The buildings were totally overgrown. There were broken windows and crumbling bricks, and the roads were all cracked apart. Here and there, bits of keep your distance tape fluttered, forgotten. The people who were left did not need to be reminded. There's a lot of vandalism, too. I walked past one dusty-looking grocery store which had 3 people lined up outside, each of them wearing a heavy-duty mask and spaced at least 8 feet apart from each other. Purple, my leg hurts, so I'm gonna move my leg. You can stay on my lap, but my leg hurts, so. I couldn't imagine how tough it must have been on Mallory and her family living here, trying to stay safe and survive in a rundown dump like this. Mallory had said she lived at the top of the tallest building on a street near the planetarium. Oh, right! Yeah, she did say that. I was actually thinking earlier, well, how are we gonna know where she lived? How are we gonna find her? But she said something about near the planetarium and top of the tallest building. So, we do know where she lives. Thank God I had asked her enough questions to know that. If she was heading back to find her sister, that's where she'd be going. Oh, thank God I had asked her enough questions to know that! This game, the ending really, really does rely on your choices. Because if I hadn't asked her about her favorite memory, I wouldn't have known where she lived. I only knew that because I asked about her favorite memory. But would she have even made it that far? I wondered what the chances were that she'd ended up at a medical center, either on her own or because someone had decided to help her. After all, if the news bulletin I'd received was true, then she might actually be able to receive treatment. Oh, this is a hard one. Because it's possible? It's possible that she's at the hospital? Because someone probably... Because, like, if she went and talked to her sister, and her sister was still alive or whatever, then she'd be like, hey, you actually are able to get treatment now. You should go to the hospital. But I doubt that happened. I have a feeling that she said that she was going to go to her sister, so I'm assuming that she went to her sister. So, I think it's best to go to the planetarium. Is that my last save slot? It is! Yeah, head to the planetarium. I didn't think Mallory would let anything get in the way of her going home. She was determined to find out what had happened to her sister, so that was where my search had to take me. I reached back into my memory, trying to get my bearings and figure out which way to go. The planetarium was closer to the river, I knew that. I started down the street in that direction. My head was spinning and I couldn't feel my foot anymore, but I kept on going, leaving bloody shoe prints behind me. Hope was the only thing keeping me going. I treaded over the rubble in the streets, passing
Lori
broken
Neko
hazard signs.
Said, when is this game set?
In the future. So this is like an AU where coronavirus got like super out of control and they were never able to get a vaccine or any sort of cure, and it's in about like 20 years in the future is what I think. Something like that. I treaded over the rubble in the streets, passing broken hazard signs and empty storefronts, unable to stop myself from imagining the riots that must have taken place here years ago. When the top of the old planetarium building came into view, I sprinted the rest of the way. I looked at the buildings surrounding that one, which was the apartment building where Mallory lived. I scanned all the windows and balconies in sight, looking for some sign of her. I turned in a circle, searching every street corner and bus stop I could see. It was like a ghost town. I tipped my head back to call out for Mallory. That's when I caught sight of a purple figure on the rooftop overhead.
Mallory! Mallory, don't move! I'm coming!
I didn't even know if she could hear me. I just hurried as fast as my body would let me, around the building to the fire escape. A dry, rattling feeling was building up in my chest. I could hardly breathe. I reached the top of the fire escape and hauled myself up onto the roof where I was sure I had seen Mallory. I looked around for her, and for a moment my body ceased all functions and I could actually feel my heart skip a beat. Where was she?
Mallory!
A cool breeze blew past, and all I could do was stand there for a few minutes processing everything that was happening.
I'm here.
Yo, I found her! I found her! I turned to find the source of that small, weak voice. Yo! There she is! Yo! Sitting on the roof. There she was at the opposite edge of the rooftop, her delicate frame backlit by the gently rising sun. Dark hollows hung under her eyes and in her cheeks. She trembled, barely able to hold herself upright.
Why are you here?
She didn't look at me as she spoke, and my throat felt like it was twisting shut.
Your letter. I found it, and I couldn't just let you go.
She listened and continued to gaze out on the cityscape, avoiding eye contact with me.
You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous for you to be close to me.
She was so out of breath. I approached her slowly, terrified that she would just float away.
It doesn't matter to me now. I care about you too much.
Purple.
I love you, Mallory.
Nice! Love confession! She turned her face, finally giving me a weak smile.
You dummy. I love you too. That's why I had to leave.
She swayed then, as though turning to look at me had made her dizzy, and her body dipped towards the ledge. Jesus! I lunged, panicked, and grabbed Mallory's narrow arms. In one swift movement, I had pulled her onto myself, redirected the shift and weight to have her fall into my arms. Gently, I helped her lay down. Her cheeks were blood red, her skin like fire. She struggled to keep her eyes open. Yo.
I don't have much time left. Maybe you're
Mallory
just
Eckelmeyer
a
said,
dream.
save that choice.
Save which choice? I saved that every single choice I made. Maybe you're just a dream?
No, Mallory, you don't understand.
Achievement unlocked, your heart will go on? Oh my god, is she gonna die?
There's a treatment. There's a treatment and it's right here in the city and I love you. Don't you see? I could have saved you. Why did you have to run away from me?
She managed to look up at me, her eyes sparkling more than ever.
There's a cure?
I nodded vigorously.
My sister wasn't home. Do you think maybe she managed to get the cure?
Yeah, that's what happened, Mallory. Your sister got the cure. Uh-huh. My shoulders rounded as I fought back tears. Of course Mallory wouldn't even think of herself.
And you. You can get it too.
Mallory.
It was selfish of me to stay with you.
Mallory!
I should have known.
No, don't start that.
She paused, sputtering and coughing weakly. Then she tried to smile, but tears washed across her eyes instead.
Promise me you'll take the cure.
Is she seriously gonna die?
I don't want to die knowing I made you sick.
Her eyes began to close and I could tell she was starting to fade. Are you kidding me? There must be so many different endings where she dies in different ways. I bet every single ending is a different kind of death. God. No way. No way. No way.
No, Mallory. I don't want you to go. I'll carry you down to the hospital right now, or I'll yell until they find us up here.
I shook her.
You can't go. Please. I was alone for so long. I forgot what it was like to live, and then you came into my world.
Oh my god. Yeah, the voice acting really makes this better, honestly. Tears began to roll down my cheeks.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, she sounds so sad.
You don't need to have any regrets, because having you in my life has been the best thing to ever happen to me. So don't you dare regret anything.
I can't believe she's actually gonna die. Too weak to wipe away her tears, they fell into the cold concrete blocks we were resting on. A chill breeze blew up the side of the building and carried with it the stale smell of pavement.
Promise me you'll go on. Please. The baby chickens, they need you. Promise me.
She's worried about the baby chickens?
Yes, I promise. I promise, Mallory.
Oh my god. Oh my god, no! No, look at her eyes! No, her eyes! No! 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 I didn't expect her eyes to turn like that. That's... no! A raven cawed loudly somewhere nearby. The wind died down and suddenly everything was impossibly silent and still. Mallory's hand slid off my lap and fell to the ground. Slowly I watched her eyes close one last time and a quiet peace fell over us. All color had left her soft cheeks, and I felt her presence leave me. What the heck? The sunrise shone a bright beam of light on us, almost as if we were players in a tragic play caught under the spotlight. Softly, I grazed my hand across her cheek to feel her warmth one last time before she turned cold. Why couldn't I have found her sooner? Why? It was a little while before I was able to return to the cabin. As much as I wanted to give up on myself, on everything else, I had made a promise to Mallory. So I went to the med tent, and I got assessed and admitted for preventative treatment with our Pandavax. They kept a close watch on me for over a week before finally deeming me fit to go home. I went back to the cabin, which didn't quite feel like home anymore. It was still the same beautiful landscape, but I couldn't put my finger on what was different, so I just went about my business like normal. The chickens were fine. They'd ripped open their feed bag and had a feast in my absence, so they were fat and in good spirits. There was a fresh crop of weeds in the garden and on the grass, like Mallory and I had never cleared them out at all. Near the front porch, I found a package which looked like it had been left outdoors a little too long, and my heart sank.
Must be that order I placed for drone delivery, with the first aid kit and the aspirin in.
The ring for her! I bent to pick up the package and sat right there on the porch to open it. There was the first aid kit, nicely stocked, the fresh bottle of aspirin, shiny and sealed. And there was the ring I'd bought for Mallory, the one with the dainty purple stone that reminded me so much of her. No! I stared at it for a while. I started talking to myself.
What now? I don't know. I wish I'd made different choices. I wish I'd been able to save her.
This game really wants me to go back to my save files. There really wasn't much more to it than that. I got up and went inside, taking the ring with me. I'd put it on a string and wear it around my neck, I decided. Then I'd make some tea, and then... I had to think about it for a minute. I decided I'd do something good. Thanks to science, medicine, and basic compassion, there was hope for humanity again. I would be a part of that. I would help the world. We could make things even better than they'd been before. I'd do my best for her. Why did they make a little...
Said. Congratulations, you got probably the second saddest ending. Thankfully you have me, probably the most qualified person to tell you what wrong choice you made.
This is the second saddest ending? Oh my god, what's the saddest ending? I can't believe they drew a chibi ghost of her. A chibi ghost. That seems unnecessary. We didn't need a chibi ghost. We did not need a chibi ghost. That seems... I think that's overkill. Game over!
Bob Jones said, you don't read the spam to get the worst ending.
Wait, what? Oh, you get the worst ending if you don't read it. I can't
Rory
believe...
Neko said, this is pretty funny.
How is this funny? What about this is funny? I can't believe that this is a game about trying to stop your girlfriend from dying of COVID. That's the plot of the game. Keep your girlfriend from dying of COVID. I can't believe that's a plot of a game. A plot of a game that was recommended to me. Jesus Christ! What did I just play? What did I just play?
Bob Jones said, the wrong choice you made would be choosing to go to the planetarium first.
Seriously? But she was there! She was there. How was that the wrong choice? I found her on the building near the planetarium, didn't I? I thought I did. She was on top of the... I don't know if she was on top of the planetarium, but she was on top of a building near the planetarium? How was that the wrong choice if she was there? She was there! How is that the wrong choice? She wasn't at the hospital. What the...
Bob Jones said, but you didn't have any way to help her.
Boo! This freaking game. How am I supposed to know these things? How am I supposed to know these things? Okay. Well, first of all, before I go back and do that... I'm curious what the saddest ending is. I want to try getting the saddest ending. I'm curious. Delete the spam! I dragged the email to the trash bin, then emptied the trash bin for good measure.
Bob Jones said, I actually wrote a guide for all the endings for this game on Steam.
Oh, wow. You are very dedicated to this game, Bob Jones. I respect you. Then I shot to my feet, shoving my chair back aggressively. I hadn't even known how angry and helpless I felt until that moment. I looked outside again. It had stopped raining, but there were streaks of water on the windows. It looked like the cabin was crying. What would I do if Mallory didn't pull through this? If it really was the virus making her sick, the chances of her getting better were... Oh, in this ending, does the MC die too? Don't answer that, I'm gonna find out myself. I couldn't even finish the thought. I took a deep, trembling breath. Maybe some fresh air would help. Fresh air always helped. I turned, looking around for my jacket. Instead, my watery eyes caught sight of something resting on the table. It was a small notebook left open. I crept over to it, picked it up, and looked at what was written on the page. I can skip this. Okay, I'm gonna do... Wait, so in this ending, is everything the same except
Bob Jones said, the next choices would be to go through the forest, then head to the planetarium.
Okay. So I'm assuming that this one is... Wait. Oh, I didn't get to read that. I didn't get to read any of that. Hold on. I didn't get to read it. Planetarium, and...
Mallory!
What?
Your letter.
You should...
It doesn't matter to me.
I don't have much time left. Maybe...
Bob
My
Jones
sister was...
said, this ending is fairly similar though to the last one.
Yeah, it looks very, very similar. She got better and went looking for me.
Yeah, I think maybe she did.
It was selfish of me to stay with you.
No.
How about... thank you, then. You gave me so much hope. So much normal. It was a lovely way to spend my last few days. And now you're
Mallory
here.
Eckelmeyer said,
So
you're so
I
close to
won't
the happy
die
ending.
alone, like they did.
Yeah, I was very close. I just went to the planetarium instead of the hospital. It made more sense. Yeah, I just want to see what this one is, and then I'm gonna go to the hospital instead of the planetarium. Her eyes began to close, and I could tell she was starting
Bob
to fade.
Jones
Same for me.
said, "Do not fret,
Fill me with
Mallory.
hope.
I shall guide this child."
You have no idea how stale and lifeless my days were.
I can't believe I got such a sad ending. I didn't expect to get that horrible of an ending.
I had been alone for so long that I forgot what it was like to enjoy all the simple pleasures I had. You helped me remember that joy, and you made me smile every single day I spent with you.
Tears began to roll down my cheeks, but I kept my voice as light and cheerful as I could. Her eyes were now focused on the sky, and I sensed the color beginning to fade from her cheeks. She was fading fast, and I didn't know how much more time I had left with her. An invisible knife was turning in my stomach. Sorrow welled up in Mallory, and she let out a strange cry, letting the gravity of my silence sink in. She knew we were both doomed, and there was nothing we could do about it.
I'm so sorry. You would be okay if you just never met me. I'm really sorry.
You don't need to have any regrets, because having you in my life has been the best thing to ever happen to me. So don't you dare regret anything.
Too weak to wipe away her tears, they fell onto the cold concrete blocks we were resting on. A chill breeze, blew up. Okay, I hope
I can make it up to you in our next life.
Oh my god, it's so sad. What the heck? Her voice trailed off the same time as the wind died down. Now everything was still and silent. Mallory's hand, okay. The sunrise shone a bright beam of light on us. This is very similar.
I'll be right behind you. Wait for me.
With a heavy sigh, I got on one knee and slipped my hands underneath Mallory's lifeless body. With ease, I managed to lift her up into my arms. She was always much lighter than I expected. I held her and looked over the city one last time. The sun continued to rise in the sky, and soon I knew the residents would be waking up. Somewhere back at the cabin, I imagined my rooster was crowing. I apologized to him and the hens, knowing that I wouldn't be back in time to feed them. In that moment, nothing felt real anymore. While it did make me happy to hear that people would finally have a cure and the sadness could end, I only felt bitter resentment myself. A raven was cawing loudly somewhere nearby. Numbness set in, and even the sun's warmth had no power over me anymore. I couldn't feel anything, and I didn't want to anymore. So does the main character kill himself in this one? I looked down at Mallory's delicate face and studied her perfect lips, pale cheeks, and wispy hair. She was all I wanted. So then we would be together. Yeah, MC kills himself. Dang! Yeah, that's worse. That is worse. I'm glad I didn't get that one. That is worse. That is bad. That is a bad one. That's a very bad ending. My goodness. I got a pretty bad one myself, though. The fact that main character got the ring and didn't have her to give it to, that's pretty sad to me. Wow, okay, that one's... Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. That one's pretty bad. That's a bad one. Okay, let's get the good one now. So...
Excalibur said, "Never gonna give you up.
Never gonna let you down." Okay, go straight to the hospital. The hospital had to be my best bet. Either she'd be there already, or I'd find someone there who could help me look for her. After getting my bearings and figuring out which way the hospital was, I started towards it, taking the shortest path through the streets I knew. When I saw the...
Excalibur said, H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A.
When I saw the med tent erected in the street outside the hospital, I almost couldn't believe my eyes. It existed, just like the email bulletin said it would, but there was hardly anyone around. A medical worker decked out in PPE emerged from the tent, holding a clipboard and looking around. A man with a small child called out from several feet away, and the worker began asking questions I couldn't hear. This was how they were saving the world, quietly and with eerie calm. Daring to hope, I looked around for Mallory. If by some miracle she had made her way here, then maybe everything would actually be okay. I spotted another small group lingering nearby, and I lurched toward them.
I'm looking for a girl.
Yeah, aren't we all?
Her name is Mallory. Her hair is long and white. She's wearing purple.
I moved from person to person pleading, but no one had an answer for me. All of a sudden, I heard the faint squeal of a megaphone, a voice creaking over the cracking over the near-empty street.
Sheesh, 7 hours.
Yeah, I've been playing for a long time.
If you are awaiting preventative care, we ask that you remain patient while we triage symptomatic individuals. If you are currently experiencing symptoms like fever, headache, fatigue, or dry coughing, or have recently been in close contact with someone who is, please proceed to the screening area for assessment.
The medical worker was showing the man and child into the med tent now. I staggered over.
Did you see a very sick girl dressed in purple?
The medic looked at me startled.
I'm sorry, no. Who is she?
The medic has her own sprite?
And have you been in close contact with this person?
Yeah.
If she's not here, can you help me find her? Because she's really sick, and I need to find her and bring her here.
If you've been in contact with an infected individual, then the most important thing right now is for you to get assessed and admitted for treatment. You do understand how rapidly the virus proliferates. The sooner we can begin treatment, the better your chances will be. Please, follow me.
This does not seem like it would lead to a better ending, but whatever you say, Bob Jones.
But no, I have to...
Please. Right now, you are potentially shedding the virus in a public space. You need to enter the med tent.
I looked around at the near-empty street. I wanted to keep arguing, but what could I say? The medic must have seen the pain and hopelessness on my face.
I will try to find out about your friend. Now, please. I need you to enter the med tent.
Excalibur said, "Your avatar looks a little worried." Bob Jones.
Because I am a little
said,
worried.
Do not doubt me, child.
Bob Jones, I need your help again. What do I do here?
Bob Jones said,
Insist.
Okay.
I can't stop until I find her. Please, there's no one here. But she's somewhere, and if I can just find her and get her back here in time, that's a life saved.
The medic looked kind of lost. I was already backing away, getting ready to start running again. If Mallory wasn't here, then she had to be at the planetarium, or at least on her way to it.
Wait! Don't go yet.
The medic disappeared inside the tent. A couple of people who had been waiting nearby moved closer, hovering. It was probably wrong of me to race ahead of them, demanding the lone medic's attention, but honestly, whatever. It wasn't as though there were crowds and crowds of people waiting for aid. The only thing I cared about was Mallory. The medic reemerged, holding out a bulky handset.
Take this. It's a satellite phone. We have a few of them for contacting other med centers.
I don't know how I was supposed to know this was what I was supposed to do. How was I supposed to know that I was supposed to go towards the hospital first, get this, and then go to the planetarium? How are you supposed to know to do all these things? These choices aren't based on...
said, "Is this a game that changes based on your choices?"
Yeah. I ended up getting a really sad ending, where my girlfriend
Bob Jones
died.
said,
Trial and error, I guess. I made that guide to help people.
Yeah.
Bob Jones said,
Fun fact, only 3 choices matter before the final chapter.
It's a satellite phone. We have a few of them for contacting other med centers.
As soon as you find your friend, call us. If we know where you are, we might be able to send help.
A wave of gratitude washed over me as I took the sat phone. The sat phone? I sat on the phone. I definitely didn't have to be told twice. Time had never been more of the essence.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was already hurrying away, almost in disbelief at this blessing. I carried on down the street calling Mallory's name. Though everything seemed so deserted, there were a handful of people around who would turn to look at me puzzled. They avoided my path and I avoided theirs. I reached back into my memory, trying to get my bearings and figure out which way to go. The planetarium was closer to the river, I knew that. I started down the street in that direction. My head was spinning, and I couldn't feel my foot anymore, but I kept on going, leaving bloody shoe prints behind me. Hope was the only thing keeping me going. I treaded over the rubble in the streets, passing broken hazard signs and empty storefronts, unable to stop myself from imagining the riots that must— Okay, yeah, I've seen this.
Mallory! Mallory! Don't move! I'm coming!
Wait, she's not there? Where was she?
Mallory!
A cool breeze blew past, and all I could do was stand there for a few moments, processing everything that was happening.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, no, she is there.
Why are you here?
Your letter. I found it, and I couldn't just let you go.
You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous for you to be close to me.
It doesn't matter to me now. I care about you too much. I love you, Mallory.
You dummy. I love you too. That's why I had to leave. I don't have much time left. Maybe you're just a dream.
No, Mallory, you don't understand. There's a treatment. There's a treatment and it's right here in the city and I love you.
There's a cure?
I nodded vigorously, fumbling for the sat phone I'd shoved into my pocket.
My sister wasn't home. Do you think maybe she managed to get the cure?
I can't believe there's only one ending to this in which she doesn't die. How many endings are there in total? I'm curious, Bob Jones. How many are there? My shoulders rounded as I fought back tears. Of course, Mallory wouldn't even think of herself.
I'm going to get you help. I'm calling right now and someone's
Bob
gonna come.
Jones said 9.
9? That's a lot. That's more than I thought. 9. Wow. The phone was in my hands, my thumbs poised over the stiff tactile buttons. The number. It had been printed on the med tent, but what was it? Wait, am I supposed to remember this? I'm supposed to remember this?
Bob Jones said, good luck. Bob
You're
Jones
not
said, final choice.
You said you'd help me, Bob Jones! Bob Jones, why do you do this to me? I was supposed to look at the tent and see what the number was? How was I supposed to know to do that? How could I have possibly known to do that? BS. Absolute BS. There is no way I could have possibly known to do this. There is no way.
Yeah, legit.
There is no way that anyone, any single person, there's no possible way anyone played this and got the good ending on the first try. There's no way anyone got it. BS. Absolute BS. Why? Well, Bob Jones isn't helping me, and I'm not gonna cheat, so I guess I don't have any choice but to guess. I guess that's my only choice. BS. Stupid. There's no way I could have known this. I could not have known this. I'm guessing the second one. I punched in the number hoping I had remembered it correctly. I don't know. I have a 50% chance of getting it right. A robotic... No! Stupid angry.
Excalibur
said, dash comma dash.
I can't believe this game. Why? I'm so angry, I'm throwing Shrek. I'm throwing him. Ugh! I'm stabbing myself with the splint stick. I'm freaking angry. I'm stabbing the game with the splint stick. Take that, freaking game! Take that! You freaking... Frick you. Frick you. Angry. Angry. Angry, angry, angry. Oh. Stupid. Baka. Kuso. Had I remembered it incorrectly, I thought back to what I had seen on the sign on the tent, willing my memory to grasp that all-important number fully. Why hadn't the lady working there told me what the number was? Why hadn't she, like, said it verbally? She just expected me to know because it was on the tent. I dialed again, but to my horror, the outcome was the same. I didn't... Achievement unlocked, you had one job? The achievement is called you had one job. I will have you know, game, that I had multiple jobs. You gave me a lot of jobs. That was not my one job. The game didn't tell me I was supposed to know that. I had kind of assumed that the phone was like a walkie-talkie where, like, where I wouldn't have to remember anything. I thought that if they wanted me to remember something, they would have told me, or that it would have at least been in the dialogue, the, like, text box, and not, like, in the background. I didn't know the number. I looked down at Mallory's face with a beautiful hope in
Mallory
her eyes.
Eckelmeyer said, lol, I read the script and even I got the number wrong.
See, Mallory, this game is so unfair. There is no way. There is no one. I refuse to believe there is a single person who got this ending on the first try.
Wait, which one did you choose?
It was like, 8... I don't remember. I'm gonna throw a little tantrum.
Second one.
Yeah, it was the second one. I chose the second one. Stupid game. That, like...
Bob Jones said, I didn't get this ending on my first playthrough, but I did know the right number when I got to this ending the first time.
Boo. No, thought my brain dumbly. No, this can't, I can't let her know, I thought calmly in response. Oh, this has to be the saddest ending. I pressed a random string of numbers and held the sat phone up to my ear.
We're here. We're just across from the planetarium building. I found her and she's okay. You'll be right here?
This is the saddest ending. This has got to be the saddest ending because, like, a main character is, like, pretending that they didn't forget the number just to make Mallory, give Mallory some hope. This is the saddest. This has got to be the saddest. This is pathetic.
Bob
I tried my
Jones
hardest to sound convincing.
said, I think I'd rank it fourth saddest.
Fourth saddest? You have a ranking, Bob Jones? I tried my hardest to sound convincing, but my hand shook so hard I dropped the phone. I leaned over Mallory, holding her tight.
Help is on the way. You're going to be all right.
This is sad! That main character's lying to her.
We're going to be all right. We're going to spend a little time in the hospital, but then we can go home, back to the cabin where we're gonna live happily ever after.
It was selfish of me to stay with you. I should have known.
No, don't
I'm so sorry were her last words in this one? No. She's gonna say more.
You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. I was alone for so...
Okay, no, I've already read this.
You don't need to have any regrets, because... Let's just rest. You can close your eyes if you need to. We'll wait just like this until they get here.
No, this is sad. This is sad. This is the saddest ending. The fact that the main character is giving her false hope.
Everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay.
Oh my god, the main character sounds so sad. No. No.
Bob Jones said, I just don't like how much this ending repeats from the other ones and how quickly it ends after you make the choice.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sorry.
I had failed her. I had come so close to saving her, but I had failed. That's sad. That is sad. With a heavy sigh, I got on one knee and slipped my... Wait! The main character kills themselves in this one too? The main character kills themselves in this one too? This is the saddest. This is 100% the saddest. I don't care what you say. This is the saddest. Because the reason why the other one was sad is because the main character killed themselves. But in this one, not only did the main character kill themselves, but they were so close to being able to save her and they couldn't.
Bob Jones said, I will respect your opinion.
They were so close to saving her, and they lied and gave her false hope before she died. That's the saddest ending. Nothing could possibly beat that in terms of sadness. That is sad. That's a really sad one. That's awful! No!
Mallory Ecclemeyer said, You've got this, babe. One more choice for a happily ever after.
Mallory, why is your game so
Excalibur
hard?
said, This would be so good if it would be animated.
Mallory, I'm sorry that you keep dying because of me. I'm sorry that you've died so many times and it's been my fault. No! No! This... Boo! Boo on you. God. Slot 2. Yeah, the one that I chose last time was the second one. Yes, that was it. Achievement unlocked, close call. Thank you, brain. I thought as the rings started to go through. You're welcome, replied my brain as more rings went through. I started to worry that no one would pick up, but then, finally, someone did. I didn't know if it was the same medic who'd given me the sat phone.
At least you didn't get one of the joke endings that completely kill the sad mood.
There are joke endings? I kind of want to know what the joke endings are. I don't know if I'll go through and get all the endings, or if I'll just look them up. I don't know. Either way, I immediately started rattling off every detail I could about where we were and how to get here. Then I threw the phone down and wrapped my arms around Mallory.
Someone's coming. Help is coming.
All I could hope for now was that they would get here fast enough.
It was selfish of me to stay with you. I should have...
No, don't start that.
I'm so sorry.
You have absolutely nothing to apologize. Having you in my life has been the best. Stay with me, Mallory. We're going to get you help, and everything's going to be okay.
Bob Jones said.
The joke endings are fairly easy to get. If you were on track to get one of them on your first playthrough, I probably would have stopped you.
Oh. We waited together on the rooftop as the sun came up, splitting open the clouds and shining on us like a spotlight. I willed the medic to get here faster. The wait felt like an eternity. Then, far below, I heard the rumble of a vehicle pulling up, a door popping open, a distant voice. It was 2 weeks before Mallory and I were finally able to return to the cabin. Mallory had spent most of that time quarantined, receiving the breakthrough R Pandavax treatment, which carried her gently back from the brink of death. I received a preventative treatment as well and was monitored closely for symptoms. Finally, we were discharged when we found our way back home where all the leaves were golden red and mountains had snow on their peaks. The first thing we did was check on the chickens, only to find that they had torn open their feed bag and had themselves a feast while we were away. They were very fat and very happy to see us. We took a careful stroll around the rest of the property too, just to make sure everything looked okay and to make note of any issues I'd need to deal with. Then we were about ready to head inside. Near the front porch, we found a package which looked like it had been left outdoors a little too long.
It must be that order I placed for drone delivery, with the first aid kit and the aspirin.
My voice trailed off.
It feels like a million years ago.
I sat down on the porch step to open the package, hardly able to wait. Ignoring the first aid kit and the aspirin bottle, I pulled out the small cardboard box I knew would have Mallory's ring inside. I looked up at her and suddenly a little nervous.
I have a gift for you.
A gift? Really? What is it?
Is main character gonna propose? I grinned at how cute she was. I held the box up to her and she danced a little as she took it. She lifted the lid to peer inside.
Oh my goodness. It's so pretty.
It reminded me of you.
Her eyes looked so shiny. She smiled and leaned down to kiss me.
Try it on.
Okay.
Wait, how did main character know what size to get? Because there are different sizes of rings. She took the ring out of its little box and slid it on her narrow finger. I'd totally guessed her ring size, but luckily it was a perfect fit. Wow, okay, that's good. She tilted her hand back and forth, smiling at the silver bow and glistening stone. Seeing her so happy made me happy.
I love you, Mallory.
Aww.
I love you too.
Aww.
Feels good to say that when we're not in a life or death situation, am I right?
She giggled. We went inside together, and for a long while we just enjoyed each other's company. We ate, we talked, we laughed, and we held each other. When the sun dropped below the horizon and the sky grew dark, I thought back to what Mallory had told me about her love for the stars.
What would you say if I asked you to spend this evening stargazing with me?
I would say I know the most perfect spot.
I felt my grin get even bigger.
I'll grab some blankets. Meet me up there?
Sure.
A few minutes later, I climbed up onto the roof with a big blanket folded over my shoulder. Yo, look at Mallory there. Mallory sat waiting for me, watching me with those beautiful eyes and the sweetest smile. My heart felt warmer than I ever had. The pain and loss we'd experienced would always be there, but now there was also joy to be felt. So much joy and so much life to be lived. Aww, she turned around. There would always be sorrow and endings, but like a sunset or a flower, the impermanence of this very moment was exactly what made it so valuable. I went to sit with Mallory under the stars. Nice! Achievement unlocked. The stars
Bob
aligned.
Jones said,
I feel that the happiest the best ending gets is nowhere near how sad the other endings were effortlessly able to make me feel.
Yeah. Oh, we get to see the ring. There's the ring. Nice. Woo! Hey. Wow. I'm curious about the other endings. I kind of want to know what the other endings are.
Bob Jones said,
I can help you easily.
Okay, I'm pretty curious. I don't know if I just want to... Okay,
Bob Jones said,
the first ending we can do is refusing to go outside and help.
Okay, let's do that. Let's see, I should probably do new game. Now, I'll keep everything the way that I had it before.
How's it going?
Oh wait, no, voice chat.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Next.
I don't remember much about the world before the...
Skip.
What more could I have wanted?
Skip. Okay. Yeah, stay inside. The scream had sounded humanish, but there were plenty of wild animals out there whose screams also sounded humanish too. And so what if it was a person? No good had ever come from trapezing outdoors to confront a sketchy stranger in the dark.
You know what makes me feel safe? Locks. Good, sturdy locks.
Achievement unlocked. Better safe than sorry. I walked around inside the cabin, checking that all the doors and windows were secure. Then, feeling quite pleased, I sat down to finish my tea. An hour later, I climbed upstairs and went to bed. Oh my god, she just died out there? Are we gonna find her body? When I woke, the sky was clear and the sun was on the rise. Mornings like that are always... Did she actually just die? Always put me in a fairly pleasant mood, pleasant but wistful. After making a quick cup of coffee, I headed outside, planning to take advantage of the mild weather to get some yard work done. Raking, weeding, maybe cleaning out the gutters. But as I made my way across the lawn and towards the shed, a strange sight stopped me in my tracks. For years, I had kept a few animal traps set up around the property, and now one of them had been tampered with. There was blood on the trap, soaked into the ground beneath it and smeared across the grass. Oh my gosh, her shoe is there. Beside the trap lay a single purple high-heeled shoe, also blood-streaked and muddy. Yo. A lump formed in my throat as I thought about the scream I'd heard the evening before.
Maybe it wasn't an animal.
Maybe it was an animal wearing a shoe. And the shoe, so pretty and impractical, didn't suggest the presence of a dangerous interloper either. My stomach felt like a big, tight knot as I tried calling out.
Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?
Bob Jones said. It was Puss in Boots.
Yeah, there was no answer, just the gentle rustling of leaves that were starting to crisp, the early morning song of little birds, and the drip-drip of leftover rainwater coming off the downspout. I searched the property, of course. I even searched a ways into the woods. I never found anyone or any other sign that someone had been there. But someone had been there, and had gotten hurt in my trap. There wasn't anything I could do. In the end, I pulled on some disposable gloves and moved the shoe, set it neatly beside my porch step. I didn't really expect anyone to come back for it, but getting rid of it felt rude. I scrubbed my hands after. Better safe than sorry. No work got done for the rest of the day. This dark, heavy feeling stayed with me, and if I'm being honest, it stayed with me through the next day, too. And the day after that. I still wish I'd made a different choice that night. If I'd just gone outside to check, I might have found whoever that purple shoe belonged to, and I might have been able to help them. Whoever they were, I hope they were somehow okay.
Bob Jones said. Also, here's a link to my guide if you want. There's also an ending tree I made at the bottom of the guide.
Oh, cool, thanks. Yeah, I don't know if... Actually, I don't know if YouTube chat will let you put links. I don't know if it will let you do that. So I don't know if that'll work. The music playing here.
Bob Jones said. What a shame.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll let you do that. Silly music and stuff. It looks like there's a... It looks like... I think there are lots of different guides.
Bob Jones said. This game only really has 2 guides on Steam. Bob Jones said. The next choice to make to get the other 2 joke endings would be to not move the trap.
Oh wait, you get a joke ending if you don't move the trap? Wait. I didn't realize. I thought not moving the trap was the right thing to do. Because when I did move the trap, I got caught in it. So not moving the trap results in a joke ending? Really? No way. Really?
Bob Jones said. Shockingly, getting caught in your trap is the correct choice.
That does not make any sense. That makes no sense. I can't believe that's the right choice. I cannot believe that is the right choice. Because Bob Jones, if you weren't here and I had gotten that first bad ending, I would have assumed that the reason why I got a bad ending was because I moved the trap. So then I would have gone back and not moved the trap. Then I would have gotten this ending. I decided to leave where the traps were there for a reason. After all, what happened to Mallory was more of a freak accident than anything else. I knew where the traps were, and that was the most important thing. Anyone unfamiliar with them shouldn't be creeping around here anyway. Confident in my decision, I carried on walking down into the garden. Right away, I could see where Mallory had dug up breakfast. I surveyed
Bob Jones said, "Now no choices matter until you decide to go to the road or the forest after you don't move the trap."
Wait, don't tell me that... Mallory doesn't get caught in it a second time, does she? I'm curious, what happens here? Okay, I'm gonna just skip then.
I suppose you could join me. Well... Taking your...
It's weird that Mallory likes you no matter what, choices you make.
Get out of here. Let me help you down.
Lots to go here. Read it. Okay.
Bob Jones said, "I'd save after the spam."
Oh. Save after the spam? Okay, I will save over this one. Okay, so which do I pick here? Does it matter either way? Do I pick the... Okay.
Bob Jones said, "It's up to you."
Okay. Both options. I ran as fast as I could. The light from the flashlight bobbed and bounced ahead of me. Okay, so I went to the road.
Please. Is anyone out there? Shut up! That's not important right now! Stop! Please stop! I need help!
The car began to slow. I hurried towards it, believing it was about to come to a stop, but after a brief hesitation, the car sailed past, picking up speed and leaving me to watch its taillights fade. I fell to my knees, exhausted, hopeless. Then, once I'd caught my breath, I got up and started jogging again. Keep going for Mallory, just keep going. It wasn't too long before I heard the hum of another vehicle coming down the road. I started waving my flashlight back and forth once again, maybe this time. And to my amazement, this car actually slowed to a stop, honking as it did. It had one of those cheery, ridiculous musical horns.
Thank you. Finally.
I stopped, leaning on my knees to catch my breath. The driver of the car reached over and rolled the window down, revealing himself to be a sweet-looking old lady with bottle-thick glasses perched on her nose.
Hello, dear. How can I help you?
I'm trying to get to the city. Could I maybe have a ride? I promise I'm not sick. I
couldn't believe I was saying this, even though I didn't know. I could have caught the virus from Mallory easily. I could be carrier, I could spread it, I could...
Goodness me! I'm not worried about that. Climb in, dear.
Achievement unlocked, a very bumpy ride. Relief flooded me. I climbed into the car, which smelled like toffee and knitting, and pulled the car shut behind me. The sweet old lady in her floral dress leaned forward over her steering wheel, and we carried on down the highway.
So tell me, dear, what's got a nice young thing like you in such a tizzy?
It's my friend. She's in the city, and she's sick. I need to get to her. I just can't lose her to this damn virus.
Oh, well,
Bob
it's
Jones
not a virus.
said,
You know
you
that,
mentioning
don't
you
you,
got
dear?
that achievement there actually is helpful to my guy.
Oh, it's helpful to your guide. Well, you're welcome. Wait, so is this... Are you telling me that there's a... Is this lady... Is this lady a COVID-19 denier? Does she think that it's a hoax or something? I looked at her confused. Are you serious? Is that actually what this is?
Sorry?
Is that actually what this character is? A COVID denier?
It's not a virus. It's an allergy.
What?
It's an allergy.
Does a sharply dressed bear poop in the woods? Yes, it's an allergy. Sure as the earth is flat.
Questionable old lady. Oh my god, I love this ending. I love this ending.
What? Wait, you think the earth is flat?
This is great.
Getting flatter every day, dear.
Stupid old lady.
I myself have quite a rash from all the flattening.
What? I stared at the road straight ahead. Okay, just ignore her. In a few more minutes, you'll reach the city. That's what's important.
And speaking of, dear, do you know what rhymes with flat earth? Cat earth. That's right. The cats have known all along.
This is amazing. I love this ending. This is definitely my favorite ending.
Good point. You can just drop me off near the hospital and I'll go from there. We're getting close, right?
Heavens to Betsy. You don't expect me to drive on the main roads, do you?
Why not?
She looked appalled that he would even ask such a question, and I was getting frustrated.
You realize we're on a main road now, right?
What?
The old lady gasped, slamming the brakes and spinning the steering wheel left toward the trees. I shouted. Suddenly, we were careening across the shallow ditch and into the woods, and the old woman kept jerking the wheel back and forth as she pressed the pedal closer to the metal.
Stop! Stop!
We hit something hard. I felt it rattle up through me from beneath the car. Then seconds later came the crunching impact of the crash. In terrifying slow motion, I saw the hood and the windshield buckle and crumple towards me. Then there was only darkness and the broken sputtering sound of that ridiculous musical horn going off. What a stupid way to go, I thought. Achievement unlocked, Cat Earth Theory. That was my favorite ending. That was great. I loved that. What did that have to do with me? What did that have to do with me not moving the trap? How did that have anything to do with me not moving the trap? Well, okay then. That was a fun one. If I had gotten that on my first playthrough, I would have been like, what? Okay then.
Bob Jones said, the first car that passed you would have picked you up if you were injured.
Oh, really? I didn't know where I was. I couldn't see anything. I just kept running, panting hard, every breath a stabbing pain. My foot caught something, a root or a rock. I pitched forwards, momentum throwing me head over heels, and not in a good way. The flashlight went flying into the bushes somewhere. Instead of slamming into the ground, I seemed to just keep falling. I didn't feel the impact. What? I fell into a hole? I came to sprawled against a bed of snapped branches, rocks, and hard-packed earth. Water trickled somewhere nearby, a stream or a brook. The sky was still dark and everything hurt. I tried to move. Pain stopped me. Something was definitely broken. I managed to crane my neck, blinking my eyes open as wide as I could. The forest sloped up and up overhead, a dizzying sight like an optical illusion.
Oh, no. No.
I had fallen into a dark ravine. That's what you get for... I literally thought that said splinting. Through a dark forest all willy-nilly. Tears clouded my vision. Shut up, brain.
Mallory.
I tried to move again. I tried harder. I couldn't get up, but my leg twitched and I noticed a rip in my pant leg. These were the same pants I'd been wearing the night I met Mallory. I had torn them coming into the cabin. That tear had been fixed with a heart patch. I remembered Mallory taking that box of clothes. Why did this, I came to understand that I had no hope of reaching Mallory. Laying cold and broken at the bottom of the forest ravine, I cried.
I'm sorry, Mallory. I'm so sorry.
All I had now were thoughts of her and what would become of us. Maybe I'll see her again. I'll become a ghost or something. But what if I can only haunt this specific forest ravine? Well, okay. Alright then. Yeah, the cat Earth theory one,
Bob
that's my
Jones
favorite.
Said, congrats, 7 ninths endings so far.
Oh wow. So there's only 2 others that I haven't gotten. Those are definitely interesting endings.
Bob Jones said, the only other choice you need to make is to ask about her hopes for the future and not about her favorite memory.
Okay.
Bob Jones said, after moving the trap, of course.
Okay. Okay, so I need to ask her about her hopes for the future. Let's see, which one was that? That was... Where was that? Chapter 5?
Bob Jones said, slot 11.
Oh, thank you.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Hang on, that sounded like a job interview question. Let me try again. What kind of life do you dream about having? What are your hopes for the future?
Mallory smiled sadly.
You mean, aside from hoping someone finds a way to cure this virus?
Yeah, aside from that.
She thought for a moment, her gaze wandering.
It's sort of hard to imagine any particular future when everything seems so fragile all the time. Anything could change at any moment.
Lol, I understand that.
But I guess no matter my situation, I'd always want to help people. Like, I'd love to keep a giant garden, just so I could share all the fruits and veggies with my neighbors. Also, I would learn how to knit socks, so I can make sure everyone's feet stay nice and warm, because cold toes are the worst. And maybe someday I could have a family of my own.
She blushed as she said that last part. I definitely didn't want her to feel embarrassed, so I quickly replied.
Wow. In my fantasy, I get abducted by aliens and they teach me how to drive their spaceship.
Mallory burst out laughing.
Yeah, I may have to rethink that. For real though, that's a nice dream. Very altruistic.
Mallory smiled and gave a slight shrug.
Anyway, I should probably let you get back to work now.
The last thing I wanted to do was go back to work. I gave her a little poke just for suggesting it.
Don't do that! I'm super ticklish!
So, I'm gonna just skip.
Good morning.
Bob Jones
Get out of here.
said, I'd recommend reading the spam at the end of the game, then it's up to you from there.
Okay.
Let me help you down.
Continue through trees. I'll keep skipping. Go straight to the hospital or keep searching the city. Alright, I'll keep searching the city. That's what I'll choose. My heart told me to just keep looking for her, so I did. I carried on down the street, calling Mallory's name. Though everything seemed so deserted, there were a handful of people around who would turn to look at me puzzled. They avoided my path, okay.
I'm looking for a girl. Please, have you seen a girl wearing purple? Her name is Mallory. Do you know where I can find her?
Someone must have seen her, but no one would tell me. No one would say. I searched for a long, long time. It was a slog. My head spun, and after a while I couldn't feel either of my feet anymore. Then I saw the small crowd gathered on the street up ahead, the people wearing gloves and masks, some of them sitting crying, some of them standing together and shaking their heads. There was a van with silent lights parked nearby, not an ambulance, but a dark non-emergency vehicle, the kind that came to collect people once they'd passed. The last time I'd seen a van like that was when my parents died. I wandered toward the nearest group of people, stopping a little ways from them.
What happened?
The small group exchanged a glance. One of them answered in a somber
Someone
tone.
jumped off the planetarium building.
Oh no.
Yeah, it
That
happened a couple
Hakara
of hours
said,
ago.
I'm
Just
back.
after the
Did
sun
they
came up.
smooch yet?
She was just laying there in the street. I'm glad they were finally able to send someone to take the body away.
Yeah, they smooched, but I got a pretty bad ending, so I went back and got the good ending, and now I'm just going back and getting all the other endings. There's a strange, horrible sinking feeling in my gut. A raven was cawing loudly somewhere nearby.
It was a girl.
Yeah, just a young woman. A teenager, maybe. So freaking sad.
It couldn't have been Mallory, could it? Before I knew it, I was limping across the road trying to see something, anything. I saw blood on the ground. I saw city personnel lifting
That
something wrapped in a
Hakara
tarp.
said, this is the ending where breakfast wasn't very good, so she jumped off the roof.
Yeah, that's why she jumped off the roof. Lifting it up in the back of the van, I saw a mud-stained purple shoe forgotten in the gutter. The whole world came crashing down around me. Because somehow... Oh, achievement unlocked head over heels. Because somehow I'd found her, only I was too late. I returned to the cabin alone. The whole scene looked...
Must be that order I placed for...
That Hakara said,
Do you wish
that's
you'd
a
never
dark
met her?
achievement name LMAO.
I know, right? I can't believe they named it that. Do you wish you'd never met her?
Bob
Yes.
Jones
Yes.
Said, this was the ending I got the first time I played.
Seriously? You got this ending? That's awful! That's bad.
That's a lie.
At least in mine, I got to see her.
Bob Jones
And-
said, I felt pretty terrible.
Yeah, at least in my ending, she died in my arms. This is honestly worse.
Of course it is. But I wish I'd made different choices. I wish I hadn't lost her. Yeah.
A cold, brisk wind rushed past, pulling the last few crisp brown leaves off the trees, sending them skittering. One thwacked me in the face before flying off into the garden.
Thanks, wind.
I stood up. I'd put the ring on some twine or something and wear it around my neck. And then what?
And then nothing. Maybe I'll get struck by lightning.
At least that would be something to look forward to. Meeting Mallory again in whatever afterlife there was. Maybe we could be ghosts together, haunt the cabin and scare off any trespassers by flapping our sheets and rattling our chains. As I turned and reached for the door, something purple seemed to flash in the corner of my eye. For the briefest moment, I thought it was Mallory, but of course there was nothing there. Someday, I thought to myself, heading inside. I shut the cabin door behind me and went to put on the kettle. Oh, it's the sad ghost Mallory again. Okay. The sad ghost Mallory just seems pretty tacky to me. I don't know, it kind of ruins the sad mood in my opinion. Because it just looks so...
Bob Jones said, shockingly, the last ending you need to get is the most common one. You just need to accept treatment at any point. You can get it in almost any ending path.
Oh, that's the most common one? Most people get that one? Really? Is that so? Okay. Let's do that.
Bob Jones said, at least it's the easiest one to get.
Oh. I'm curious what most people get. And accept treatment.
Okay.
Achievement unlocked, instant regret. Achievement unlocked, now that's dedication. Is now that's dedication the one that I get for completing all the, Oh no, it says I still have one more achievement. Is the last achievement the... Oh, glutton for punishment, read the spam every time. Yeah, I don't want that one. But
Bob
it looks
Jones
like this is...
said, all 9 endings, baby.
Nice!
Matt Hakara said, girls in hazmat suits are so hot.
Are you serious, Vad? Yeah, I'm not gonna read the spam. I don't care about that. But wow, all the endings. Okay. After that, everything became a blur. Inside the tent... Oh, we get to see the inside of the tent.
Bob Jones said, I think the Chibi Mallory ghost is a reference to the Crush Crush main character.
Is it? Oh, that would explain it. Inside the tent, I was brought to a makeshift bed. The bed was surrounded by heavy plastic curtains that distorted everything around me. The machines, the hazmat suits, the flapping canvas walls, the noisy buzz of a generator was like a jackhammer in my ears. A spiral of guilt and confusion consumed me. Was I sick? No. All of the horrible feelings in my body were because I'd been running so hard through the night, weren't they? Or had I felt the inklings of them before? Someone checked my temperature, asked me questions, took my blood. Before I knew it, I was being wheeled from the tent to the hospital building itself for quarantine.
Don't worry, we're going to take care of you. Everything's going to be all right.
This is a bad ending. I didn't know who was talking to me because I couldn't see anyone's faces. All I knew was I didn't really believe them. After being admitted to the hospital, receiving preventative treatment, and being monitored closely for symptoms, I was finally allowed to leave. A week had passed, and by that time there was no way for me to know what had happened to Mallory. I searched for her, of course, but it wasn't like the old days when you could file a missing persons report or when someone would find a way to contact you about a loved one's passing.
Said, say goodbye to your kidneys.
I returned to the cabin alone. The whole scene looked wrong somehow. The land and the trees and the cabin itself all looked dried out and yeah.
It must be that order I placed for... Do you wish you'd never met her? Yes, that's a lot. Of course it is. Yeah. Thanks. And then nothing.
Well, okay. Okay, then. That was every single ending. Yeah, so the first ending I got
Bob
was
Jones
the one...
said, well, I actually had a lot more fun on this stream than I expected I would have, and I'm only 1.5 hours past when I should have gone to sleep. Work tomorrow is gonna be tough.
Aww. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed the stream, Bob Jones. That makes me very happy to hear. Please go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep very soon because this has been a long stream, 8.5 hours, way longer than I thought. But we completed all the endings, which is not something that I expected I would do. Yeah, the first one I got was the one where I found her on the roof, but I didn't go to the hospital first, so she didn't get any treatment. She died in my arms, but I didn't kill myself. The worst ending, in my opinion, is the one where you do get the, where you misremember the number, so she dies in your arms and then you kill yourself. That one sucks. My favorite ending was actually not the good ending. My favorite ending was definitely the Cat Earth theory with the crazy old woman. Love that ending. That was good. Yeah, that game was interesting. It was interesting. Not one of my favorite games I've ever played. There are ones that I prefer, but I thought it was good. It was good. Definitely unique. Definitely had a very cute character. Some good voice acting. I liked that it had lip syncing too. I liked the art. I liked... I thought that some of the dialogue was cringy. I thought that the main character was unlikable. But overall, it was good. I'd rate it... I don't know what I'd rate it, but I thought it was nice. I thought it was a good game. Yeah, definitely very interesting that they made it about coronavirus. I will admit I was not expecting that, but I thought that it was a very unique idea, and I like how they used that. So, yeah. I would like to... I'm going to end the stream now. This went on way longer than I expected. But I would like to, before I end it, say I'm not doing the 18 plus DLC. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. Especially since I probably wouldn't be allowed to show it on YouTube.
Said 18 plus DLC playthrough when?
I doubt I would be allowed to show it on YouTube.
Vad Hakara said, "Thanks for the stream. Good night. Sleep now."
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna end now, but I would really quickly like to say thank you. I have a lot of people to say thank you to. First of all, thank you to Jonathan for recommending this game to me, and for even giving me the money to buy the game. Thank you so much. Thank you to Bob Jones for coming by and helping me get all the endings and stuff. You were a lot of help. Thank you to Mallory's voice actress for stopping by. I didn't see that coming at all. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who stayed and watched this for a surprisingly long time, including Vad, Delaney, Noryu, everyone else who stopped by, even if just for a little bit, Candy, Anzu. Everyone, you guys are all greatly appreciated. I should sleep because I actually have another stream coming up pretty soon because I have an Among Us collab. So the next time I will be live on this channel is for that Among Us collab. So yeah, I had a lot of fun today, and I'm very glad that you all joined me, and I will splint you later.
Bob Jones said, "Good night, it was fun."
Vad Hakara said, "Bomogus."